Bro, stop seducing female celebrities, you're almost done with them. Bang. 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 July in Magic City was already unbearably hot, and the sound of tables and chairs colliding with the floor only made it worse. Wang Ze lay in his small bed, refusing to open his eyes. He even pulled the blanket over his head in frustration. But the noise didn't fade, it got closer. It was right outside his tiny room now. The squeaking of a cheap mop was enough to drive anyone insane. I swear to Wang Ze couldn't take it anymore and yanked off the blanket. Sister-in-law. Do you have to mop the floor at 6 in the morning? Hearing that, Zhang Wenjing stopped mopping, tossed the mop aside, and started scolding him directly. If I don't mop at 6, when should I mop? None of you ever bother putting a trash bag in the bin. I'm practically your maid, and now you're complaining? If you've got the nerve, hire a housekeeper. As if that wasn't enough, Zhang Wenjing marched toward Wang Ze's bed, trying to rip his blanket away. Wang Ze was so startled that he shouted, "Wang Mingxian! Your wife is trying to seduce me in her camisole again." Their whole apartment was only about 50 square meters. Any sound in one room could be heard clearly in the living room. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Mingxian didn't even bother looking up from his phone. She's wearing underwear. Well, aren't you generous? Throwing on some clothes, Wang Ze went to the bathroom to relieve himself. The familiar trickling sound against the ceramic toilet made him sigh, feeling like he had returned home. After finishing up, he was about to leave the bathroom when he suddenly turned back to look at his reflection in the mirror. A sharp crew cut, bright, piercing eyes, and a week's worth of stubble that still wasn't rough to the touch. Wang Ze ran his fingers through his imaginary hair ends and sincerely praised himself. 2 lifetimes, countless faces, and I still can't think of anyone more handsome than me. Just as he stepped out, Zhang Wenjing's furious voice rang out again. Wang Ze, are you a dog? If you can't aim, sit down and pee. If I see another yellow stain on the toilet seat, I swear I'll cut it off. Wang Ze shuddered as he sat down at the dining table. You should try not to provoke her lately. She's got a lot on her mind. Wang Mingxian, now seated across from him, advised in a calm tone. Wang Ze grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth, a teasing glint flashing in his eyes. Yeah, I know. You refused to give her money for her sick mother. What's the matter? Got someone else out there? Wang Mingxian scrolled through his phone, typed a reply, and then coughed twice. Don't joke around. I'm leaving for my voyage tomorrow. Help out around the house while I'm gone, and study hard. Your college entrance exam is your life's turning point. Wang Ze lowered his head and cursed silently. Damn bastard, you're such a fake. In my past life, I actually fell for this act. Right now, you probably don't even have $200 in your pocket. Zhang Wenjing walked out of the bathroom, her face full of irritation. Are you planning to take forever eating? Wang Ze, don't you have morning classes? With his usual fake concern, Wang Mingxian turned to Wang Ze. Do you still have time? If not, take a cab, let your sister-in-law give you the fare. This guy was always good at playing the nice guy. Zhang Wenjing was too worried about her mother to pay attention to me. And you? You're leaving tomorrow, but you somehow don't know today's the weekend? Shaking his head, Wang Ze shoved the last steamed bun into his mouth, changed his shoes, and was about to leave. Zhang Wenjing, still clearing the table, suddenly stopped, walked to the door, and handed him 20 yuan. Before Wang Ze could say anything, she snatched it back and replaced it with a 50. Eat out tonight. I'll be at the hospital taking care of my mom. Wang Ze's nose tingled with emotion, but he said nothing and walked out. As he strolled down the familiar yet distant streets, gazing at the slightly outdated billboards, his heart was filled with joy. Every morning since his rebirth, he had been confirming that this wasn't just a dream. And with each passing day, as his surroundings became more and more familiar, he reassured himself it was real. The Blue Star Calendar, 2015. All the regrets of the past 10 years had vanished. He was back in the brightest, warmest summer of his life. This time, standing at the crossroads of fate, he held the power to choose the right path. At the very least, that scumbag Wang Mingxian would never again have the chance to destroy his family. With a smile on his face, Wang Ze buried all his hatred deep within. He wasn't a native of Magic City. His parents were just ordinary volunteer teachers, with his father also serving as their headmaster of a small rural school. The only reason he could study here, benefiting from the college entrance exam migration program, was because of his good brother, Wang Mingxian. Wang Mingxian was the son of Wang Ze's second uncle. He hadn't gotten into high school and instead attended a vocational school for maritime studies, later becoming a crew member. This line of work paid well. Less than 10 years after graduating, Wang Mingxian had bought an apartment in Magic City and even married a stunning wife, becoming the ultimate underdog success story back in their hometown. At the time, Wang Ze had just finished junior high. Wang Mingxian offered to transfer his school registration to Magic City under his address. Wang Ze's parents spent a whole night discussing it. They felt the favor was too big to accept, but for their son's future, they gritted their teeth and agreed. That decision marked the beginning of their nightmare because Wang Mingxian was a gambling addict, through and through. In the second semester of Wang Ze's senior year, Wang Mingxian returned from a voyage claiming to have found a great overseas business opportunity. He asked Wang Ze's father to lend him 300,000 yuan. That was his father's entire life savings. But since Wang Mingxian had always acted reliable, and out of gratitude for the school registration favor, Wang Ze's father reluctantly handed over the money. Shortly after, Wang Mingxian went on another voyage. This time, he returned asking for 200,000 more. But there was nothing left. Seeing his refusal, Wang Mingxian dropped the act and threatened to revoke Wang Ze's school registration. Desperate for his son's future, Wang Ze's father, a mere volunteer teacher, had no assets to mortgage. In a moment of despair, he embezzled public funds to gather the money. Wang Mingxian set sail again and was never heard from again. Later, from Zhang Wenjing, Wang Ze learned that Wang Mingxian had borrowed money from relatives, pawned their apartment, and even used her ID to take out a high-interest loan. At that moment, Wang Ze's father realized the truth: Wang Mingxian was never coming back to fix the financial hole at the school. Overcome with guilt, he spent a year in a daze before perishing in a landslide, never leaving the school or its students. 6 months later, Wang Ze's mother, suffering from severe depression, followed her husband in death. The weight of these memories had always crushed Wang Ze. But now, he had a second chance. This time, not only would he protect his family, but he'd also help his sister-in-law before life destroyed her. After all, Wang Mingxian was scum, but he sure married well. As Wang Ze waved his hand in the air, the world seemed to freeze. A glowing panel, visible only to him, flickered before his eyes. Films, none. Literary works, none. Music, when you are old, if the moon has come. Skills, master-level singing, master-level dance, master-level basketball. When fate gave him a second chance, it also gifted him something extra: a treasure trove of culture from a parallel world called Earth. This time, I will protect everyone. Chapter 2, just tell your dad we're staying overnight at an internet cafe. Sit on, over here. Wang Ze stood inside an upscale residential complex, shouting toward an upper-floor window. He had arranged to meet someone today. Wu Sitong, the school beauty of Magic City No. 10 High School, had fair skin and a gentle demeanor. Ever since she served as the flag bearer at a sports event in her sophomore year, she had unknowingly become the dream girl of countless male students. She was also Wang Ze's deskmate. Since they were both good-looking, they got along fairly well. It was normal for them to hang out on weekends. A window upstairs flashed as it reflected the light, and then a girl peeked out nervously. She placed a finger to her lips in a sure gesture, then crossed her index and middle fingers, signaling that she'd be down soon. Wang Ze didn't mind. He shut his mouth and even stepped back into the shadows, waiting patiently. Not long after, Wu Sitong appeared in her school uniform, standing in front of Wang Ze. My dad doesn't allow me to go out alone with male classmates. Next time, don't call out to me. Maybe because she was still young and full of collagen, her cheeks puffed out slightly into soft, round arcs when she spoke, making her look especially delicate and endearing. She was truly obedient, still wearing her school uniform even during the holidays. Wang Ze caught a whiff of her shampoo's fragrance. Even though he had been reborn for a week now, he still enjoyed this feeling of being surrounded by youthful energy. Next time, I'll just go upstairs and find you. I'll tell your dad we're staying overnight at an internet cafe. Wu Sitong walked alongside Wang Ze, exiting the residential complex. Not knowing how to respond to his joke, she awkwardly changed the subject. You usually sleep until noon on weekends. Why did you come looking for me so early today? Of course, there was a reason. Wang Mingxian would be returning from his overseas trip in 3 months, and that would kick off a series of events borrowing money, mortgaging properties, and more. 3 months. Wang Ze didn't he have time to waste on meaningless things? You signed up for the auditions of Perfect Heavenly Melody, right? I was worried you might not make it past the first round, so I came to help you out. Perfect Heavenly Melody was a music competition show funded by Penguin Media. It featured 6 A-list singers as resident mentors and held nationwide auditions, offering a massive 300,000 renminbi prize for successful challengers. Each episode allowed only 3 challengers. Those who succeeded in their challenges would replace one of the A-list mentors and face new challengers in the next round. Wu Sitong had a natural talent for singing, and it was also her dream. That's why she secretly signed up to see if she was suited for this career path. For Wang Ze, this was the perfect opportunity. His first goal was to help his sister-in-law pay for her mother's surgery, and to do that, he needed money. With an entertainment system in his hands, making money in showbiz was the easiest route. Perfect Heavenly Melody was extremely popular right now, making it a solid launchpad. As for why he insisted on teaming up with Wu Sitong, the Perfect Heavenly Melody audition fee was 3,000 renminbi. Wang Ze didn't he have 3,000 renminbi, so he had to tag along with Wu Sitong. You, help me, pass the auditions. How exactly? Wu Sitong hesitated as she spoke, her expression a mix of doubt and reluctance. It was so adorable. Wang Ze didn't he beat around the bush. Lately, I've been bursting with talent. I've written a bunch of new songs. Let us form a duo and crush the competition. Ever since his rebirth, Wang Ze had been hanging around her a lot, strengthening their bond beyond what it was in his previous life. Wu Sitong lowered her head as she walked, unsure how to refuse. A girl who can't even see her own toes while walking. Aren't you afraid of tripping? Wang Ze, sensing her seriousness, cracked a joke. Wu Sitong huffed. Then later, when I practice, you can try singing too. If you sound bad, I'm not taking you. Wang Ze smirked. If this were one of those cliché broken engagement novels, she'd be the first childhood sweetheart to get slapped in the face. In their past life, she only made it through the first audition round. After graduation, her family connections helped her become a second-tier singer, but she soon couldn't stand the dirty side of the industry and retired. And now, this innocent little rabbit dared to look down on him. Excuse me, I have master-level singing skills. All right. Let us find a recording studio later, and I'll give you a demo. Wang Ze had never had much pride when it came to women. When he was little, he'd kneel to his mom for 5 yuan. This was nothing in comparison. Recording studios cost money. The auditions are coming up soon, so don't waste Sitong's time. Here, Sitong, fresh pan-fried buns. Just as they crossed the intersection outside the residential complex, a male high school student, with his sweatpants tucked into his socks, suddenly appeared behind them. Pretending to be an athlete, he butted into their conversation like a ghost, flicking his neatly trimmed bangs as if he thought it made him look cool. Wang Ze glanced at him, then turned to Wu Sitong. You invited him. Wu Sitong looked a bit embarrassed. On my way here, a Rui texted me asking what I was doing today. I told him I was going to practice singing. Dailing Rui was their classmate and had liked Wu Sitong for 2 years but never confessed. Now, everything made sense. Wang Ze looked at Dailing Rui in disbelief. So, you got up early and waited for her at the intersection. It's Sunday, what if she slept in until noon? Dailing Rui scoffed at Wang Ze. So what if I waited all day? Sitong is my friend. She has a dream of singing, and I should support her wholeheartedly. He seemed proud as he spoke, shaking his head dramatically. His bangs swayed from side to side like a broom. Teenagers' aesthetics were truly questionable. They really thought this looked cool, just like how 90s kids once believed shaman hairstyles were peak fashion. This guy is not the villain. Wang Ze resisted the urge to punch him, reminding himself over and over again. He's just a devoted simp. In his previous life, he chased after Wu Sitong for 3 years without confessing. After giving up, he pursued a foreign student in college for 2 years. That time, he succeeded, though the student was from Thailand. Later, when Wang Ze lost contact with his classmates due to family matters, he wasn't sure how Dailing Rui's life turned out. All he remembered was that the guy had once posted a status update saying he changed his name to Dailing Jiao. Wu Sitong took the pan-fried buns, blushing as she handed one to Wang Ze before taking small bites herself. She knew that if she didn't accept it, Dailing Rui wouldn't let it go. He always did things like this, so she'd just transfer the money to him later. Holding up her phone, she signaled that she had sent the payment. Dailing Rui gave a subtle nod before turning to Wang Ze with a serious expression. What kind of filling do you like? Can you eat spicy food? I'll bring you some next time. Sitong can't get full on just half a portion. Wang Ze was torn between laughter and tears. This guy is something else. Well, since you like spending money, I'll give you the perfect opportunity soon. Chapter 3 Operation. Even in Shanghai, there are only a few people engaged in art. A few of them randomly found a recording studio on the roadside, pushed open the shabby glass door and entered the room. There was no customer inside. Hello, do we need to practice singing or record a new song? As soon as they entered the room, a middle-aged man with long hair and a beard came forward to greet them. Wang Ze spoke first. Which one is more expensive? The long-haired and bearded guy's eyes lit up. There was no way to make a living in music. The recording studio on the roadside had not had anyone in a week. It seemed like something big was going to happen this time. It's definitely more expensive to record songs. If you want to record songs, we can provide instruments, or we can find a teacher to accompany you on the spot. However, there will be some extra fees for finding a teacher. Wang Ze thought about it and decided not to go too far. Then let's record the song. No need for a teacher. Open a private room for us first and we'll settle the bill later. The guy with long hair and beard was not afraid of running away. After some operation on the computer, he handed Wang Ze a card that looked like a room card. $50 an hour, we're the most affordable studio nearby. It's at the end on the right, so go ahead. Brother Hu Ze also did some advertising. Following the guidance of the long-haired and bearded guy, Wang Ze and his companions walked to the recording studio. As soon as they entered the room, Wang Ze started touching around. A glass partition divides the room into two parts. The inner side has various musical instruments and recording equipment, while the outer side has only two stools and a small table top. It's normal to be curious since he hasn't been to a recording studio in his 2 lifetimes, but Dailing Rui insisted on pretending, acting very familiar with the place and even blaming Wang Ze. We are here to practice singing with Sitong. What are you doing? It would be embarrassing for Sitong if others saw us. Wang Ze smiled strangely. Even if he didn't regard you as a villain, it wouldn't be too much to trick you since you came out like this. He took out a stack of playing cards from his pocket, which Wang Ze had just bought on the roadside. Sitong is practicing singing, and we have nothing to do anyway, so let's play a few rounds, without truth or dare, just play big dare, how about it? Dailing Rui thought to himself, I just mocked you all the way outside, and you still have the mind to play games with me, how shameless you are. I don't know why Sitong would play with you. Afraid that Wang Ze would trick him, Dailing Rui thought for a moment and asked, how do we play? It's just simple blackjack, the loser does the punishment. The game of blackjack should be used all over the country. It is also called jack. You start with 2 cards and add them together to see how many points you get. If you think it is not enough, you can draw more cards. The closer to 21, the higher the score. If it exceeds 21, you lose. There is no issue of the banker when 2 people play, it is very fair. It is indeed boring to just wait in the recording studio, so Dailing Rui agreed. You go first. Dailing Rui said. He felt that he had the advantage of playing second hand as he could observe Wang Ze's expression. Wang Ze didn't care. The first 2 cards he had were 13 points. After thinking about it, he opened another card, which was a 5. 18 points should be stable. Seeing this, Dailing Rui also stepped forward to grab a card. After 2 cards, he grabbed another one, thought about it, and added another one. Show your cards. Wang Ze flipped over the 2 cards he had been holding, 18 points. Dailing Rui was very proud, 21, you lost. Wang Ze was so angry that he laughed when he saw Dailing Rui's cards. He had to open his 20 points again, and he was allowed to open a 1. It was not unfair for him to lose this time. I'm willing to accept the loss. Tell me what to do. Dailing Rui smiled sinisterly, it's not difficult for you, just go to Sitong and learn to bark like a dog. This kid wants Wang Ze to lose all his image in Wu Sitong's eyes. Wang Ze didn't care, but he still pretended to be reluctant, I did it, what if you don't do it later? Dialing Rui was afraid that Wang Ze would cheat, so he widened his eyes and said, whoever can't afford to play will die. Wang Ze walked into the room with a helpless look on his face. Woof woof woof. Wu Sitong, who was practicing singing, patted him on the shoulder and said, stop making trouble. Wang Ze walked out, and Dialing Rui outside was already stunned. Why was it different from what he thought? Can the goddess touch his shoulder if he barks like a dog? Then I will bark too. Come on, continue. You go first. Wang Ze sat back at the table. Dialing Rui grabbed 2 cards in anger, thinking that he would play bigger this time if he won, so he grabbed another one, and then another one, and another one. Dialing Rui's face changed, but he quickly pretended to be calm again. He still had hope in himself, just in case Wang Ze also exploded later. Wang Ze smiled and grabbed 2 cards from the deck, showing them 7. Dialing Rui had an expression like he was eating a fly. I exploded, you tell me what to do. Go and settle the bill. Cuckoo cuckoo cuckoo. When Wu Sitong finished singing a song, she happened to hear Wang Ze's daredevil condition, and a series of laughter echoed throughout the room through the microphone. Wang Ze, stop making trouble. Wu Sitong suppressed her laughter and spoke with a tone that sounded somewhat reproachful, but to Dialing Rui's ears, her tone clearly contained a bit of doting. I can't stand it anymore. It's fine if Wu Sitong doesn't say anything. Once she opens her mouth, the money must be paid. Brother Dai will be so proud. Dialing Rui rushed out of the door with an attitude that no one could stop him. Under Hu Zige's surprised gaze, he handed him 3 red bills and scanned 200 yuan with his mobile phone. After returning to their house, he was very imposing and said to Wu Sitong with a hint of asking for credit, Sitong, come back to practice tomorrow if you have time. I've charged you 10 hours. After saying that, he turned to look at Wang Ze and said viciously, come again. Wang Ze didn't cheat. After opening 2 cards and seeing that it was 10 points, he opened another one and stopped when it was 16 points. Dialing Rui stepped forward and drew 3 cards, then another, and then another. You drive. Dialing Rui blushed. 16 points. Wang Ze showed the cards to Dialing Rui. The most fearful thing when playing with this thing is to get high. If you get high, you will explode. Dialing Rui blushed and said, I exploded. You tell me what to do. Wang Ze, then I'll tell you. Dialing Rui, just say it, whoever can't afford it will die. He is still preparing to find a place for the next game. Wang Ze cleared his throat. You, run home now. Wu Sitong in the room was stunned, and then the sound of cuckoo 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 spread throughout the room again. There was also a burst of laughter coming from outside. The guy with long hair and beard loved to watch the fun. After he found out that the two were not getting along, he kept eavesdropping outside. Dialing Rui was so angry that his lips twitched. How could he leave Wang Ze here alone when the goddess was still here? He wanted to cheat. Wang Ze took out his cell phone. Auntie's calling. I'll ask her how she is doing. Dialing Rui left. Before he left, Wang Ze called out from behind, I have to practice singing with Sitong later. Let's continue playing tomorrow. Let's extend our room for another day. Broken heart. The clan is gone, and Wang Ze has to start doing real work. Sitong, I'll call them in to help. I'll sing a new song for you. If you think it sounds good, we can form a group. How about that? Wu Sitong would not refuse Wang Ze. She nodded, stopped and waited. Wang Ze shouted in the corridor, and the guy with long hair and beard came over with the guy with short hair and beard. Do you need help? The long-haired and bearded guy asked. Chapter 4 I'm attracted by you. The guy with long hair and beard is called Liang Hongwei, and the guy with short hair and beard is called Xin Xiaoyang. After the two entered the house, Wang Ze did not directly tell them his purpose, but chatted with them casually. After learning that the 2 men were former wage earners who pooled their money to open this store, and that their performance was very poor, Wang Ze felt that their conditions met his expectations and spoke out his purpose. We formed a group to participate in the audition. We had a lot of new songs to record, but we didn't have a team. We'll work together later and just play a new song without recording. You can decide the price based on the result. How do you think? Liang Hongwei didn't think that this high school student could come up with any good songs, but the 2 of them had just gotten along very well, and since there was no work in the recording studio, he was happy to find something to do, so he nodded and agreed. Seeing that he agreed, Wang Ze grabbed a pen and paper and wrote 2 pieces of music and handed them to the two of them. All the information about the songs rewarded by the system was in his mind, so he could naturally come up with them at this moment. It looks pretty good. Sheng Xiaoyang smiled at Liang Hongwei. Liang Hongwei responded with a smile and took the music score from Wang Ze. At this moment, the two of them were still very relaxed, as if they were watching a lively event. But they soon stopped laughing, because they suddenly discovered that when they simulated these melodies in their minds, the sounds were unexpectedly beautiful. Putting away his smile, Liang Hongwei walked to the piano, and Sheng Xiaoyang picked up a guitar. Just start directly. Wang Ze gestured to the two. So Liang Hongwei slowly pressed the piano keys, and Sheng Xiaoyang joined in at the right time. The two echoed each other, and the artistic conception immediately emerged. A feeling of tranquility, romance and peace came to the face. It's really so beautiful. Liang Hongwei was halfway through playing the piano when he was surprised by his own performance, and he would soon become more and more surprised because Wang Ze spoke. When you are old. Their hair is white. I feel sleepy. Open your mouth and it will be crisp. Liang Xing and the other person shuddered at the same time. It was a clean, clear and penetrating sound that was extremely lacking in the market. Moreover, his singing skills were strong enough, with almost no vibrato or lack of strength. The two looked at each other, their expressions became more serious, and they listened carefully to every word of Wang Ze's lyrics. When you are old. I can't walk anymore. Dozing by the fire. Reminiscing about youth. The voice transformed by master-level singing skills is very rare. The perfect voice and the meaningful lyrics instantly bring everyone into the atmosphere. Fuck. Liang Hongwei's fingers even paused for a moment while playing the piano, and he uttered a curse word. His singing skills for these few lines were even better than those of the top-tier singers. Sheng Xiaoyang slapped him on the back of the head, with a warning in his eyes, don't disturb me while I'm listening to music. Wu Sitong just listened to the song quietly and closed her eyes. Her image of herself when she was old seemed to appear in her mind. It was in an old house. It was snowing heavily outside the window. I was sitting on a recliner with a blanket covering my knees. The flames from the fireplace were burning my face. Someone stretched out his hand to shield me from the flames and tucked his scattered hair behind his ears. That person's face seemed to be Wang Ze. Wang Ze leaned back slightly, and a perfect and natural high note came out. How many people loved you in your youth? Adore your beauty. False or sincere? Only one person still loves your pious soul. Love the wrinkles on your old face. The accompaniment came to an abrupt end, because this was the end of the music score Wang Ze gave the two of them. Since it was the first time they met, it was better to be on guard. The room was silent. Wang Ze saw Liang Hongwei's surprised expression, raised his eyebrows and joked with him, asking, "Niu boyi?" Liang Hongwei nodded silently, awesome. Wang Ze turned his head and looked at Wu Sitong with satisfaction, does it sound good? Wu Sitong nodded, it sounds good. Wang Ze asked again, we are going to audition together, are you confident? Wu Sitong nodded blankly, yes. She couldn't hear what Wang Ze was asking. Her little head was in a mess, with two thoughts constantly switching between them. Wang Ze's lyrics are really good, better than the Chinese teachers, it's like a poem. Is he going to pursue me? This song couldn't be written for me, right? What should I do? So good. Wang Ze expressed satisfaction with Wu Sitong's reaction, and the matter of getting the registration fee should be settled. Wow. This is really amazing. Is this song finished? Can we do the soundtrack? Liang Hongwei finally came out of his shock and shouted excitedly to Wang Ze. Wang Ze made a shushing gesture and modestly opened his hands to shoo the two out, let's talk outside. Don't disturb my partner's singing practice. It's 50 yuan an hour. Wu Sitong walked back to the inside of the partition, avoiding the sight of several people, her face red, and no one knew what she was thinking. Outside the house, Wang Ze took out an A4 paper covered with musical notes from his pocket and said to Liang Hongwei and others, we'll talk about the dubbing of the song later. See how long it will take to finish this one. It has been decided that he and Wu Sitong will participate in the audition together. Now he has to ensure that the two of them can advance and win the prize. Liang Hongwei took the A4 paper and looked at it for a while, your music score is very complete. One day is enough. The main thing is to find musical instruments, otherwise it will be finished in a while. Wang Ze nodded. If we cooperate, how much will it cost? Liang Hongwei asked, will you give us your signature? We won't charge for it. As a veteran who has been in the recording studio for many years, he can tell the quality of a song at a glance. For such a top-notch work, the production cost does not matter at all. Becoming famous is the most important thing. This was also what Wang Ze meant. He asked them to come into their house just now, not to show off in front of them, but to get something for free. Free registration fee, free recording studio, free music production. Now that his goal has been achieved, how could he not agree? Lend me your computer so I can register the copyrights for these 2 songs. I don't trust you. It's all because they have no money. Liang Hongwei handed the notebook to Wang Ze speechlessly. He didn't know how this young man who is still in school got so many ideas. He could say everything openly and make people feel not embarrassed. It takes some skill. Wang Ze worked on the computer for a long time and finally completed the copyright registration. Then he handed back the A4 paper he had just taken out. You guys do it. Once you have both songs finished, I will go back to guide my partner in singing practice. Liang Hongwei and Xing Xiaoyang were busy looking for musical instruments and gathering people to record, while Wang Ze stayed in the recording studio with Wu Sitong until the evening. Wu Sitong's face was red until she got home, and she even forgot about inviting Wang Ze to eat hamburgers in the evening. The girl's face was always filled with the words, I'm attracted to you. Wang Ze just smiled when he saw this. No woman can resist the song when you are old, especially a 17 or 18-year-old girl. It is normal to be confused for 2 days when listening to it live. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when I got home. Wang Mingxian was not at home. He was going out to sea tomorrow. He should be hanging out outside tonight and would not come back. Zhang Wenjing hasn't come back yet either. Wang Ze put the roasted pig's trotters he bought on the road on the table, turned around and went back to sleep, thinking to himself, you should stay in the hospital for 2 more days. After these few days, you have to serve me like your ancestor. Chapter 5, You're better than your brother. It was already 1 in the morning when Zhang Wenjing got home. Her mother had been vomiting a lot today, and the side effects of dialysis were too severe. She was worried about leaving the caregiver to take care of her, so she could only wait until she fell asleep before leaving. The shabby security door was a bit difficult to pull up. After entering the house, Zhang Wenjing did not put her shoes neatly in place as she did before. Instead, she casually kicked off her flat shoes and was too lazy to take off her stockings. She just walked into their house in her soft-soled slippers. She had tried her best to dress normally, wearing an ordinary white shirt, an ordinary grey knee-length skirt, thin flesh-colored stockings and a pair of pointed flat shoes, just to avoid unnecessary trouble. But what she didn't expect was that this kind of dress was actually favored by many men. In the hospital, 3 more people asked her for her contact information than yesterday. She was really annoyed by those men with big bellies, wearing branded gold watches and claiming to be social elites. Her experience with Wang Mingxian made her no longer interested in men. Turning on the light in the living room, there was no sign of Wang Mingxian on the sofa, but the cigarette as she had shaken off on the coffee table before leaving, the water stains on the soles of his slippers after taking a shower, and the messy bedding and bath towels on the floor all added a bit of helplessness to Zhang Wenjing's tired face. Zhang Wenjing, who had just been discharged from the hospital, sighed softly. He could only muster up his energy and clean up the mess in his house. We are just living together reluctantly, and he can't stay at home for 2 days, so just be patient. First, pick up the scattered bedding on the floor and put it in the cabinet under the coffee table. Then take the bath towel to the bathroom, take a mop to wipe the water stains on the floor, and then take a rag to wipe the cigarette ash on the coffee table. After wiping the coffee table, she thought that Wang Mingxian didn't know how to wipe the table after dinner, so she wanted to wipe the dining table as well. When she got to the table, she saw the roasted pig's trotter wrapped in paper in the plastic bag. Zhang Wenjing, a girl from Sichuan and Chongqing, used to love eating roasted pig's trotters. But after arriving in Shanghai, prices were too high and Wang Mingxian often didn't give her living expenses. Gradually, she forgot what she liked to eat and only bought affordable things to take home. You're the only one who still cares about me. Zhang Wenjing's eyes became moist as she looked at the roasted pig's trotters. She took 1 bite and it was very spicy. She couldn't hold back her tears. Mad, I'm not going to do it today. I'll talk about it tomorrow. After eating the roasted pig's trotters, Zhang Wenjing threw down the rag and went straight back to the room, changed into her nightgown and went to sleep. Wang Ze had already been woken up by her by this time. He had to replace the old mop that made that squeaking sound sooner or later. It was more annoying than a mosquito. Although he was in a bad mood when he woke up, Wang Ze looked at his phone and found that it was already past 1 o'clock. He was really worried, so he forced himself to get up and go see Zhang Wenjing. When he pushed the door open, Zhang Wenjing was actually not asleep yet, but she was too tired today and didn't bother to pay attention to Wang Ze. She just lay in the quilt to see what Wang Ze was going to do. So this was the scene Wang Ze saw when he entered the room. Stockings and short skirts scattered on the floor, a white shirt draped over the foot of the bed, leftover pig's trotter bones on the bedside table, and my sister-in-law lying on the bed in a grey nightgown. My sister-in-law is a very clean person. There is always a faint fragrance in her room, so today's situation is very abnormal. In the past, she would never allow food waste with such a strong smell in her room. Wang Ze was a little worried, so he tiptoed and lifted a corner of the quilt, wanting to take a look at Zhang Wenjing. Zhang Wenjing's heart was beating wildly at this moment. A week ago, she found that Wang Ze had become much bolder and dared to make jokes to her that he had not dared to make before. Today, he was even bold enough to break into her room. What was he going to do, pretend to be her brother? The sleepiness that had just brewed faded away, and Zhang Wenjing anxiously waited for Wang Ze's next move. However, she found that after Wang Ze glanced at her, he actually took 2 steps back, and then there was a sound of bottles and jars colliding. What is he fiddling with on my bedside table? Zhang Wenjing felt even more nervous. She was worried that her nightgown was too short and the edge of her underwear would be exposed, and whether Wang Ze would lose control. What is he doing? My face felt a little cold. He actually got the upper hand. Makeup remover? This idiot, is he removing my makeup? Zhang Wenjing tried her best to control her facial expression and barely managed to keep the corners of her mouth from rising. She wanted to laugh, but she also wanted to curse. You bastard, you're better than your brother. Zhang Wenjing, feeling relieved, fell into a deep sleep under Wang Ze's care. She was really exhausted today. Wang Ze looked at his sister-in-law's pretty face, which was gradually becoming clean, and nodded with satisfaction. This is how it looks. Her looks are top-notch in the increasingly popular married woman competition. Why does she need to wear such heavy makeup? Zhang Wenjing is indeed pretty and charming. It would be considered marrying above her station for Wang Mingxian to marry her. If we had to talk about a good match, only Wang Ze, who has a unique and handsome appearance, can be compared with her. The next day, Wang Ze woke up in Zhang Wenjing's room, which was a treatment Wang Mingxian had not had in nearly 2 years. When he arrived at the dinner table, facing Zhang Wenjing with a calm face, Wang Ze would not say anything like, "You were holding my arm and not letting me go," or any other embarrassing nonsense. "It's my second sister-in-law's turn today, are you still going to deliver food to her in the evening?" Wang Ze took a mouthful of porridge and asked Zhang Wenjing. Zhang Wenjing has 3 children. Her second sister-in-law is from her second brother's family, so Wang Ze also calls her that. Zhang Wenjing threw the scattered garbage on the table into the bucket. "I won't go to deliver food, just watch them feed my mother fried chicken. Anyway, I don't have to go to work, so it's fine to stay at home." She used to have a job as a community grid worker. Ever since Zhang's mother came to Shanghai for treatment for mid-stage lung cancer, she couldn't stand her 2 sisters-in-law being reluctant to serve their mother, so she suspended her job. Wang Ze put his school bag on his shoulders and said, "Your fate is to be tired. If you get tired in the hospital and then go home and complain, your 2 brothers will benefit from it." Zhang Wenjing slammed her chopsticks on the table and was about to start scolding, but Wang Ze was no longer in the room. She could only feel wronged herself. "You have no conscience. When have I ever complained to you? I have never delayed cooking." Wang Ze was jogging along the sidewalk. He lived 1.5 kilometers away from the school. He had not taken the bus since his rebirth and he really enjoyed the feeling of getting up early and having a burst of energy. My sister-in-law will have to bear it for a while at home. Wang Ze thought about it, with a slight smile on his lips. He did it on purpose. Zhang Wenjing seemed calm during the meal and didn't mention a word about the fact that they slept together yesterday, but Wang Ze clearly saw that she was bound up with underwear under her thin nightgown. How can this be acceptable? It doesn't look like a homely place at all. This bad habit must be suppressed. Emotions need to be pulled together, including everything else. Go full throttle from the start and tell Zhang Wenjing that Wang Mingxian is a gambler and he will drain you to the point of being broke in less than a year. My eldest brother is not available, so I will come and help you get the money for your aunt's dialysis in a few days. Will she be touched? She was not moved at all. She would even invite a Taoist priest to come to her house to check on the child, suspecting that the child was possessed by a demon. But it would be different if there was a foreplay. First, suppress her twice to make her feel wronged and misunderstood. Then, give her a little sweetness. At the same time, let her discover some signs of Wang Mingxuan's suicide. Finally, give her another wave of support. Only then will she release her emotions, and maybe even release something else. There are many mysteries involved, which cannot be compared with stupid tricks like pretending to forget the birthday and then suddenly taking out a gift. Passing by a breakfast stall, Wang Ze slowed down and bought a pancake without egg, just some shredded potatoes. The big fish were ignored, the small fish were attracted yesterday, and we will continue to heat them up today. It's very easy. Wang Ze was holding the pancake, feeling a little dissatisfied because there was not enough fish. Chapter 6. Pull as much as you want. Wang Ze walked into the classroom and saw that Wu Sitong's eyelids were drooping. After returning home, the girl kept wondering whether the song he sang yesterday was written for her. But when she saw Wang Ze walking towards her, she couldn't bring herself to ask. Here, eat quickly, the teacher will be here soon. Wu Sitong handed Wang Ze a bag of buns, a leftover fried dough stick, and a cup of soy milk. While Dai Lingrui bought breakfast for Wu Sitong, he actually brought a portion of beef fried dumplings for Wang Ze, which was spicy. Wang Ze took it and naturally threw the pancake to Dai Lingrui at the back table. Although nothing was said during the whole process, the meaning was conveyed. I was afraid that you didn't have breakfast, so I bought you a pancake, but the dog got it first, so I ate what you left and gave the pancake to the dog to repay the favor. Wu Sitong felt the same dazed feeling she had yesterday after listening to the song. Dai Lingrui took the pancake and couldn't understand why Wang Ze would repay the favor for the goddess. However, he hated all the men around the goddess equally, and thought it would be a waste not to take advantage of Wang Ze, so he opened the plastic bag and took a big bite. Damn, there are only shredded potatoes in the pancakes, and you don't even add an egg. Noticing Dai Lingrui's resentful look, Wang Ze suddenly lowered his head to read. Pretend that the teacher is here. Dai Lingrui hurriedly put away the pancakes and pretended to read a book. After a long time, he dared to look up and looked around, but the teacher didn't come. You're in your third year of high school and you're still making jokes like this, you're such a kid. Dai Lingrui was angry. You're a senior in high school, and you dare to disturb your classmates' morning classes. Come to my office. This time the teacher really came. When Dai Lingrui was leaving, he looked at Wang Ze with an even more resentful look, and Wu Sitong next to him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wang Ze has become different since a week ago. Although he used to be very interesting, he didn't seem to be so likable. After enduring a boring day of classes, Wang Ze and Wu Sitong skipped the evening study class. Anyway, there are still more than 300 geniuses taking the college entrance examination, and both of them are good at studying. The teacher won't punish them too severely if they catch them, so there is not much pressure to skip classes. Wang Ze also wanted to be a good boy, but time was too tight. Liang Hongwei said at noon that the recording was completed, so he had to go over quickly to check it and make some changes to the bad parts. We also need to give Wu Sitong some time to practice singing. After all, Wang Ze is preparing a new song, and no matter how outstanding Wu Sitong's voice is, she will need a few days to get familiar with it. When the two walked into the recording studio, only Liang Hongwei and Xing Xiaoyang were in the room. As soon as they entered the room, they heard Liang Hongwei complaining. Can't your school give us a class off? The music was ready at noon, and Lei Zi and the others waited from noon to 7:30 just to listen to the lyrics of this song. Lei Zi is the lead singer of the band who is always in the recording studio and gets along well with Wang Ze. Where are the others? Wang Ze asked. Xing Xiaoyang said, they have accepted the job of the bar and must open at 8 o'clock. They can't wait. Wang Ze nodded and was about to ask for a listen to the demo when the door of the recording studio opened. The person who came was Jiang Yang, who was from the school sports team. He was very tall and was considered Wang Ze's best friend in school. I heard from Dai Lingrui that you were going to participate in the audition. I was afraid that you might be cheated, so I followed you to see for myself. Jiang Yang is a man of few words and a bit introverted, but he is a very righteous person. In his previous life, when Wang Ze's family was in trouble and heavily in debt, he was the only one who came to visit, leaving 5,000 yuan and leaving. Wang Ze smiled and hugged Jiang Yang, which made Jiang Yang feel very uncomfortable. Okay, it's a good opportunity for me to show you. Mr. Liang, let's go. Liang Hongwei simply locked the door of the store. This shabby place only had a few customers coming in a day. The important thing was for Wang Ze, who was on the list, to become famous as soon as possible. Arriving at the small cubicle in the recording studio, Wang Ze first listened to the accompaniment, wrote down 2 places that needed modification, and then threw a piece of A4 paper to Wu Sitong and asked her to practice first. There are only Wu Sitong's lyrics on paper. Wang Ze has the support of the system and can perform stably without practice. He leaves this freshness to Wu Sitong, and maybe he can raise her condition to a higher level on the stage. Wu Sitong looked at the lyrics and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The mood was poetic and her Chinese teacher would definitely be pleased. Seeing that Wang Ze had no intention of joining in, Wu Sitong familiarized herself with the lyrics and walked into the recording studio partition by herself. After signaling to Liang Hongwei that she was ready, she listened attentively to the accompaniment and, with the help of Wang Ze's eyes, got into the rhythm perfectly. Listening to Wu Sitong's singing, Liang Hongwei and Xing Xiaoyang looked at each other. The surprise in their hearts was beyond words. Even without Wang Ze's participation, the song is still not complete, but just from Wu Sitong's singing, the two can hear that the quality of the song is very high. Wang Ze's singing skills are more than 1 level higher than Wu Sitong's. If he joins in, I'm rich. Xing Xiaoyang exclaimed. Liang Hongwei echoed, this is a real thigh. Jiang Yang looked at the two of them strangely. Is it that exaggerated? In the opinion of Jiang Yang, who usually doesn't like listening to music, Wu Sitong's singing of this song can only be said to be good. As for how good it is, in the world of the strong man Jiang Yang, a song can only be good or bad, there are no other options. However, after hearing a nice song, he felt relieved. At least Wang Ze was not cheated. As for the auditions, just go for it if you want to have fun. It is impossible for him to spend money anyway. Well, rebirth only gave Wang Ze vision and courage. As for the trait of being mean, it was innate to him. He has been like this since he was a child. Jiang Yang understands it very well. Jiang Yang left, and Wu Sitong sang over and over again, with Wang Ze helping her correct her. However, the two of them did not continue until very late, and neither of their parents knew about their participation in the audition. They had to go home by the time the evening self-study session was over, otherwise they would not be able to explain. After sending Wu Sitong downstairs to her home, it was almost 11 o'clock when Wang Ze returned to his own house. He opened the door very carefully, trying to avoid making any noise, but after entering the house, he found that he was worrying too much, as there was no one at home. Wu Fengqin is going a bit too far. Zhang Wenjing's second sister-in-law is Wu Fengqin. Let my sister-in-law stay in the hospital so late again. Something bad must have happened. I pressed it once this morning, and her family should have pressed it again in the hospital, so let's do it later. Wang Ze thought to himself. It's not that he is heartless and has to play tricks on his sister-in-law, but time is running out. When Wang Mingxian comes back from this trip to the sea, the holes in his body will be so big that they cannot be filled. The process will take about 3 months. What he had to do was to erase the original image of himself as a child in Zhang Wenjing's mind within 3 months and make her trust him completely. The easiest way to make her trust him completely is to make his sister-in-law his own. This kind of thing requires some tricks. Fortunately, Wang Ze has some talent for being a scumbag, 99% of which is his image, and 0.1% is his operation. He started working in the kitchen, very skillfully, and got everything done in less than half an hour. Then he packed the food and put it in the freezer, piled the used kitchen utensils haphazardly in the sink, and finally turned off all the lights and went back to the room to pretend to be asleep, but in fact he was hiding in the quilt, playing with his mobile phone with his ears perked up. Just after midnight, Wang Ze's ears moved and he quickly stuffed his phone under his pillow. Zhang Wenjing is back and the operation begins. Chapter 7. Do you think I'm just talking nonsense? Zhang Wenjing felt even more tired than yesterday. Yesterday I was physically tired from a lot of physical activity, and today I am mentally tired. When we went to the hospital at noon, not only the second sister-in-law was in the ward, but the eldest sister-in-law was also there. When the two saw Zhang Wenjing coming, they both implied that they were short of money and there was not much money left at home. But it was clearly agreed that the three families would take turns. The last time, my second brother said that last year's rice had not been sold yet, and the family had just bought fertilizer, and he had already helped pay for dialysis once. This time, it was the eldest sister-in-law who wanted to make up for it because she saw that her family didn't get the upper hand, but Zhang Wenjing was obviously more nervous than them. Wang Mingxian stopped giving living expenses to his family 2 years ago, and all the expenses of the family, big or small, are paid from his meager salary. Although Wang Ze's parents paid for his pocket money and he didn't have to worry about it himself, his monthly salary of more than 4,000 yuan did not leave much after deducting living expenses. The savings from these years are only enough to support my mother's 2 more treatments, and I still have to make a living. At some moments, Zhang Wenjing really thought about giving up, but her mother's illness was not fatal at all. After 2 more stages of chemotherapy and when all indicators stabilized, an operation might even allow her to return to normal. How could Zhang Wenjing bear this? Was she going to let her mother give up her life just for the cost of an operation? At this moment, Zhang Wenjing even felt a little resentful towards Wang Mingxian. If the 2 of them lived a good life, a dual-income family could easily afford these expenses. She was so exhausted both physically and mentally that she even forgot to open the door quietly. When the shabby security door hit the door frame with a bang, she remembered not to disturb Wang Ze's sleep, and her movements became gentler. Because of what happened yesterday, Zhang Wenjing wore a loose sportswear today to hide her perfect figure, and she also wore a pair of sneakers that she could take off with a flick of her hand. After changing into slippers, Zhang Wenjing saw that no one was moving in the living room and thought that this might be the only satisfactory thing today. This time, Wang Mingxian stayed at home for 3 days and stayed outside for 2 nights. He left quietly and only sent himself a text message. Zhang Wenjing really enjoys this widowed state. It would be even better if she wasn't at home during the day next time she comes back, so she doesn't have to wash an extra pair of dishes. I took a look at the dining table and saw that the roasted pig's trotter that I had been looking forward to all day was not there. It turned out that this bastard has no conscience and only cares about people once in a while. Zhang Wenjing hadn't eaten since 4 in the afternoon and was already starving, so she thought of going to the kitchen to get something to eat. After all, no matter how bad her mood was, she had to take care of herself. But as soon as she turned her head, the scene she saw made her breath catch in her chest. I can't say I'm angry, nor can I say I'm sad. Anyway, I'm a little disappointed. I thought someone understood me, someone cared about me, and I thought. Wearing plastic gloves, Zhang Wenjing turned on the faucet and began to clean the kitchen. She was surprisingly calm, or even numb, as she had become accustomed to the responsibilities imposed on her by life. After cleaning up the kitchen, I didn't have the heart to make myself a decent meal. I remembered there were 20 pieces of hand-pulled pancakes worth $12 in the refrigerator, so I just made do with one. When she opened the refrigerator, the scene inside made her freeze. Stir-fried spicy chicken, green vegetables with garlic sauce, egg custard. You bastard, you're really going to die. Zhang Wenjing exhaled, and the feeling of blockage in her heart completely disappeared. She instantly imagined the scene of Wang Ze after school. Worried that my sister-in-law hadn't eaten in the hospital, I enthusiastically bought some vegetables on the way home. Then I clumsily cleaned the ingredients and used various cooking utensils to barely cook the dishes. Then I kept waiting at home, but my sister-in-law didn't come back. I was so sleepy that I could only put the vegetables in the refrigerator. A stupid person who has no common sense, he didn't even know that the vegetables need to be kept fresh, and he forgot to clean up the kitchen. How could she know that Wang Ze was afraid that the food would not cool down if it was kept in the fresh-keeping container for too short a time? Otherwise Zhang Wenjing would not have had this imagination. You bastard, if you haven't slept yet, come out and eat with me. Wang Ze stuck his head out from under the quilt and saw Zhang Wenjing in her nightgown, half leaning against the door frame, shaking a spoon in her hand. All right. Judging from the body shape, the restraint inside the nightgown is no longer there. You should replace the spoon with a goblet and put some red wine in it. It will be much more stylish than it is now. Wang Ze complained that Zhang Wenjing's basic personality was, after all, lively and cheerful. If she hadn't been ravaged by life, she would have been the most dazzling urban beauty, and it would have been comfortable to get along with her like that. By the way, is Wang Mingxian blind? He leaves his sister-in-law like this at home and goes out to be a gambler? At the dinner table, Zhang Wenjing tasted every dish, then knocked Wang Ze on the forehead with a chopstick, You bastard, it's been 3 years, and I only found out today that you can cook. You're so lazy. Wang Ze smiled and said, my parents have been teaching in the mountains. My grandparents are the only ones at home. They have land to farm. Guess why I didn't starve to death when I was a child? Zhang Wenjing hit him with his chopsticks again, and then thought about how her own experience as a child was similar to his. When she was in elementary school, she had to cook for her 2 brothers. The pain was indescribable, and she also felt sorry for Wang Ze. Cooking was tiring when I was a kid. I remember I couldn't even reach the stove. Wang Ze also served himself a bowl of rice. Why are you so tired? I've only done it 3 times in total. Later I said that cooking would interfere with my studies, so I had to go to make up for it. Zhang Wenjing asked, isn't it more tiring to take extra classes? Wang Ze shook his head, it's fun to take tutoring classes. Not only do I not have to cook, but I also have extra money for tutoring classes. Geese, goose, goose. Zhang Wenjing forgot to chew the rice in her mouth. Haven't you ever been caught? Wang Ze said, if I get caught, I'll apologize and admit my mistakes. My parents live far away, and my grandparents can't bear to beat me. What if your parents come home? I just had to get beaten when I got home. My mom said she didn't need to apologize. I never knew I was wrong, I just knew I was going to get beaten. Puff. Zhang Wenjing's bad mood of the day disappeared completely, and now she just thought that dogs were really funny. This one do. Wang Ze quickly pulled him aside and said, my brother left directly. Zhang Wenjing's expression suddenly turned cold. Let's go. This time is better than last time. He even sent me a text message before boarding the ship, har har. Wang Ze nodded. How is auntie doing? Will she go to the hospital tomorrow? Zhang Wenjing wanted to shake her head and say no, but she was afraid that her eldest brother's family really wouldn't pay for the chemotherapy this time, so she looked hesitant. Is their condition taking a turn for the worse? Wang Ze asked. Zhang Wenjing also wanted to talk about it, so she shook her head and said, no, the doctor said all indicators are very good, and we can have the surgery after 2 more courses of treatment. Wang Ze asked again, then why are you like this? Isn't this a good thing? The bastard knew very well that Zhang Wenjing had no money. She was at this stage in her previous life. The families of her eldest brother and second brother thought that this disease was a bottomless pit and refused to take any more money. Zhang Wenjing's savings were exhausted, and her mother had to stop treatment. She eventually died of illness at home. Zhang Wenjing's eyes lost focus. The money may not be enough. My eldest brother and second brother's families don't want to take any more money. Xiaozer, what should I do? She might have wanted to hear an answer from Wang Ze that would persuade her to give up, such as everyone has their own destiny, but Wang Ze didn't do that. He said, everything will turn out well in the end. If it's not good for now, it means it's not the end yet. Zhang Wenjing looked at Wang Ze, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Wang Ze curled his lips and thought, you think I'm a big talker, right? You think I can talk without any worries, right? Don't be impatient, in 2 days I will let you know that I am Wang Dapao. Chapter 8 Kick Me in the Face. Wang Ze did not stay in Zhang Wenjing's room last night. It's okay to play it once by accident. Playing it too much will arouse Zhang Wenjing's guard, and the time for her to break down will come later. Zhang Wenjing still went to the hospital today. She had no way to break the deadlock and could only wait by her mother's side. This way, even if she gave up in the end, she would have fewer regrets. Wang Ze understood her thoughts. Although he felt a little distressed, this was also a good thing. The more difficult her life was now, the heavier her hatred towards Wang Mingxian would be in her subconscious. The more emotions she accumulated, the more pleasure she would feel when she pushed Wang Mingxian into the fire pit in the future. Besides, he is indeed a little too busy now. Studying is still a very important thing in the senior year of high school. He wants to try his best to get into a 985 university, which will make the whole family happy. During this period, he also took time to secretly visit the hospital where Zhang Wenjing's mother was being treated. He also asked the attending physician for some information to make sure that the old lady was in safe condition before he felt relieved. After all, disease is unpredictable. Don't rush into it, or there will be a butterfly effect that may kill the old lady. In addition to that, he spent time in the recording studio with Wu Sitong. The auditions were about to begin, and it was not easy to practice a new song in just a few days. Fortunately, there was a master like Wang Ze to guide him, which gave Wu Sitong more confidence. It was not until the night before the auditions that the two of them skipped class again and came to the recording studio, and Wu Sitong handed Wang Ze a bag. "What the hell?" Wang Ze asked. Liang Hongwei and Xing Xiaoyang also leaned over. Wu Sitong blushed again. She didn't know why this girl was so full of energy. Clothes. The audition will be broadcast live tomorrow. Don't wear tattered clothes and go on stage with me. Although Wang Ze's clothes were not expensive, they were definitely clean and not tattered. Wu Sitong said this with the intention of concealing her feelings. Liang Hongwei and Xing Xiaoyang shouted at the side. They have become familiar with each other in the past few days. The two middle-aged uncles looked even more unserious, as if they were establishing the image of old gangsters. Wang Ze smiled and said, "Sports brands are very expensive. I hope Uncle won't be angry if he finds out." Wu Sitong shook her head. "My sister knew I was going to the audition and secretly sponsored me." Wu Sitong has an older sister who is 7 years older than her. Wang Ze has some impression of her. "What's your sister's name?" "It's also Wu something Tong, right?" Wu Sitong nodded. "My sister's name is Wu Niantong." Liang Hongwei seemed to smell the sour smell of love. "Your father is quite romantic. What's your mother's name, Tong?" Wu Sitong blushed again, this time out of anger. "My mother's name is Liu Caixia." Liang Hongwei laughed and scolded. "It turns out that it is not romance, but infatuation." On the last night of practice, Wang Ze still didn't open his voice, but Wu Sitong's level soared, reaching the level of a first-line singer. There may still be a gap between her and the real singers, but it doesn't matter, because Wang Ze is there to help her. Before leaving, seeing Liang Hongwei and the other two eagerly looking forward to something, Wang Ze couldn't help laughing. "Let's go together tomorrow, bring your instruments and discuss with the program team, and you can perform the accompaniment on the spot." Liang Hongwei was so happy that it was like his wife had given birth to a son for him, and he insisted on taking Wang Ze and the other man out for a midnight snack. Wang Ze's face was filled with disdain. "If you didn't know we were going to the audition tomorrow, you would have had to wait 2 years before saying this. You owe it to me, and we'll have a celebratory drink after the audition." Liang Hongwei scratched the back of his head and cursed himself for being so polite to him. He should have known how shameless he was. After sending Wu Sitong downstairs to her home, Wang Ze asked before leaving, "Please take a leave for tomorrow afternoon, so that your parents won't be called in." Wang Ze and his friend will be on stage tomorrow at 8 p.m., but the program team requires them to report 2 hours in advance. They have to leave at 4 a.m., so they have to take a class off. Wu Sitong nodded, her face slightly red. "Lao Zhang also asked me if we are in love and why we have something to do together tomorrow." Lao Zhang is their class teacher. Wang Ze comforted him, "It's okay. I'll explain it to him tomorrow." Wu Sitong turned around and went upstairs, but after only 2 steps, as if she had gathered enough courage, she trotted back and said, "It's okay if you don't explain." Lao Zhang said he was also at this age, and if it doesn't affect his studies, he can understand. Wang Ze ran away, saying before leaving, "I'm afraid he will secretly tell my mother." It's not that a romantic relationship cannot be confirmed, but it cannot be confirmed so early, otherwise the operation will be much more difficult. Looking at Wang Ze's hurriedly leaving back, Wu Sitong was a little angry at first, and then couldn't help laughing out loud. Her whole body was numb. It was 10 o'clock in the evening when Wang Ze arrived home. He thought Zhang Wenjing would be in the hospital at this time, but when he opened the door, she was actually greeting him on the sofa, and her outfit was also uncharacteristic. The plain grey long nightgown was no longer hanging somewhere, and was replaced by a short purple silk nightgown that barely covered the thighs, which was very dangerous when sitting on the chair. Her long black hair was no longer tied up, but fell naturally. The messy hair added a bit of mystery to her already charming facial features. The curve of her chest was slightly exaggerated, but it was far less attractive than the roundness and charm of the back. The 2 slender white legs under her nightgown were a perfect embellishment. The overall effect made her stand out in the race for married women. "You're wearing something so nice today. Think it through." Wang Ze came into the room and greeted him. You're going to die, you bastard." Zhang Wenjing was stunned at first, but after she reacted, she stood up and walked forward, wanting to kick Wang Ze. Unexpectedly, Wang Ze took 2 steps forward and said, "Come on, kick me in the face." "Geese, goose, goose." Zhang Wenjing was defeated. The bastard had become more and more daring recently and dared to play any joke on her. Hurry up and wash your hands. I'm in a good mood today. I'll make you something delicious to replenish your body. Wang Ze took a look at the table and saw boiled shrimps and bone soup, which were indeed very nutritious. I haven't spent too much on you, why are you being polite? Har har har. Zhang Wenjing laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. This bastard always managed to make her laugh with just a few words. Get lost now. You keep making jokes like this. Believe it or not, I'll tell your mother. As Wang Ze walked towards the bathroom, he said, it's okay. At worst, I can kneel down for her. Zhang Wenjing couldn't understand where he got so many dirty words from, but she was indeed very happy. After washing his hands, Wang Ze picked up a shrimp and put it in his mouth. You're back so early today. Zhang Wenjing's expression darkened, and she pretended to be indifferent and said, my second sister-in-law is in the hospital. She didn't have chemotherapy today. My mother had dinner and let me go home. There is no need to pull at this time, or even press too hard, as it will seem deliberate afterwards. Just maintain the status quo, and she will naturally cry and shout tomorrow. Wang Ze said, oh, and said, white is the least resistant to dirt. Zhang Wenjing reacted, quickly adjusted her sitting position, and knocked Wang Ze on the forehead with a chopstick. You bastard, you are so frivolous. I can see that you have no intention of studying. In order to get Zhang Wenjing's attention back, Wang Ze chatted with her about other topics while eating, without deliberately dragging her down. Every 2 or 3 sentences Wang Ze said could make Zhang Wenjing laugh out loud. Until the clock on the wall pointed to 12 o'clock. Zhang Wenjing's eyes were filled with anticipation. Time flies so fast, it's already 12 o'clock. Wang Ze nodded quickly, yes, it's already 12 o'clock, go to bed quickly, we have to get up early tomorrow. Zhang Wenjing saw Wang Ze walk into the room with a dull look in her eyes, and when she saw him come out quickly, the light in her eyes was about to rekindle. The recently popular, Perfect Voice, will be aired tomorrow. They all say it's very good. If you have nothing to do at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, remember to watch it. Wang Ze went back to the room immediately after he finished speaking. Zhang Wenjing looked at the closed door and even wanted to take out the prawns he had just eaten and feed them to the dog. You bastard, do I really want to hear you say this? Zhang Wenjing didn't even clean up the table. She returned to her room and felt uncomfortable no matter how she lay down. She only felt better after changing back into her original grey long nightgown. Putting the purple nightgown into the bottom layer of the closet, Zhang Wenjing muttered angrily, I won't wear it for you to see. Chapter 9, If the Moon Has Not Come Yet. The next afternoon, Wang Ze and Wu Sitong were picked up by Liang Hongwei and taken to the scene. They were even more anxious than Wang Ze. They would rather borrow a Peugeot than let the two of them take a taxi, for fear that they would miss the registration time. We are attending an audition, why are you two dressing up like you are getting married? While queuing for reporting, Wang Ze saw Liang Hongwei and his partner dressed in suits and their black leather shoes polished to a shine, and he started to joke. Liang Hongwei straightened his shoulders and said, I'm going to play the piano on stage, so I have to be elegant. Xing Xiaoyang laughed beside him, elegance is something that cannot be acquired through dressing up. Clothing is a bonus, but not a must. Look at Wang Ze, he usually wears school uniform like an aristocrat, but today he wears this, who would believe he is still a student? Liang Hongwei made a puh sound and called him a dog licker. Xing Xiaoyang did not comment, he felt that he was just telling the truth. Wang Ze glanced at Xing Xiaoyang and said, when a man gets older, he should focus on the key points. Next time, he should say something that others can't see. Goose 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 goose. The awkward atmosphere caused by Xing Xiaoyang's compliment was instantly resolved. Wu Sitong helped Wang Ze adjust his collar and was very satisfied with her own vision. The expected time of appearance is 7:40. Don't be nervous. If you don't perform well, the director will cut off the show immediately. Please go to the lounge and wait. It was Wang Ze's turn. After some explanation from the lady at the front desk, Wang Ze took his number tag. 9527. I don't know if this means the 9,000 plus people who signed up nationwide. Follow the staff's lead to the lounge. For this audition, the production team booked the entire 5th floor of Shanghai TV station and connected the 3 studios to ensure that the audience could liven up the atmosphere. After all, the whole program is divided into 2 parts, and the highlights of the auditions have to be edited into the main film to make up the length, and the quality cannot be too shabby. Maybe Wang Ze and his companions were lucky. At this time, the daytime auditions had just ended and there were not many people in the lounge, so they occupied a single room and looked around to observe the stage environment. In the director's room not far away from a few people, the program's chief director, Lee Dashi, came over with a thick stack of information, looking very unhappy. The original intention of setting the registration fee is to screen amateurs, not to reject them. Find out for me how many people on the list are not banned internet celebrities. What are you doing? Lee Dashi slammed the documents on the desk and yelled at the assistant director. The selling point of this program is that ordinary people play the leading roles. The purpose is to make the audience feel involved and give them a feeling that great people are emerging from the masses. When the registration fee threshold was being discussed, Lee Dashi strongly disagreed with this plan. However, the number of applicants was too large and the investors wanted to recoup some of their costs, so he was powerless to stop them. Unexpectedly, this embarrassing situation has been caused. Those internet celebrities who come to take advantage of the traffic do have some ability, but compared with pure amateurs, they always feel a little lack of spirituality, and the overall effect is mediocre. Lee Dashi had no place to vent his anger, so the unlucky assistant director became the scapegoat. However, these assistant directors still had some sense of responsibility. Facing the angry Lee Dashi, they stepped forward to report, the number of people online in the live broadcast room during the day was actually okay. Although the reputation was not very good, the popularity was not bad. In the live broadcast later, should we make some arrangements on the order of appearance? Lee Dashi calmed down a bit and spoke slowly, it's already like this. Isn't there a second-tier star participating in the audition this afternoon? Move him to the opening to bring up the atmosphere. Don't touch the others. After arranging the matter, Lee Dashi still couldn't help but complain, what the hell is going on here? The assistant director didn't say anything more this time. Audience members had already started to enter the studio, and he had to quickly arrange the order of their appearance. In the lounge, looking at the increasing number of spectators, Liang Hongwei couldn't stop shivering and his face turned inexplicably pale. Isn't this a live broadcast? Why are there so many people here? If you make a mistake, you'll be criticized to death. Xing Xiaoyan was also a little nervous, but he had some stage experience before, so he was calmer than Liang Hongwei. Don't look up later, just think of it as practicing in the recording studio, it will be much better if you don't look at them. Wu Sitong was also a little nervous, her chest kept rising and falling, making people tired just watching her. Only Wang Ze looked excited and eager to try. Liang Hongwei looked at him with envy, where does this kid get such a big heart? Even the leading dancers during the physical exercises don't have this kind of mentality, right? Wu Sitong also noticed Wang Ze's excitement. She suddenly remembered what her father once said. He said that some people are born for big scenes. The studio has become quiet, and everyone is adjusting their mindsets to get ready to go on stage. The host was giving his opening remarks on the stage and also inserted a few advertisements. The program's investors were a bit stingy and wanted to make all the money, so the overall rhythm seemed a bit slow. On the other side, Zhang Wenjing had just wiped her mother's body in the hospital and was sitting in the corridor to rest with a tired face. When she came to the hospital this morning, she was a little expectant. She was wondering if her mother would prepare a bowl of noodles or an egg for her in the ward, even if she bought them from the breakfast shop downstairs. She wondered if her two brothers would take some time to visit the hospital, say thank you for their hard work, and then give her a red envelope. She was wondering if her two sisters-in-law would do more work today, be nicer to her mother, and give her some rest. But there is none. When we arrived at the hospital, the ward was still empty. My mother was eating fried dough sticks on the bed. Those were bought by my second sister-in-law in the hospital cafeteria, even though the doctor had told her many times not to eat too greasy food. Sighing, Zhang Wenjing could only snatch the fried dough sticks away, take out the yellow croquer that she had steamed at home, and feed it to her mother mouthful by mouthful, while enduring the contempt from her second sister-in-law. It was still an ordinary day. I took care of my mother's for drip, ate, went downstairs for 2 tests, and then received a call from my eldest brother. After hearing his words implying that he wanted to give up treatment, I lowered my head and played dumb. Finally, I wiped my mother's body, and the difficult day seemed to have passed, except that I felt a little more lost than before. After massaging her slightly swollen and painful temples, Zhang Wenjing suddenly remembered what Wang Ze said yesterday. She looked at the time and it was almost 8 o'clock. She happened to have headphones with her, so she searched for the live broadcast room of this show on the internet. The show was indeed very popular. As soon as 2 words were typed in the entry, the live broadcast room popped up automatically, and the host happened to be announcing the first stage show. Wu Mingliang, isn't this a talent show? Why are celebrities also going to the auditions? Zhang Wenjing used to love listening to music, but she gave up this hobby in the past 2 years because she had to work and take care of Wang Ze, so she still knew those singers. After listening to a few sentences in the live broadcast room, Zhang Wenjing felt that his singing was really not to her taste, so she flipped through the comments with her fingers to see what the comments said, wondering if people's aesthetic tastes have changed. There were too many people in the live broadcast room and the comments were dense, so she could only watch some interesting ones. Isn't this show an open audition at this stage? In the morning, all it had were bands and internet celebrities. How come even celebrities are here now? Are the amateurs just a gimmick? In fact, it's not that their singing is bad, it's just too ordinary. Everyone comes to see those unsung talents, but now there are only familiar faces, and some of them are not up to par. Why don't I just go to the software to listen to their singing? They are all sound card warriors. Why are they making a fool of themselves here? It's a waste of data. I'll turn it off. Seeing that everyone had similar opinions to hers, Zhang Wenjing was inexplicably relieved. Life was bad enough, and she didn't want her aesthetic taste to be out of touch with society. You bastard, you've been fooled by the advertising slogans. These variety shows are just selling dog meat under the guise of sheep meat. It's boring. Zhang Wenjing sighed and moved her finger upwards to turn off the live broadcast. She had lost interest in this show. However, just at this time Wu Minglian had finished singing, and the host invited the next group of contestants to the stage, and she suddenly saw a familiar face in the live broadcast room. Damn it, this white sportswear looks so handsome. I was wondering why he asked me to watch the show. It turns out he doesn't pay attention to these things. Zhang Wenjing withdrew her finger and stared at the screen. This girl is his deskmate. I think I saw her at the parents' meeting. But who are the 2 older ones at the back? Don't be fooled, you bastard. The comments in the live broadcast room suddenly became dense, and most of them were praising the players for their good looks. Moreover, they were all unfamiliar faces, so everyone became more expectant. However, Zhang Wenjing didn't have the heart to pay attention to these things at the moment. She didn't even listen to the self-introductions of Wang Ze and others. Her attention was always on Wang Ze and the faces around him. You bastard, you don't even go to KTV normally, and you make a fool of yourself on a show like this, you won't get cyberbullied, right? Zhang Wenjing was a little worried until the announcement appeared on the screen. A series of familiar names made her smile. Song title, If the Moon Hasn't Come Yet. Singer, Wang Ze, Wu Sitong. Lyricist, Wang Ze. Composer, Wang Ze. Instruments, Liang Hongwei, Xing Xiaoyang. You bastard, you always love to play. Zhang Wenjing smiled. It seemed that they were just fooling around on stage. She didn't have much expectation. After all, Wang Ze, that bastard, couldn't write lyrics or compose music. This made her feel more at ease. The lights on the stage went dark, and when they came back on, everyone was already doing their job. Zhang Wenjing suddenly felt that they looked somewhat alike. The middle-aged man with long hair and a suit had a different temperament as soon as he sat down in front of the piano. But she didn't know why he didn't look up. The same goes for the middle-aged man with short hair, who looks very stylish sitting in front of the drum set, but also refuses to look up. As for Wang Ze and Wu Sitong, they stood in the center of the stage at the same time, like a pair of golden boy and jade girl, which made Zhang Wenjing a little envious. Let's have fun and have fun. Zhang Wenjing thought so before the group sang. However, when Wu Sitong spoke, not only Zhang Wenjing, but also the comments in the live broadcast room fell silent. The wind blows over the mountain. The boat docked. The scenery. Take a look at it bit by bit. Start with a cappella. The sound is clear and penetrating. At first Wu Sitong was a little nervous, but when Wang Ze took her hand, she suddenly felt her emotions stabilize. Turning around and looking at Wang Ze, he found that Wang Ze's eyes were full of pride. He seemed to be saying, "You deserve it because you've practiced your voice until it's hoarse." Shock, girl. Wu Sitong spoke towards the harmonious voice, as if possessed by a god. I walked north. You go south. Stories. Turn over one article after another tilde tilde tilde. The scene was completely silent, and no one dared to disrupt the atmosphere of the a cappella singing. There seemed to be a bug in the barrage function of the live broadcast room. The screen was extremely clean and all that could be seen were Wang Ze and the other person, as well as the lyrics added later. Li Dazi ran into the director's room, pointed in the direction of the stage and shouted, "This is what I want. Original. Amateurs with perfect voices, colors and skills, let all the cameramen come out, I want to edit them to perfection." The director's room suddenly became busy. Li Dazi looked towards the stage, where Wang Ze was, and prayed silently in his heart. Please don't hold us back. On the first day of the show, whether we can make a great success depends on you guys. Chapter 10. Every sentence is about me. Liang Hongwei lightly pressed the piano keys, and the first accompaniment sounded on the scene. Wang Ze's eyes were full of tenderness as he took over his own stage. So annoying. Working overtime till late again. You take the empty one. This is the last subway train. So annoying. Love you so much but we have to separate. I don't understand love. So annoying. It's so hard to get close to the ideal. Yet still unwilling. How to embrace the ordinary. If perfection is the most difficult to achieve, it is better to choose calmness. Li Dazi in the director's room clenched his fist and thought to himself, it's stable. Wu Sitong looked at Wang Ze on the stage, and he was the only figure in her eyes. Liang Hongwei's fingers trembled and he almost played the wrong keys. Fortunately, the rhythm was slow in the early stage, so he was able to recover. It was also the first time they heard Wang Ze sing this song. In the recording studio, the boy had been reluctant to speak in order to maintain his emotions. They didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. If Wu Sitong's initial a cappella singing was to use her ethereal voice to tell everyone that the current difficulties were only temporary, don't be anxious, enjoy the present moment, and once you climb over this mountain, you will embrace all the beauty. Then Wang Ze's gentle singing just now was an exhortation, like an elder telling you that it's okay, you can just accept your ordinariness, the people closest to you will never force you to succeed, just face it calmly and be happy. Zhang Wenjing stood there in front of the screen as if struck by lightning. It turned out that he remembered everything. I remember one night at the dinner table, I complained casually about being too busy at work, having to work overtime every day, and having to sprint and jog to catch the last subway. I remember one day when I was watching TV, I was inspired and said, I don't know what love feels like. I remember one time when I received my salary, I casually said that this job was not what I wanted at all, and that becoming an architect was my ideal. He also remembered what he said that night, that the money might not be enough. What should I do? Zhang Wenjing's vision was a little blurry, and Wu Sitong's clear and comforting voice sounded again on the phone. If the moon hasn't come yet. Street lamps can also illuminate windowsills. The white camellia blossoms gently. Who is my moon? Zhang Wenjing didn't have time to think. Wang Ze's gentle voice sounded immediately. If the morning wind has not come. Evening breeze can blow into my arms. The wind blows the shadows of the trees gently swaying tilde tilde tilde. Is he telling me that I can substitute? What does he want to substitute? Zhang Wenjing's mind was in a mess, but the music didn't give her a chance to sort out her thoughts. Sheng Xiaoyan, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly started playing the drums, and Wang Ze immediately switched voice. If his voice just now was gentle, soothing, and even tolerant. So when he spoke this time, his voice became radical, indignant, and even accusatory. Her Bluetooth speaker, which cost a few dozen yuan, played the tape in a loop. I was leaning against the windowsill in the corridor, eating the slightly cold takeout. A girl from a small town who wanted to stay in Shanghai. How can I describe her lost state? The comments in the live broadcast room were all amazed at Wang Ze's smooth voice change, and surprised that the music style suddenly turned into rap. But Zhang Wenjing just thought that he might be blaming me for staying in Shanghai, but that was not what I wanted. Wang Ze was in full swing on the stage. He raised one hand to signal the audience to interact. Everyone was so caught up in the mood that they waved their hands along with the rhythm. He looked so dazzling that he seemed to be glowing. Looking at the CBD with tall buildings. Where is her habitat? How many square meters is the shared rental house? Does anyone remember her birthday? The future is always far away. The pressure of life is even more overwhelming. Why do you have to go through so many difficulties at such a young age? The phone screen was constantly emitting halos, and Zhang Wenjing subconsciously wiped them away with her hand. He knows everything, he understands me. At this moment, Zhang Wenjing's heart was completely filled with satisfaction. Wang Ze on the stage was still expressing himself, but his indignation had subsided a little, and his tone contained more understanding. Walk forward ignorantly. I stumbled but couldn't cry out in pain. I don't dare to expect love easily, nor can I be easily moved by myself. Moon, you don't understand. How heavy is sixpence? The bus to her hometown appeared in her dream again. The pillow was being grabbed tightly and her tears were flowing. I don't know whether I will leave or stay after this year. The dim moonlight passed over her tear marks, her face was young and immature. The faint evening breeze blew past the window and the camellia flowers were in bloom. Wang Ze stood still, moved the microphone away from his mouth, and the accompaniment stopped abruptly. The audience finally seized the opportunity, applauding wildly and cheering one after another. The comments in the live broadcast room also flew up like crazy as if they had seized the opportunity. Zhang Wenjing is not the only one who was moved by this song. Many wanderers who are away from home will be moved by it. However, Wang Ze did not leave them too much time. He raised his hand in the air and suddenly waved it down. Liang Hongwei and others' accompaniment instantly followed. Wu Sitong directly took over with the chorus, and this time Wang Ze sang the harmony himself. If the moon hasn't come yet. Street lights can also illuminate windowsills. The white camellia blooms gently. The camellia blooms gently for you. If the morning wind has not come. Evening breeze can blow into my arms. The wind blows gently and the shadows of the trees sway. It's the same lyrics and the same rhythm, but everyone hears different meanings. The strong sense of relief in this chorus made countless people feel like they have overcome a lot. Wang Ze and Wu Sitong put the microphone to their mouths at the same time and said goodbye to everyone with the last line of the chorus. The wind blows the shadows of the trees, swaying gently tilder tilder. The stage lights dimmed, but the cheers from the audience could not be suppressed at all. Some staff members from upstairs even came down to see what was going on. Zhang Wenjing sat in the hospital corridor for a long time before she came to her senses. When she remembered the name, Wang Ze, written behind the lyricist in the announcement, she realized that this was not a coincidence. In this song, every word is about myself. Zhang Wenjing felt a sense of honor and relief in her heart. But, you bastard, who is the moon, who is the street lamp, who is the morning breeze, who is the evening breeze? Zhang Wenjing's lips curled up slightly. The on-site teacher praised him to me. We can't let him step down. Boast. Give me 3 minutes of praise. Their host is ready to take over and ask him a few questions, which will be edited into the main film. Li Dazi was roaring crazily in the director's room. The host and the invited music artists all put their headphones away. It was so shocking. After the performance on stage, Wang Ze took the initiative to reach out to Wu Sitong, and the two hugged politely. Wang Ze whispered in her ear, "Great." Wu Sitong instantly became obsessed, and her face looked rosy even with light makeup on. Liang Hongwei and Xing Xiaoyang looked at each other, their eyes full of bitterness. Did you make a mistake? Liang Hongwei asked. Xing Xiaoyang shook his head. It was almost there, luckily I managed to get it back, how about you? Liang Hongwei said, me too. This kid is crazy, he has never practiced off stage, but he is so fierce on stage. What followed was crazy praise from representatives of art troupes from all over the country. From Wu Sitong's timbre and transition skills, to Wang Ze's two voices, to the lyrics and composition of this song, they were all amazed. Everyone knows that after tonight, a phenomenal song is likely to appear in the entertainment industry, and it will not be an exaggeration to brag about it. The host waited for a long time, and he didn't know how many 3 minutes had passed before it was his turn. According to Li Dazi's instructions, he first asked the question that the program team was most concerned about. I heard that you are all students and haven't even opened a self-media account, right? After the performance, Wu Sitong returned to her shy state. Wang Ze stepped forward to answer for them. Yes, we are in the 3rd year of high school. Our classes are quite tight and we don't have time for anything else. The host seemed to hear the collective sigh of relief in the director's room through his headphones. Asked again, this song is original. Can I ask in what kind of environment did you write this song? Wang Ze smiled and shook his head. Let's not talk about the environment. This song is written for someone who is very important to me. So do you have anything to say to her? The host asked. Wang Ze smiled and said, I want to tell her that everything will turn out well in the end. If it's not good for now, it means it's not the end yet. There was another round of cheers at the scene. Zhang Wenjing sat in the hospital corridor, her eyes moistened again. She felt as if she was really made of water today, and her tears could not stop flowing. Fortunately, Wang Ze didn't hear this sentence, otherwise he would definitely say that a living person can be suffocated to death by water, and water would not only come out of the eye sockets. The host asked a few more questions on the spot, and Wang Ze blocked all the questions from Wu Sitong. As for Liang Hongwei and the other two, Wang Ze not only did not block them, but also deliberately brought up two topics about them. Liang Hongwei and the other man knew what he meant, and looked at Wang Ze with gratitude in their eyes. After some tug of war, the host finally let a few people off the stage. Wang Ze looked at the time and found that it was already 8:30. He was running out of time. Ignoring the system prompts ringing wildly in his mind, he ran to find the director's room. Li Dazi in the director's room was also afraid that he would leave, so he rushed to the lounge frantically, and the two met on their way. Wang Ze! Li Dazi shouted. Wang Ze had never seen Li Dazi before, and said without even turning his head, Sorry, please wait for my autograph, I have something to do now. Li Dazi was helpless, I am the chief director of the program. Wang Ze turned around and walked in front of Li Dazi, Can our program pass the audition? Li Dazi nodded without question, all the judges on site have given it a thumbs up, and you must have the highest number of votes from the audience, so of course you will pass. Wang Ze quickly asked, When will the audition bonus arrive? Li Dazi asked doubtfully, Are you in urgent need of money? Wang Ze nodded, and Li Dazi asked again, Are you sure you will participate in the next episode of the show? Will you use original songs when you challenge the club? Wang Ze nodded again. Li Dazi breathed a sigh of relief and handed a piece of A4 paper to Wang Ze. Sign the contract to ensure that you will participate in the next episode, and the money will be in your account in no time. He signed the contract without hesitation and handed it back to Li Dazi. Wang Ze asked, Where's the money? As if seeing Wang Ze's urgency, Li Dazi did not waste any time. Leave me your card number and I'll have someone transfer the money to you right now. The program team has to go through procedures to distribute bonuses, so I'll pay it to you personally first. After leaving his card number, Wang Ze said goodbye and trotted back to the lounge to find Wu Sitong and others. When they met, he said to Wu Sitong, Sitong, we are going to participate in the audition together. Normally, we should split the profits 50-50, but I need money urgently. I will give you 100,000 yuan, and you can lend me 30,000 yuan first, okay? The prize money is 300,000 yuan, and if it is split 50-50, Wang Ze should borrow 50,000 yuan, but Wu Sitong seemed not to care and replied without hesitation, Okay, I don't have much money to spend. Wang Ze turned to look at Liang Hongwei and the other man and said, According to the rules, each of you should get 20,000 yuan, but you also heard that I really need money urgently. After the bonus arrives, I will give you 10,000 yuan each and lend the remaining 20,000 yuan to me first, okay? They get away with it for free when they have no money, but they can't do anything wrong when it comes to distributing profits. Wang Ze wants to make up the cost of making songs for them. Unexpectedly, Liang Hongwei shook his head and said, We have already said that there is no charge. We are not in a hurry to use the money. Now that we have established our reputation, we will make money later. Wang Ze did not comment, but said that he had something urgent to do today. He asked the two of them to help send Wu Sitong home, and then he jogged all their way home. Just like that, Zhang Wenjing got home at 11 o'clock in the evening. When she opened the door, she saw Wang Ze holding a birthday cake. On both sides of the cake were 2 whole roasted pig's trotters, which looked very spicy from the color. He said, Happy birthday. Zhang Wenjing squeezed her legs together. Damn, it's not just my eyes that are wet now. Chapter 11, Breaking Defense. Sister-in-law, boring. Wang Ze forcefully broke free from Zhang Wenjing's embrace, put the cake on the dining table, pointed at the refrigerator and said, There are 2 more dishes in there. I'll heat them up, and you go change your clothes. Zhang Wenjing was also a little embarrassed. When she saw Wang Ze holding the cake in his hands just now, she really couldn't control herself. She took the opportunity of changing clothes to calm down. However, Wang Ze did too much tonight and Zhang Wenjing seemed unable to calm down. When Wang Ze finished his meal and sat at the dining table, Zhang Wenjing just walked out of the room, wearing the purple pajamas and black stockings on her legs. This pair of stockings is brand new. She only wore flesh-colored stockings in the past. One time, she bought the wrong one and it was inconvenient to return or exchange it, so she left it at the bottom of the closet. Just now, she somehow put it on. High heels are cheating. Flat slippers with stockings are a killer if your legs are well proportioned and beautiful. Wang Ze's eyes were on Zhang Wenjing's legs, and he could hardly resist the charm of the perfect young woman. Wear stockings before bed. Are you trying to prevent varicose veins? Zhang Wenjing didn't dodge either, and her defensive movements became much smaller. She sat opposite Wang Ze, facing his gaze. Wang Ze nodded secretly. She was a good and hygienic woman who knew to change it every day, but purple was not resistant to dirt. Why didn't I know you could sing before? Zhang Wenjing asked. Wang Ze simply replied, talented, yet hidden. Zhang Wenjing laughed for a while and said, pretending, then asked, can you write songs? Writing lyrics is fine, but can you also compose music? Wang Ze pretended again, very talented. Okay. Zhang Wenjing said, come on, show me how talented you are. The rap part is great, let's do that. Wang Ze stood up from the dining table, with his hands behind his back. Mom and Dad, I'll wash the rice, the land, the horses, and the flowers first. Zhang Wenjing frowned, what are you doing? Wang Ze was surprised. The word list, the one at the end of the Chinese textbook. When I was a kid, I would perform this when relatives came to my house. Goose 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 goose. Zhang Wenjing moved to Bengbu again. Wang Ze took the roasted pig's trotter off the cake, tore it into pieces and handed it to Zhang Wenjing, eat it first, and then cut the cake. Dogs always become gentle suddenly. Zhang Wenjing took the pig's trotter and took a bite of the lean meat attached to the bone. This was her favorite piece. It would be nice if there was beer. Feeling the spiciness rising in her mouth, Zhang Wenjing felt like something was missing. Wang Ze pulled out 2 bottles of wusu from under the table like a magic trick, cold. Holding the bottle mouth and using chopsticks to open the beer, Zhang Wenjing's eyes became blurred when she took it. After taking a big gulp, Zhang Wenjing exclaimed in pleasure, and crossed her legs casually, the girl classmate who sang with you likes you very much, right? Are you in love? Wang Ze shook his head, she might want to pursue me, but she hasn't confessed yet. If she confesses her love to you, will you agree? Zhang Wenjing didn't think he was bragging. The bastard was really good at it. Wang Ze still shook his head, she will be sad if we fall in love too early, and I don't belong to a woman. Also, keep your feet back, we will be in gear soon. Adjusting her sitting posture to that of a lady, Zhang Wenjing laughed out loud, is the song written for me? A lot of things I said casually, but you can remember them clearly. Wang Ze didn't say anything, and she only had time to imagine when he was halfway through. Sure enough, without Wang Ze's answer, Zhang Wenjing was able to start the conversation on her own, and it seemed a bit like she was explaining something. My dream when I was a kid was to live in a big city, but settling in Shanghai was not something I wanted to do. You know my dad, he and your eldest brother are in the same business, they went out to sea together on a ship. After that trip the family had an extra 100,000 yuan, they stopped me from going to college halfway through, you understand? You must understand, you're so smart. I went to Shanghai and you went to Shanghai too. I told you at that time that I wanted to be an architect. My hometown is so poor, in the mountains, even my alcoholic father is considered a good breadwinner. I don't blame my elder and second brothers. I am a girl, so I should pay for them. It is also reasonable for me to use my betrothal gift as a betrothal gift to them. Everyone does this. I just feel a little bit unwilling. Why should a person die because of lack of money? She has never enjoyed happiness in her life. Money is a ruler of conscience and a mirror to expose evil, said Wang Ze. Zhang Wenjing was sweating, and the whole room was filled with her fragrance. Wang Ze had been smelling her for more than 2 years, and he wondered if she used body lotion. Damn it, it's my fault for not working hard. If I had a little talent in any field, I wouldn't have failed to save my mom. Wang Ze disagreed with her saying this. If such a beautiful woman wanted, she could definitely live a bourgeois life, even if she didn't want to be rich. It was just that her personality didn't allow her to do so. Cut the cake, you've had too much to drink. Zhang Wenjing was a little incoherent, and Wang Ze wanted to end it. Picking up the plastic knife on the table, Zhang Wenjing cut the cake in half, then pursed her lips and made a wish. Wang Ze discovered that the best part of his sister-in-law was actually her lips. They were not thick, but when she spoke, they pouted, which always made her look particularly sexy. That's enough. You've been wishing for a long time, burning $2 candles, and making millions of wishes. Don't make it difficult for the cake. Goose 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 goose. Zhang Wenjing opened his eyes and cursed, "You bastard." Wang Ze said, "Okay, go to bed after dinner. I've been waiting for you for half the night." "What do you mean?" Zhang Wenjing asked. Wang Ze was surprised. "You've been back for such a while, and you're eating spicy pig's trotters and drinking ice-cold beer. Don't you want to tell me that you're fine? Let's go and satisfy you." Har 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 har. Zhang Wenjing pointed at Wang Ze and said, "You bastard, you talk nonsense. I'm not locking the door. Come on if you're brave enough." As he said that, he stood up and went into their house. As soon as he closed the door, Zhang Wenjing immediately broke down. She threw herself on the bed and buried her head in the quilt. She could hear how fast her heart was beating. "Zhang Wenjing, you are crazy. What were you talking about? What if he really comes in? Should I refuse? We haven't had sex for several years, and there are no balloons at home." Wang Ze put away his smile in the living room, quietly put the leftovers on the table into the refrigerator, and went to the sink to wash the dishes. He will not go over today. Zhang Wenjing is already at her wit's end, but she was just acting on impulse. Plus, she's been feeling really repressed lately and wants to let go. It's not a good thing to tell her his name is Wang Depao now. The tug of war is still going on. I must not relax after the partial victory. I have to destroy all her psychological defenses. The decisive move is not to go into their house tonight. I must make her think of this night every sleepless night in the future, with a look of aftertaste on her face. And this wave of operations is far from over. Tomorrow will be the highlight. Maybe I will be the one locking the door at night in the future. Wang Ze went back to his room and lay on the bed. He was too lazy to even look at the system reward. He was really too tired recently and fell into a sound sleep in a short while. He dreamed of aliens attacking the magic city. He was at school, and in front of Wu Sitong, he suddenly turned into Ultraman. He fought with the monster and barely won. Then he held Wu Sitong and flew to Zhang Wenjing, saving her from danger. In another room, Zhang Wenjing tossed and turned on the bed, her two long legs constantly rubbing against each other, and the rough touch of the black stockings made her even more upset. "You really don't want to come, right? Well, from now on your dog eyes won't be able to see anything. It's okay for a woman to refuse, but if you don't even come, she will remember it." Zhang Wenjing became angrier the more she thought about it. Fortunately, the alcohol took effect and she cleared her mind and fell into a deep sleep. The two people in the room were sleeping very soundly. But it's different for those people outside. Wang Ze's performance on Perfect Sound of Nature is brewing like crazy. Among the top 10 hot searches on Weibo, 3 entries are about him. Countless entertainment companies are collecting his personal information, hoping to sign him. The discussion among netizens is getting more and more intense, and there are signs that it is out of control. Chapter 12, All Living Things. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when Xu Shiyun got home. She is a top student who graduated from a 985 university and now works as a white-collar worker in Shanghai. For a kid from a 5th-tier city in the northwest, being able to stay in Shanghai right after graduation is something to be proud of. Her family is indeed proud of her. Every time there is a family gathering during the Chinese New Year, she becomes the child that other people's family is mentioned by relatives. It's just that Xu Shiyun has been a little tired recently. It is difficult for a college student who has just entered the society to adapt to the intensity of work in a large company in Shanghai. They have to work until midnight and go back to work at 8 a.m. the next day. It takes 2 hours to get to work on the subway, half an hour to put on makeup, and even if it takes 10 minutes to eat, she has to get up at 5 o'clock. She sleeps for 5 hours a day, and no one can stand it. Fortunately, the company has a 2-day weekend off to adjust, which is already luckier than most people. Put on thick-soled soft slippers, take off your stockings and hang them at the door to give your feet a rest after a day of hard work. It is impossible for working people to have a healthy diet. Who would go home to cook after a day of being as tired as a dog, pick up the phone to order a takeout, then get up and fall on the bed reluctantly, and start browsing on the tablet? This is the happiest time of Xu Xian's week. On weekdays, she has to go to bed quickly when she gets home, for fear that she won't be able to get up the next day. Only on weekends can she have some time for herself, and she is satisfied just by checking her phone. There aren't any good variety shows to watch recently, and I finished watching all the web dramas I watched before, so I'll just check Weibo. Xu Xian's eyes were wide open. If she was asked to work and stay up late, she would definitely not have the energy. But if staying up late meant playing with her mobile phone, she could play until dawn and wait to have breakfast before going to bed. As soon as she clicked on Weibo, before the software advertisement was skipped for a second, she saw that several terms on the hot search were repeated. Perfect heavenly sound Wang Ze. The stunning stage of the launch of Perfect World. No matter where you see the moonlight, it can illuminate your hometown. What song is Rewind? Perfect voice. I remember now, it's the show where ordinary people compete with celebrities on the same stage. Weren't the first few episodes auditions? Did any talented people appear? Xu Xian stuck out her little tongue and licked her upper lip, looking very interested. When she was in college, she loved watching music variety shows the most, because she loved listening to songs and had a dream of singing. The stunning amateurs who appeared in the auditions of music variety shows always made her feel involved, as if she were on the show, she would be able to shock the audience. The weekend was used to catch up on sleep, so Xu Xian didn't have time to watch the whole thing from beginning to end. She simply opened the browser and searched for the terms on Weibo's hot search list, and soon the official edited video appeared in front of her. Just to see how good you are. Xu Xian clicked on the video, blocked out the dense barrage of comments, and waited quietly. The screen went black for a moment, then turned dark, and the figures of Wang Ze and the other person appeared in the middle of the screen. Wow, what a handsome brother, and the girl is so pretty, she must sing beautifully. After seeing the appearance of the two people clearly, Xu Xian, a beauty lover, made a conclusion immediately. When she heard Wu Sitong start singing a cappella with a god-level transition, she immediately cleared her mind of all the messy thoughts. Wu Sitong's voice seemed to heal her and gave her strength like a friend. Xu Xian inexplicably had a feeling that tomorrow would be better. Then the sound of piano sounded, and Wang Ze's voice joined in. Her nose felt sore again, as if she had been bearing the heavy pressure alone for a long time and suddenly someone understood her. Working overtime day and night, and running non-stop after get-off work to catch the last subway. I haven't had a boyfriend since I graduated from college, and have been living alone in such a big city. The day before yesterday, I finally met a colleague I liked, but when I asked around, I found out that she has 3 boyfriends. I originally wanted to be an executive director after graduation, like in TV dramas, where you have to talk while walking, and the assistant holds a notebook and takes notes while jogging. I never thought that in reality I could only be a white-collar worker, and I could be scolded by my boss 3 times a day because of a crappy PPT. Xu Xian couldn't help but raise her voice. Just at this moment, the first chorus ended. Wang Ze switched his voice and entered the stage with drums and rap. Somehow, Xu Xian mastered the correct way to open this song, which was incredible. She instantly felt immersed in the song. In this whole string of raps, except for the fact that my takeaway food was not very good, the rest can be said to be completely in line with the rules. Xu Xian resonated with the situation. She felt mixed emotions, but she didn't want to cry, it was just a feeling of choking in her chest. The chorus started right after the rap. After a perfect singing, the accompaniment disappeared, the song ended, and Xu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The phone showed that the takeaway had arrived. Xu Xian relaxed on the bed for a while, then opened the door and quickly took in the takeaway bag by the door. For a girl who is alone in a strange city, these small details are necessary. When Xu Xian orders takeout, she always chooses male in the gender column. When the takeout arrives, she will tell the rider to leave it directly at the door, and then wait for a while to make sure the rider has gone far away before picking it up. However, there is a disadvantage to doing this, which is that when you eat the takeout, it is no longer slightly cool, but completely cold. Xu Xian had gotten used to it and was eating with relish. Feeling that the food made her feel better, she picked up the tablet again, clicked on the video, moved the progress bar to the front, and started watching it again. What was different this time was that she opened the barrage. The singing is so good, and the writing is so good too. Wang Ze, was it written by that boy? Once again moved by the music, Xu Xian couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time adjusted the barrage to simplified mode. There were too many dense barrages just now, and she couldn't see them clearly. Now it's better, and she can finally start interacting with netizens. Listening to this song, my mind was filled with the scene of driving away from home just after the Chinese New Year. From the northernmost to the southernmost part of the country, there were more and more cars on the road, and the traffic was getting more and more congested. I was crying while driving, and the traffic was getting more and more congested. The person who wrote this song must be someone who understands life. He listened to it over and over again, and smoked one cigarette after another. From 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., with only one day off a day, I haven't been home for Chinese New Year in 2 years. I can relate to young people working hard in big cities. The big city can't accommodate my soul, and my hometown can't accommodate my body. I really want to go home, but it's a pity that I can't live on 2,000 yuan. I have the conditions to go back to my hometown, but somehow, all my relatives know that I am doing big business outside. My parents are proud that they have a daughter working hard in a big city, and their expectations have kept me here. I don't know which comment Xu Shiyun saw, but she couldn't control her emotions anymore. She felt so aggrieved that she typed a line of words on the screen with trembling hands. "Mom, it's so hard for my daughter in Shanghai." That night, Xu Shiyun was unable to go to bed early. She frantically searched for information about Wang Ze on the internet, trying to find his other works, but unfortunately found nothing. There weren't too many people who had the same idea as her. Everyone had no place to vent their emotions, so they could only communicate with each other under the hot searches on Weibo and share how difficult it was to be alone. This song is so relatable. Not only Zhang Wenjing, not only Xu Shiyun, but every wanderer who hears this song will put themselves into the story, which is also the reason why this song suddenly became popular. While If the Moon Has Not Come Yet has become a hit online, different reactions are also taking place in different places. Li Dazhi had a small hot pot in the office, eating mutton while directing the editing. At the same time, he did not forget to brag in his circle of friends about how he had a keen eye and discovered Wang Ze among the many audition contestants. Second-tier singer Wu Mingliang flew into a rage in the hotel, kicked a pair of sisters out of the room, and then complained to his agent. "I went to the audition to stand out, and to have those noobs to highlight how great I was. But how come my luck was so bad that I met a group with excellent singing skills and original creations, and they just started to clear out the crowd in the audition? How could others have fun?" Dailing Rui had no mood to listen to the song. He only paid attention to the scene where Wang Ze and Wu Sitong held hands. He watched it over and over again throughout the night. He would always pause at key moments to watch Wu Sitong's expression, hoping that she would show some unwillingness on her face. "How come you are so good at pretending? I haven't been to KTV once in more than 2 years of high school. How come you can directly bring my goddess to TV?" Dailing Rui was heartbroken. Liang Hongwei and Xing Xiaoyang didn't go home at all today. They just lay on the sofa in the recording studio, refreshing the video of the program team over and over again. As the number of comments gradually increased, the two of them just laughed at each other, and then took turns looking at those comments that praised the comments. As for the negative comments, of course there are some, but this is the internet. Even if Qin Shi Huang came, there would be people who would say that when he built the Great Wall, why didn't he just put up tiles? However, the two of them automatically blocked this kind of barrage. Anyway, the main purpose tonight was to have fun. Wu Sitong was leaning against the bay window at home, with Wang Ze's face all in her mind. He is so talented and can write songs. He can pass the audition without forming a group. He must want to take me with him. Why is he so nice to me? The next day, Saturday, Wang Ze opened his eyes in his little room and saw that it was only a little after 6 o'clock. After scolding the students' miserable biological clocks, he remembered the system reward from yesterday. With a wave of his right hand in the air, the flapping of the bird's wings outside the window slowed down, and the familiar light curtain appeared in front of Wang Ze again. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100,000 audience points. The system rewards songs, Big Fish, and If Love Has Destiny. The next stage reward to be unlocked, 500,000 audience points. Seeing a line of information prompts that kept jumping up and down, Wang Ze turned off the system. If there was no change in the skill bar, it was not a good reward. As for what song is the reward, it doesn't matter. Wang Ze said that as long as he is given a tool, he will automatically find an occasion suitable for it to show off. No one is better at pretending than yourself. Wang Ze stayed in bed until 6:30, and then he knew he had to get up as he had too much to do today. He found some clothes to put on and went to the living room to find that Zhang Wenjing's door was still closed. Usually, his sister-in-law would be up at this time. She must have drunk a little too much yesterday. Wang Ze didn't bother her. He put on his shoes and started today's schedule. First stop, hospital. Chapter 13. I'm willing to give you everything. It was already 8 o'clock when Zhang Wenjing opened her eyes. After seeing the time displayed on the phone, she quickly got up and went to Wang Ze's room to take a look. Seeing that he was not at home, she blamed herself for a long time for not getting up to cook for him. The morning after drinking always makes people feel fuzzy. It was not until they walked back to their room that Zhang Wenjing remembered that today was Saturday. You bastard, why are you going out so early on a Saturday? I wonder where you're going to hang out. Zhang Wenjing cursed to balance her self-blame, and then when she saw herself in the mirror beside the bed, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Was I crazy yesterday? He was just a kid, and he called me sister-in-law. The legs were wrapped in black stockings, and the body was covered with a purple short nightgown with purple hollows inside. I remember that I deliberately let him see it yesterday. Every detail of her body reminded Zhang Wenjing of what she had done yesterday. This sense of guilt made her chest rise and fall, and her breathing became rapid. However, women's minds always change quickly. Zhang Wenjing's expression suddenly changed, and she said viciously, "Damn it, he actually held it back. How did he hold it back?" After taking off the burdens on her body, Zhang Wenjing walked to the mirror unwillingly and looked at herself in it. A round and plump figure, white and slender legs, even the Achilles tendon looks good. It can make the calf look more slender and the curvature more perfect. Not to mention her appearance, her delicate and three-dimensional facial features far surpass those of most female stars in the entertainment industry, especially her lips that are neither too thin nor too thick, and the curve that she inadvertently purses her lips to make when she speaks, is absolutely charming. She's obviously sexy and has a pretty face, how could he resist? Putting on loose sportswear and carrying a bowl of cooked pork rib soup, Zhang Wenjing left home, ready to face the fatigue of a new day. There is also an advertisement for a perfect voice on the bus stop sign. If you have talent, come and get it. The 300,000 yuan audition pass reward is waiting for you. On the way, the elder brother called her and this time he said directly that he didn't want to take the money. Zhang Wenjing didn't reply, but hung up the phone and blocked the elder brother. After these days, she has been mentally prepared. The bus hadn't even finished its stop when the second brother called again. His meaning was the same as that of the eldest brother, and Zhang Wenjing handled it in the same way. Zhang Wenjing was not that angry. She knew that she could not change them. She just hoped to do her best within her ability and leave no regrets. If you don't have money to stay in the hospital, then go home and take good care of your mother. The old lady has never enjoyed a happy life. When she can't play anymore, take good care of her and send her off in a decent manner. At that time, I would feel relieved. When Wang Mingxian came back next time, I could divorce him. It was just a deal after all. At worst, I would be left with nothing. As for Zoe. Thinking of Wang Ze, Zhang Wenjing showed a smile on her face. It was he who made her able to accept things calmly today, and it was he who encouraged her to do her best. He also told himself in the song that street lights can also replace the moon, and the evening breeze may be more pleasant than the morning breeze. Since he is so much older than him, there is no need for him to replace him. It would be enough to accompany him for a while longer. I walked through the crowded lobby of the cancer hospital and took the elevator all the way to my mother's floor. I pushed open the door of the ward and saw, as expected, that only my mother was there. Mother Zhang was lying on a hospital bed. When she saw Zhang Wenjing coming, she stood up and forced a smile on her face. They have all gone home, let's go too. Even though she had prepared herself mentally on their way here, Zhang Wenjing still couldn't control the soreness in her eyes the moment her mother opened her mouth. Mother Zhang got off the bed and patted her daughter on the back. You have worked the hardest these days while I have been here to see the doctor. Now you can have a good rest. It's not that mom can't take care of herself. At most, she will move less and do less activities as long as she doesn't tire herself out. You don't have to worry about me. Mom knows that my family is partial to you. When you were little, you were always the one who suffered. At that time, your father was still alive, and Mom's words didn't he count. I could only hope that you would get married, and marry someone far away. Unexpectedly, Wang Mingxian is also unreliable. There is still more than 10,000 yuan in my mother's card. I won't keep it for medical treatment. We will each take half. I will sign up for a tour group tomorrow and go traveling. Mom is not very capable, so just treat this little bit of money as the last bit of confidence left for you by your parents. Zhang Wenjing felt the warmth of her mother's palm and trembled with her head down. Faced with such a farewell, no matter how much preparation she made in her heart, it was useless and she wanted to regret it. But the reality is that she is at the end of her rope and has nowhere to turn to. Even if the disease can be cured, she has no ability to treat her mother. This is the most desperate thing. So Zhang Wenjing could only speak with all her strength. We are not going anywhere, Mom. We will stay in Shanghai and I will take care of you in your old age. The reason why the eldest and second sister-in-law left directly was that they didn't want Zhang's mother to return to her hometown. Zhang Wenjing understood, and Zhang's mother also understood. So what Zhang's mother said just now was about her funeral arrangements. She left some money for herself, not for traveling, but for coffin money, although she didn't know whether her two sons would come to pick her up after her death. Zhang's mother's face was full of comfort. You have started a family now, so you should live a good life in the future. Her eyes swept over the insulated box that Zhang Wenjing brought, and Zhang's mother smiled and said, "We're not eating this today. Come on, Mom will treat you to a meal. I remember that you loved eating hamburgers before, and your two brothers always snatched them from you." Zhang Wenjing couldn't bear to hear this now, and tears almost burst out again, but it was still the same words. This was the reality, and she could only help her mother pack her luggage and acquiesce to her discharge from the hospital. The two packed their luggage and walked to the door of the ward. Zhang Wenjing looked back with unwillingness in her eyes. "What are you doing? We've already told patients not to exercise before dialysis and to strictly control water intake. How can we work when you're packing your bags and drinking mineral water?" The young nurse at the nurses' station saw the two of them in the corridor and immediately issued a series of reprimands. Zhang Wenjing couldn't speak, so her mother stepped forward to explain, "We don't want to be treated anymore. We are going to go to the hospital to prepare to go home. We won't do the dialysis in the afternoon." The young nurse immediately changed her attitude and asked gently, "Why don't you want to be treated? Is dialysis too painful and you can't stand it? Be patient, we can perform surgery after a course of treatment, and the chances of recovery are very high." Zhang Wenjing knew that the nurse had good intentions, so she spoke up and revealed her own incompetence. "We are out of money. We really can't raise the cost of the surgery, so there is nothing we can do. Thank you for your hard work during this period." Not noticing Zhang Wenjing's guilty expression, the nurse said, "Huh," walked back to the nurse station and operated the computer, then asked curiously, "Cheng Lijuan, right, bed 5. You have paid the surgery fee, and left an extra 30,000 as a deposit, which is more than enough for later treatment." Zhang's mother's eyes lit up instantly. "Is the person who paid the money called Zhang Guqiang?" The young nurse shook her head. "Zhang Guofu?" Zhang's mother asked again. The young nurse still shook her head. "The gentleman who paid the money is named Wang." The light in Zhang's mother's eyes faded, and Zhang Wenjing was struck by lightning. She asked tremblingly, "Is his name Wang Ze?" The young nurse finally nodded. The scenes from her previous time with Wang Ze emerged in Zhang Wenjing's mind. He said, "The recently popular, Perfect Voice, will be aired tomorrow. They all said it's very good. If you have nothing to do at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, remember to watch it." He said, "Let's not talk about the circumstances. This song is written for someone who is very important to me." He said, "Money is a ruler of conscience and a mirror that reveals evil." He said, "Everything will turn out well in the end. If it's not good for now, it means it's not the end yet." On the billboard at the bus stop, Zhang Wenjing figured out why he suddenly went to the audition, why he was willing to try out the show even though he had never been to a KTV, why. It turns out it was all because of me. He let out a long breath, which contained relief and determination. "I am so lucky to have taken care of you for 3 years. Our friendship has reached this point. Just take whatever you want. I am willing to give you everything." Chapter 14, Golden Jade Clothes. Zhang Wenjing was eager to see Wang Ze. But her mother still had to undergo dialysis in the afternoon, so she could only suppress her anxiety and endure until the evening. In fact, even if Zhang Wenjing could come out, Wang Ze would not have time to go home as he was already very busy. In the morning, he went to the bank to confirm the money had arrived, transferred 100,000 yuan to Wu Sidong, and transferred another 20,000 yuan to Liang Hongwei, and then ran to their hospital to pay the bill. Then he rejected Liang Hongwei and his partner's proposal to record a full version of If the Moon Hasn't Come Yet, and also rejected Wu Sitong's request to practice singing together. I randomly found a breakfast shop and sent the music score and lyrics of Big Fish to Wu Sitong, asking her to practice it by herself first. Finally, I took a taxi to find Jiang Yang and Dailing Rui. Jiang Yang was fine. After getting in the car, he only asked Wang Ze where they were going to play. Seeing that Wang Ze didn't say anything, he didn't ask any more questions. Dailing Rui was different. He had been thinking about it at home for the whole morning and had no idea why Wang Ze would ask him out. Are you here to show off? Dailing Rui asked before getting in the car. Wang Ze said, low end, you old man, why am I trying to show off to you? I passed the audition, and the program team has given me the bonus. I'll treat you two to some fun. Dailing Rui questioned, are you so kind? Although he asked, his body was honest. He sat down in the back seat of the taxi and took the opportunity to take advantage of Wang Ze. The taxi sped along and soon stopped in front of an educational institution. This time, not only Dailing Rui, but even Jiang Yang asked with a questioning look, you invited us to the cram school to play. Wang Ze put his arm around his neck, you are in your third year of high school, brother. I am giving you a chance. Dailing Rui turned away with a dark face, I knew you couldn't hold your fart well. 23,008 for 6 lessons, just tell me if you are generous enough. Dailing Rui turned around and walked back to Wang Ze naturally, touching the back of his head with his hand and muttering to himself in confusion, isn't the toilet over there? I didn't see it. They are all grown-up kids in their senior year of high school. How could they be so stupid? Their father only earns 10,000 yuan a month, but they can't even pay for 6 classes even if they don't eat or drink for 2 months. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of this. Besides, I also need to study when I go home. Wu Sitong is going to take the Shanghai Double Holidays exams, and my scores are still far behind. I have to work hard. Jiang Yang said with concern, it's not easy for adults to make money, don't spend it recklessly, and subsidize the family. Wang Ze embraced the two of them and walked into their house. This is called investing in yourself, how can it be called spending money recklessly? Let's go. Wang Ze is indeed investing, but not investing in himself. Xuanyang Education is one of the most famous educational institutions in Shanghai. There is a reason why it is expensive. Every teacher here has graduated from the top universities in the country. Even if they are not from a teacher training major, they must have at least a postgraduate degree to apply for the job. Wang Ze chose this place because of the teachers here. He remembered very clearly that in September of the year 2015 in the Blue Star calendar of his previous life, which was 1 month later, a horrific fraud case occurred in the Magic City. A well-known domestic archaeologist secretly imitated a jade burial suit with gold thread and delivered it to a private collector through the black market. Then, through television appearances and live broadcasts, he invited the private collector to come to him to appraise the treasure. When the matter reached its peak, the archaeologist directly estimated the value of their gold and jade clothes to be 2 billion. Do you think that private collectors are looking for someone to take over and sell their things? Not at all. This collector took the appraisal certificate and went to 3 banks to apply for mortgage loans, with the loan amount reaching 1.1 billion. Originally, this operation was flawless before the private collectors stopped repaying the loans. However, halfway through, the spoils were not evenly divided and the archaeologists had too big an appetite, which led to the private collectors directly overturning the table, resulting in a lose-lose situation. The reason I mentioned this incident is because there is a teacher in Xuanyang Education who is also a participant in this incident. Her name is Meng Chuyue, her father's name is Meng Liang, the president of Huameng Bank and the direct victim of this case. In fact, the essence of the matter was that it was just a trap set up by an archaeological expert against Meng Liang and 3 other bank presidents. Everyone needs performance, so it is naturally easier to get involved. After the private collector overturned the table, 3 bank presidents were implicated and sent to prison one after another. The shortest sentence was 15 years. Meng Chuyue was so angry that she blocked the entrance of the archaeological experts community with a knife for 2 days. In the end, they reached the limit and replaced one by one, and everyone became famous. The reason why Wang Ze appears here now is naturally that he wants to contact her father through Meng Chuyue. The identity of the bank president is highly feasible. There is also the person who set up the trap for her father. Wang Ze also wants to contact him. It's not the archaeologist, but the collector. I heard that the collector was a local from Shanghai and started his business by taking out loans. If I get to know him, it would be much easier to deal with Wang Mingxian. I don't know what Wang Mingxian would think when he learned about this. In order to kill himself, he actually used 2 such big booters. He should be very proud. Hello, we have an appointment and have signed up for teacher Meng Chuyue's class. At the front desk of Shuangyang Education, Wang Ze gave his mobile phone number and waited for the young lady to take action. Jiang Yang and Dailing Rui quietly tiptoed, pretending to glance under the counter casually. The black stockings wrapped around the girl's legs and the shiny leather shoes on her feet still looked very mysterious to tall boys like them. Ahem. Seeing Wang Ze looking at him with a half smile, Dailing Rui landed on his heels and cleared his throat awkwardly. Jiang Yang didn't care. He just liked to watch it and even walked behind the front desk to watch. You pretend to be a licker every day, but you're actually licking more than one person, right? Wang Ze asked in a low voice. Dailing Rui seemed to be caught, and said in a pinched voice, "Don't tell Sitong that I'm not interested in others." Wang Ze sneered, "You're not interested at all. If I show any willingness, you'll treat every toe like the Alps. Registration is complete. Teacher Meng Chuyue is on the 3rd floor. The get out of class will end in 10 minutes. Please go upstairs and wait for a moment." The lady at the front desk handed Wang Ze a registration card with both hands, which should be used to swipe the elevator. When going upstairs, Leng Rui was still pestering Wang Ze, asking him not to tell anyone what had just happened, but as soon as he got upstairs, he stopped and looked at Wang Ze with surprise. "You're spending 23,800 yuan to take us to learn flower arrangement." Dailing Rui can actually rhyme. Wang Ze swiped his card to open the glass door and squinted at Dailing Rui. "Just tell me whether you want to learn or not." Dailing Rui's eyes were firm. "Whoever learns from him is your son. I won't take advantage of him." A charming woman in a black dress walked out of the room. "Wang Ze, right? You signed up for a 3-person class. Shall we start now?" Dailing Rui turned back decisively. "Dad." Wang Ze snorted coldly and said, "Do you think I like to learn flower arrangement? Meng Chuyue teaches this. What can I do? If one-on-one tutoring wasn't 5 times more expensive than a 3-person class, would I let you take advantage of it? Now that you are here, just be my control group and serve as a good control group." Chapter 15 Skilled. Meng Chuyue is a particularly charming woman. When she speaks, the ending of her voice is always raised, and her charm always makes men unable to control themselves. Not only their voice, but the entire image of the person is like this. The black hollow long skirt always becomes transparent in the right place to show her perfect waistline. The ankles exposed to the air under the long skirt are white and bright, and the diamond-studded micro-heeled sandals on her feet are also an excellent embellishment. Big red lips, thin eyeliner, and a standard wavy beauty. But the most attractive thing about her is the mole between her eyebrows, which makes her look inexplicably sexy. Meng Chuyue was not surprised at all that the 3 students she was going to teach today were boys. Her beauty had long been known throughout the nearby aristocratic schools, and countless people came to study there every day, so the tuition fee was set so high. However, as a teacher, no matter what the student's purpose is, she is still very dedicated and wants to teach them something. Leading Wang Ze and others, they came to a glass partition door and vaguely saw a woman sitting inside. Meng Chuyue put her hand on the door handle before she remembered to turn around and ask, "You don't mind having one more auditor, do you? He's my friend and he won't disturb your class." Under her aura, Jiang Yang Dailing Rui would definitely not be able to refuse. Wang Ze contacted her in order to make new friends, so naturally he would not refuse. Pushing the door open and entering the room, Meng Chuyue clapped her hands and said, "Okay, then I won't introduce you, and we'll start the course directly. Let us start with the simple ones. Flower arrangement, as the name suggests, is to put flowers in a vase, and the key is to arrange the flowers. A flower can be placed anywhere according to the height of the vase. 2 flowers, 1 high and 1 low, with a staggered height. 3 flowers." Meng Chuyue started the class very quickly, and Wang Ze took the opportunity to look at the woman he had just seen outside. She is very tall, over 1.70 meters tall, and when wearing high heels she is no shorter than most men. She has a slim figure and is very fair, and you can tell at first glance that she is used to a life of luxury. His facial features are extremely delicate, and his expression is cold. Noble, proud, indifferent to others, with a strong aura, she is a goddess-level figure. Those who always say on the internet that they eat without washing will go crazy when they see her. Brother, could you please repeat the 3 basic skills of flower arrangement that I just mentioned, as well as the principles for applying the basic skills? At this time, Wang Ze was like a student who was absent-minded in class and was called by the teacher to answer questions. When encountering this kind of scene, everyone would imagine themselves standing up and telling the story, answering questions from angles that other students could not imagine, and then sitting back down under the helpless teacher and the admiring gazes of classmates. But the system did not reward Wang Ze with the skill of flower arranging, so after he stood up, he could only break through from other aspects. Long skirts usually have a corseted waist design, but you took a different approach by replacing the waist with 2 hollow lace strips to show the curves more intuitively. The advantage of linen fabric is that it fits the body, but its disadvantage is also that it can magnify the advantages of your figure, but it can also reveal your body flaws. However, your figure is perfect and you can handle it perfectly. In my opinion, the only drawback of this skirt is that it is too long. When you bent down just now, I observed your knees, which are round and of moderate size. It would be a waste not to show them off. Other things such as diamonds on sandals, Swarovski on wrists, and 4-leaf clover on neck may look tacky and cheap on others, but on you, they will only make your skin look whiter and more noble. The perfect match and well-proportioned figure make this a work of art carved by God. I think it's very elegant when one perfect piece of art steals the show from another. Sorry, teacher, I was distracted just now. Dai Rui and Jiang Yang on the side were stunned. What the hell was this? How could a student answer a question like this? Wang Ze also thought that his answer was perfect. While praising Meng Chuyue, he also pointed out 2 harmless flaws. Finally, he admitted his mistakes very frankly. Shouldn't he get some extra points for his impression? Unexpectedly, Meng Chuyue was not so easy to control. She walked in front of Wang Ze, leaned sideways, and her long skirt swayed with a slit, revealing her 2 well-proportioned long legs in front of Wang Ze. So you're analyzing me? Meng Chuyue has frivolous eyebrows, and the red mole on her eyebrow is lifted up, making her look very charming. This tone, this action, it feels like meeting someone similar. Wang Ze smiled and said, "No, I just wanted to ask where teacher Meng bought the skirt. I want to buy one for my mother as well." Goose 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 goose. Meng Chuyue laughed so hard that her body shook. The cold goddess in the corner also smiled for the first time. Dai Rui showed a trace of envy on his face. When will I be able to make a woman laugh with just a few words? This is so damn powerful. Brother, what you say is really interesting. Leave me your contact information. I will listen carefully from now on. Scan the QR code to add a friend, then Meng Chuyue turned around and covered her legs back into her skirt. Wang Ze smiled and nodded, listening carefully while asking questions with Meng Chuyue. Teacher, are these flowers of yours fake? Will the flowers feel pain if you pierce them so hard? Meng Chuyue immediately replied, whether it hurts or not depends on the size of the tool. Look at this bottle. It goes in as soon as I let go. I don't need to insert it at all. Wang Ze smiled even more happily. I personally think that it depends not only on the tools, but also on the technique. Teacher Meng, are your techniques good enough? Meng Chuyue immediately stretched out her slender jade hand. My fingers are long and fleshy, so there will be no damage when I pinch. There is no rating in the industry, but I think I am pretty good. Jiang Yang and Dai Rui, who were listening, felt as if the wheels of a car were rolling over their faces. The cold goddess in the corner also covered her mouth and laughed several times. Mad, it's only been a few minutes, can you chat with a woman like this? Dai Rui said that he had learned it and he was even memoizing it by rote. Wang Ze said that he was very happy. After 2 rounds of confrontation, Meng Chuyue was not inferior at all. When she spoke, she always lowered the ending tone and made some bad girl and mature lady voices. This was really meeting someone of her kind. The chess players met their worthy opponents, and the generals met their good talents. This wave of tug-of-war should be very exciting. On the surface, Wang Ze was communicating with Meng Chuyue the whole time, but behind the scenes, he was busy with his hands in his trouser pockets. Wang Ze's cell phone has always used the 9-grid input method, the 123,456 type. It's not that he is not used to the 24 keys, but the 9-grid input method has an advantage: it can be typed blindly. Dingling. Meng Chuyue's cell phone suddenly rang while she was giving a lecture, but she ignored it and continued to give the lecture seriously, or to compete with Wang Ze in driving skills. There was no choice, but Wang Ze kept dunking for a long time. Dingling. The phone rang again. Meng Chuyue thought someone had something urgent to say, so she took a look and opened the message to see that it was the avatar of Wang Ze who she had just added that was flashing. He kept talking about the course, glanced at Wang Ze, and then clicked on his avatar. I have a grandson who likes to treat people to dinner and likes to ask for more food. Let's make an appointment for dinner tonight and ask him to perform for you. My grandson is very funny. Meng Chuyue replied, when did you send me a message? Meng Chuyue couldn't help laughing again when she noticed Wang Ze took out his cell phone, looked at it, then put it back in his pocket, with his right hand constantly rummaging up and down in his trouser pocket. The little thing has mastered various skills so well. Chapter 16. Is it really coming for me? As the two of them were driving very fast, the class ended quickly. Wang Ze took the two of them and said goodbye and left, then walked to the door and squatted under a big tree. Dailing Rui came up and asked, the class is over, why are you squatting here? Let's go. Wang Ze said, Teacher Meng was impressed by my handsomeness. I think he will chase me down and treat me to a meal later. Dailing Rui sneered, Wang Ze, you are dreaming too much, look at what they are wearing, how much money can they make in a class, would they waste their time to care about you? If Teacher Meng comes over later, you'll treat her to dinner. If she doesn't come, I'll treat both of you. He listened to the conversation between the two during class. They had a good chat, but they didn't mention anything about meeting for dinner. Dailing Rui nodded confidently, whoever regrets will be a grandson. Upstairs. Meng Chuyue took out her cell phone and showed the chat page with Wang Ze to the cold woman, while she was laughing so hard that she was shaking. He participated in the audition for the show I recently invested in. He has strong singing skills and will definitely be very popular in the future. Yu Qing said. Meng Chuyue opened her mouth slightly, you can also sing, little brother is so amazing. Yu Qing frowned slightly, you used to be very measured in your conversations with men, why are you so? Why are you so out of control? Meng Chuyue took over the conversation, because my brother is handsome. Look at the men around me, is there anyone who is half as handsome as him? Besides, this brother is different. If he doesn't use extreme means, he won't be able to be pulled back. Meng Chuyue used the same words as Wang Ze. Yu Qing pointed at the phone in front of him. Meng Chuyue hadn't replied to Wang Ze yet, so you don't agree to go to dinner with him? Meng Chuyue took the phone back and put it in her pocket. Who said I didn't agree? Take care of your dinner by yourself, don't steal my limelight. Yu Qing had no choice but to remind him from behind, you've gone too far. Don't come and cry to me about your first kiss. Meng Chuyue is the type who loves to play. She is very good at talking and doing things, but she has zero practical experience. Yu Qing is afraid that she will suffer a loss. Meng Chuyue waved her hand without even turning her head, looking very cool. Dailing Rui squatted under the roots of a tree, looking at the beautiful figure walking towards him, feeling a little resistance and some anticipation in his heart. Meng Chuyue walked in front of Wang Ze, carrying a small donkey brand bag that matched her outfit perfectly. She stood with her legs crossed and placed the bag in front of her hips. I'm very picky. If it doesn't taste good, I'll run away. Wang Ze snorted coldly, and the high-end game began. He leaned in front of Meng Chuyue and whispered, it's okay, I have a big appetite, I can eat the rest even if you run away. Dailing Rui was confused and dazed. He wondered how she could really come. Was this bastard Wang Ze performing magic for me? What right did he have? Then I thought, where should I go to treat a woman like this to dinner and how much would it cost? I hope Wang Ze won't rip me off. I made up my mind that if the place we were going to was too outrageous, I would cheat and at least try to make it AA among the three of us. After all, the mother mentioned during the bet was not the real mother. This mother was not that mother. This mother was completely imagined by myself. After the bet was over, she naturally disappeared. Go to the private kitchen. Meng Chuyue was driving, and Wang Ze adjusted the navigation on his mobile phone and asked her to follow it. Meng Chuyue was still a little embarrassed. In her ears, the name private kitchen meant an expensive restaurant that was not open to the public. Your family is so well off, and you're still in school, yet you're inviting me to such an expensive place. Wang Ze pointed behind him nonchalantly, his welcome. Dailing Rui nodded repeatedly, his mouth almost grinning to his ears. Yes, I'll treat you. Private kitchen is not expensive at all. It's just a small restaurant near number 10 middle school. Meat dishes cost 15 yuan and vegetable dishes cost 10 yuan. Dailing Rui didn't have the mind to think about whether it was appropriate to invite such a woman to eat in the private kitchen. He was just glad that his mother was saved. Seeing Dailing Rui say, I'll treat you, Meng Chuyue seemed to suddenly think of something and laughed, coo, so loudly that Dailing Rui was confused. She didn't laugh like this when Wang Ze told her a joke, but she couldn't stop laughing when I opened my mouth. Could it be that she came to eat not for Wang Ze, but for me? Meng Chuyue thought Wang Ze was going to take her to some high-end place for dinner. After all men are like this. When they first meet someone, they always like to pretend, go to a Western restaurant for afternoon tea or something, to improve their status. But when the navigation directed her to turn into the alley, she felt something was wrong. Find a place to park. Wang Ze was directing. Everyone walked down and took 2 more steps. Meng Chuyue pointed at the plaque with black characters on a white background, which looked very old, and said, Old Devil's City, the legendary fly restaurant. A high-end woman will never complain on the surface that the place a man takes her to is bad. Wang Ze shook his head. Today is Saturday, there is no need to queue, and it's cheap. Dailing Rui assisted from the side. The food here is delicious. Usually when we come here at lunchtime, there is no room at all. Jiang Yang doesn't talk. When a group of people come out, there is always one silent one, and he is such a character. Entering the house to order food, Wang Ze took out the menu and typed out, dry fried green beans, spicy fried bacon, a basket of spare ribs, a serving of tomato and egg. Meng Chuyue occupied a row of benches by herself, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Okay, we can't finish it. Wang Ze ordered 2 more dishes and handed the menu to Meng Chuyue. Okay, this is all I'll eat. You guys can order 3. Geese. Meng Chuyue laughed so hard that she was shaking. Dailing Rui was feeling uneasy and secretly cursed Wang Ze. Damn, you haven't let me save any money even after getting here. What a good for nothing. You brought me to the place where I always loved to eat when I was in school. Are you here to reminisce about the taste of your childhood? After ordering the dishes, Meng Chuyue started the conversation and asked Wang Ze that she also wanted to analyze Wang Ze. Wang Ze scalded the tableware with boiling water on the table, then pushed it in front of Meng Chuyue, and then took her set of tableware for himself. I am just a kid now, reminiscing about my dad. One action and one sentence contain 2 temptations, one is intimacy, and the other is the scale of conversation. Meng Chuyue showed no resistance, and even took out a pack of cigarettes from her bag and handed it to Wang Ze. Want to smoke? Wang Ze took it and asked Meng Chuyue to light it for him. He sighed and said, if you smoke before meals, you will eat less. Damn, the blood exchange in the confrontation lane is so intense. The dishes were almost served. Dailing Rui didn't notice the secret confrontation between the two at all. With the mentality of a host, he kept pushing the dishes on the table that he thought were delicious to Meng Chuyue. Eat more, eat more. Meng Chuyue burst out laughing and looked at Wang Ze resentfully, blaming him for making her lose her composure. Dailing Rui was confused and a little excited at the same time. Why did Meng Chuyue laugh so exaggeratedly as soon as he opened his mouth? Could it be that he guessed right and she was coming for me? Meng Chuyue ate a lot. She was not a pretentious person. After a while, she wiped her mouth and asked Wang Ze. You sing very well. Who is the sister who is participating in the show with you? Your girlfriend. While waiting to clock out downstairs of Xuanyang Education Building, she had already watched the video of Wang Ze singing. Wang Ze was not surprised at all that she knew about him so quickly. A woman of Meng Chuyue's level had too many channels to obtain information. Ignoring Dailing Rui's expression of, it's over, he's going to pretend again, Wang Ze said playfully, if I say no, are you going to tell me which restaurant nearby is also delicious? Please come back tomorrow if you want. Meng Chuyue was so amused by Wang Ze's shamelessness that she trembled with laughter. It's only the first day we met, and you know me so well. You are the worm in my sister's stomach. I am the big python in your belly, stinky sister. Chapter 17. Can eating this really make you immortal? Under Dialing Rue's expectant gaze, Wang Ze shook his head and said, no. Meng Chuyue picked up her bag and said, then let's make an appointment after class tomorrow. If the two friends don't want to come, you can come by yourself without paying extra. Watching Meng Chuyue swaying back, Dialing Rue felt that his guess seemed to be shattered. She didn't even invite me to class. But fortunately, Wang Ze said that Sitong and he are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It was almost dark outside. Wang Ze didn't eat much. He stood up and patted the two on the shoulders. Did you hear that? You don't have to go tomorrow. Jiang, let's go. Take a taxi and let me go. Dialing Rue went to the front desk to pay the bill with a bitter face and vowed never to bet with Wang Ze again. It was only 8 o'clock when Wang Ze got home, but when he opened the door, Zhang Wenjing was already sitting on the sofa waiting for him. She was not wearing the purple pajamas, but a normal grey home nightgown. Seeing Wang Ze coming back, Zhang Wenjing showed no expression and got up to go to the kitchen to heat up the food. 5 minutes later, Wang Ze sat at the dinner table, feeling lucky that he had saved some food. You went to the hospital to pay the bill. Zhang Wenjing served the rice and asked directly without even looking at Wang Ze. At this point, Wang Ze had nothing to hide and nodded directly. The program team has a prize of 300,000 yuan, but they gave less to the students, so the rest is just enough. Even though she knew about this in the morning, now that it was confirmed, Zhang Wenjing still couldn't help but take a deep breath. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Wang Ze looked like he had suffered a great injustice. I just found out about it this morning. Before the results came out, who knew if I could be selected? I'm holding a lottery ticket and telling you, don't worry, the lottery will be drawn tomorrow. If I win, I'll use the money to treat my aunt. Won't you bite me to death? Zhang Wenjing smiled and opened her mouth, really wanting to bite this guy. Are you going to the show for me? Wang Ze nodded honestly this time. I saw a 300,000 yuan prize on the side of the road and wanted to give it a try. Where does the registration fee come from? My classmate has already signed up. I want to use his free time. The last bit of grudge in her heart was gone. Zhang Wenjing pushed the dishes to Wang Ze. It was quite rich, with meat, eggs and shrimps. Eat quickly. Wang Ze held the big round bowl and started to eat. Zhang Wenjing turned around and went back to their house. When she came back, she had changed her clothes. Among all the women Wang Ze has come into contact with since his rebirth, Wu Sitong ranks first in terms of purity and well-behavedness. When it comes to charm and elegance, Meng Chuyue is the best. In terms of appearance, temperament, and nobility, the woman sitting in the corner of the classroom today, Yu Qing, is actually the best. But when it comes to dignity, the feeling of being a wife, the feeling of being mature, and the inner charm emanating from her whole body, Zhang Wenjing is definitely the king. At this time, she was wearing a tight white knitted nightgown, which perfectly showed off her plump and round figure. Because it was so tight, one could even see the outline of the small clothes inside, which was a fatal temptation for men. She was wearing a pair of black stockings on her calves outside her skirt. They were made of chocolate and looked very expensive. The nightgown has a cross-section design at the back waist, which just exposes the upper part of the stockings. I guess no man can resist such an image. As soon as she sat next to Wang Ze, he immediately smelled a fragrance coming from her nose. He didn't know whether the smell was laundry detergent, body lotion, or body odor, but Wang Ze was addicted to it. Does it look good? Seeing that Wang Ze had stopped eating and kept staring at her, Zhang Wenjing asked with a trembling voice. Wang Ze nodded. It looks good. These stockings must be very expensive. The fabric is smooth and the color is even. They are many times sexier than those 10 yuan black stockings. Only stockings look good. Zhang Wenjing's voice was even softer than before, and she was trembling even more violently. Wang Ze looked at her again and said, of course your legs look better than stockings, they are slender, well-proportioned, and white. Most importantly, your Achilles tendon is long enough to shape your legs better. You look better in flat shoes than in high heels. But apart from men's bad taste, the purpose of stockings is to cover up blemishes. Your skin is already perfect, so you don't need to wear them. Zhang Wenjing's face was red as blood dripped out, and her voice became smaller and smaller. When I was a child, my mother also said that my legs were long. Are my legs really longer than others? Wang Ze said calmly, whether it is longer than others or not, we need to measure it to know. Zhang Wenjing's voice was barely audible. How do you measure it? Wang Ze opened and closed his thumb and index finger, like this. The atmosphere in the house was extremely ambiguous. The food on the table had grown a little cold, but no one cared to pay attention to it. Zhang Wenjing bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes wandering. Measure it however you want. Wang Ze reached out and lifted her feet up, brushing them gently over her black stockings. When measuring leg length, you shouldn't include the feet. Zhang Wenjing narrowed her eyes and didn't say anything. Wang Ze pressed his thumb on Zhang Wenjing's heel again. If you stand normally, you should measure from here. 1 bundle, 2 bundles, 3 bundles. Zhang Wenjing's legs are indeed longer than others. Wang Ze's thumb has reached a very dangerous position. Sister-in-law, where should the length of the legs be measured? Zhang Wenjing murmured, don't call me sister-in-law. It's up to you to decide how much to measure. Wang Ze moved up again and passed under the skirt. Here. Zhang Wenjing remained silent. Wang Ze said, oh, the legs should be as long as the hips. He reached out his hand and Zhang Wenjing screamed, then stood up and took 2 steps back. I'm sorry, Xiaozi. Can you give me a few more days, or wait for me to divorce your brother, okay? The next time he comes back, I will get the divorce right away. Wang Ze stood up, pulled up his waistband with a bitter face, and it snapped straight with a snap. How are you going to sleep at night? Zhang Wenjing felt a little guilty. Why don't you come into my room? Wang Ze instantly recalled a very vivid joke. The king of the kingdom of women asked, brother, can eating this really make me immortal? Tang Seng lowered his head and said, just eat it and put your hair up. Wang Ze knew that his sister-in-law didn't mean that, so he shook his head with a wry smile and said, no, that would be even more uncomfortable. Go back to your room and sleep. You have to get up and practice singing tomorrow. Half an hour later, Wang Ze knocked on Zhang Wenjing's door with a bitter face. Lend me the white one, or the purple one will do. Zhang Wenjing fiddled with the quilt for a long time and threw it to Wang Ze. You pervert, I'll give you a happy new year. On the other side, Wu Sitong's house. In the slightly luxurious European-style flat, Wu Sitong's parents looked at the cash on the coffee table with a dazed look on their faces. Sitong, is this what you earned from participating in the show? Wu Jian's eyes widened. Even though he had watched the stage video 3 times, he still found it hard to believe that his 18-year-old daughter would throw a wad of cash on the coffee table and tell him to take it. Wu Sitong nodded obediently. I've said it many times, it was Wang Ze who helped me make money. The other contestants are all very strong. If it was me, I wouldn't be able to advance at all. Wang Ze. Wu Jian kept thinking. Chapter 18, The Unpredictable. Wu Sitong felt helpless because this scene had happened for the 3rd time. Dad seemed to be possessed by a demon, and this time Wu Sitong took the initiative. I got 300,000 yuan in prize money, 40,000 yuan was given to the backstage band, 30,000 yuan was lent to Wang Ze, and 10,000 yuan was spent on buying a bag for my sister. The rest is all here. You guys can use it. I still have to practice singing tomorrow. I'm going back to my room to sleep first. After his daughter left, Wu Jian began to embarrass his wife, Saixia. I've actually seen Wang Ze downstairs several times. He's helping my daughter so much, why don't we invite him to our house for dinner? Liu Saixia said as she sorted out her clothes. You have the final say. If you want to invite someone to dinner, tell Sitong in advance. Invite them at least a week in advance. It's a courtesy. Also, what should I do with the money? Should I keep it or help Sitong deposit it into the card? Wu Jian was still stroking his beard and thinking about Wang Ze, and replied casually, put the money in the card for your daughter, just don't spend it recklessly. Girls should have some money in their hands. As for Wang Ze, if you have a chance, ask him to come home and see his character. He always dates secretly, so he is probably a gangster. Wu Sitong didn't know that her father had already included Wang Ze in the category of yellow-haired people. At this moment, she was holding her teddy bear doll, chatting with her sister and looking forward to tomorrow. Wang Ze just promised her that he would go to the recording studio tomorrow to guide her in practicing singing. The second round of the competition will begin in a few days. The opponents there are all first-line singers, but Wu Sitong is not too nervous. She is mainly happy to meet Wang Ze. I fell asleep soundly with anticipation, and the next day I didn't even have breakfast, and rushed to the recording studio. Mr. and Mrs. Wu were looking at their daughter's cheerful back from upstairs at the same time. They both sighed. Looking at her happy expression, they knew who she was going to look for without having to guess. When she arrived at the recording studio, Wang Ze was already waiting for her in the room as promised. When he saw Wu Sitong coming over, he handed her a pancake. Let's not do the whole blow when you're full and sing when you're hungry thing. Let's eat first, then record the first 2 songs after we're full, and then practice the new songs. Liang Hongwei and Xing Xiaoyang were already pushing Wang Ze so hard, as if Wang Ze released the new song 1 minute late, he would lose 100,000 yuan. This time Wang Ze came to fulfill their wish. Wu Sitong took the pancake and smiled happily. She took out a lunchbox from her back and handed it to Wang Ze. My mother made dumplings last night. I love them. I froze them and cooked them for you this morning. What a two-way rush. Fortunately Dai Lingrui was not around, otherwise Wang Zefei would have punched him twice to liven up the fun. Liang Hongwei and the 2 old hooligans were laughing beside them. Wang Ze's phone rang, so he went to the side to answer it. How are you doing academically lately? Can you make it into the top 100 in school? When the weather gets hot, go to the mall and buy a pair of shoes for yourself. Don't wear the same pair of sneakers for a whole year. Help your sister-in-law with some housework at home, buy more vegetables and bring them back home, and be smarter when you are out. Okay, your dad grabbed the phone. Hearing their voice on the phone, Wang Ze's eyes almost turned red. He hadn't called his parents for so many days since he was reborn. He was afraid that this was all a dream and his parents' voices would pull him back to reality. You are already in the 3rd year of high school, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Try your best and then let things take their own course. Go for it but don't force it. Keep a calm mind. My father's strong voice came from the other end of the phone. The teacher just loves to preach, and there is my mother's nagging beside him. Didn't you say this yesterday? It was you who helped your son pass the college entrance examination and cross the class barrier. It was also you who let your son let nature take its course. What on earth did you? Don't talk nonsense, the phone is still on. Wang Ze smiled and helped his father out. Let the class cross naturally. I am terribly strong now, don't worry. The old man cleared his throat and steadied his voice. It's a good thing to have confidence. Your mother and I just transferred 2,000 yuan to you. Don't be hard on yourself in life. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ze let out a long sigh and pulled himself away from happiness. My parents are in a village school on weekdays and rarely go online. They probably don't know that I'm going to participate in the show. In this case, Wang Ze didn't say much. He decided to postpone some things and tell them only after they had achieved real results, which would make them feel more at ease. Regarding his parents, Wang Ze has made a lot of plans during this period, but he overturned them all after thinking about it. Bringing them out of the mountains and letting them enjoy material happiness can only satisfy one's own filial piety. When they first started teaching in the mountains, the parents might have been forced to do so by life, but over the years, getting every child out of the mountains has become their life goal. In this case, they would not be happy if they were forced to leave. But the mudslide that occurred a year and a half later was like a sword hanging from a beam, leaving no room for relaxation. Therefore, Wang Ze could only overestimate his own abilities and try to find a way to save a disaster. In addition to wanting to kill Wang Mingxian, he also had some reasons for this when contacting Meng Qiuyue. Everything depends on human efforts. If there is nothing we can do at that time, the worst thing we can do is to bring our parents out before the disaster strikes. Hang up the phone and it's a busy day. The 2 bearded men, Liang Hongwei and Xing Xiaoyang, were busy running around and managed to put together a band for Wang Ze and rearranged the arrangements of the 2 songs. In fact, the revenue from these 2 songs has nothing to do with the 2 of them. They are just worried about Wang Ze. Wang Ze understood this, and they had indeed broadened their horizons. Whenever Wang Ze released new songs in the future, he would inevitably bring them along. After working hard for most of the morning, the accompaniment was finally at a level that the 2 of them were satisfied with. They had originally planned to finish lunch before recording the song, but unexpectedly Wang Ze was full of confidence and got it right in one take in the cubicle. In less than 20 minutes, Liang Hongwei and his friend handed the USB flash drive to Wang Ze. Do you want us to negotiate with the music platform on your behalf? With the popularity of this song and the popularity of the program, Perfect Voice of China, the single's revenue can reach a very high level. Wang Ze is now desperately short of money. He has to pay the medical expenses for his sister-in-law and mother, and sign up for a flower arrangement class. If his father hadn't just transferred him 2,000 yuan, he wouldn't even have money for food. So he agreed to Liang Hongwei's proposal and added a request. The song, When You're Old, has not been on the show yet and is not well known, so we can discuss profit sharing. For, if the moon hasn't come yet, let's just talk about buying out the song. I'm in urgent need of money now. Liang Hongwei asked in surprise. This song is extremely popular now. If you hold it in your hands, you can even use it as a pension insurance. Let's talk about buying it out. Wang Ze nodded. There will be many more good songs in the future. If you miss the opportunity, it will be gone. Liang Hongwei didn't know what he was going to do, but although Wang Ze was only a high school student, he was very experienced and it would not be wrong to listen to him. Wu Sitong had been practicing in the recording studio for the whole morning and was now tired. The group ordered a box lunch and rested for a while before Wang Ze began to guide her in practicing the new song. Under the astonished and envious eyes of Liang Hongwei and the others, Wang Ze trained Wu Sitong's voice to be very suitable for singing Big Fish, and a new song of extremely high quality was once again perfectly presented. Liang Hongwei asked from the side, "You are not going to speak again? If you just go on stage and shock us, it will be easy for us to make mistakes." Wang Ze forced Grandman and said, "You have to keep your emotions." This training lasted an entire afternoon. Yes, Wang Ze skipped Meng Chuyue's class. He skipped 23,860 classes, which were upgraded to one-on-one courses for free by Meng Chuyue. There was no other way. Wang Ze and Meng Chuyue were from different social classes and had almost no points of intersection in life. He could only try to pull them together in this way. Chapter 19. Take out something real. The second floor of Shuangyang Education. Meng Chuyue glared at Yu Qing angrily. Maybe he thinks there's no class today. Yu Qing's tone was lightly comforting. Meng Chuyue handed the phone to Yu Qing, which was full of messages she had just sent to Wang Ze. The bastard just wanted to pull something out. He was chatting animatedly yesterday, but he ignored me today. I've used this tactic many times before. The female Aquaman said that she had already mastered these operations by heart. Yu Qing crossed his legs and said, "He is a high school student from an ordinary family. How could he spend more than 20,000 yuan to play with you? Chuyue, I won't stop you from having fun, but don't let yourself become a phoenix man." Meng Chuyue smiled and hugged Yu Qing. "My eldest baby still cares about me the most. I am just trying to coax the child. How can I really let him gain anything?" Yu Qing stopped trying to persuade her after seeing this. Meng Chuyue went back to the flower stand and fiddled with her flower arrangements, but after thinking for a long time, she was still angry, so she took out her cell phone and sent another message to Wang Ze. "Is there something unexpected happening today? I'm so busy, I was thinking of meeting you for dinner in the evening." After putting the phone back in her pocket, Meng Chuyue felt much calmer. She didn't expect Wang Ze to reply to her immediately. Based on their similar ways of keeping track of their reactions, she guessed that Wang Ze would reply around 3:30. She continued to arrange flowers patiently. When the time displayed on her mobile phone reached 4 o'clock, Meng Chuyue finally frowned again. She knew that she had become a second-rate fish. With her competitive spirit rising, Meng Chuyue began to think about how to regain her advantage in the next game. It was not until 7 o'clock in the evening, when Meng Chuyue and Yu Qing had just finished dinner at a nearby Western restaurant, that Wang Ze's message finally came. "Sorry, Mr. Meng, I have to release a song today and practice a new song. I was too busy to check my phone. How about we have a midnight snack together?" Meng Chuyue was in the Western restaurant, touching her full belly with a smile on her face. She was indeed scheming. She didn't mention the fact that she skipped classes at all, hoping to arouse her curiosity to keep the appointment, and then explain it at the dinner table. The high-ranking players are not afraid at all. "It's okay, I'll send you the location and you can come directly, but I may need to bring a friend with me." In the second round of confrontation, Meng Chuyue intended to overpower the opponent with her strength. She picked up her bag on the stool next to her, stood up and said to Qing with a smile, "Let's go, change the scene, and take you to have fun." The place they chose was an extremely luxurious tea restaurant. When Wang Ze came over, he held the phone to his ear. He only said, okay, several times when he sat down, looking like he was very busy. Pointing at the phone in his hand, Wang Ze said, The program director told me to contact him if I have any questions when recording new songs. He also said that a program investor wants to meet me, a woman. Meng Chuyue glanced at Yu Qing, who was unmoved, and asked Wang Ze, female? Then you must agree. Wang Ze shook his head. I know I'm good looking, but I didn't expect the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry would come so quickly. I estimate that someone who can be an investor in such a big project must be at least 40 years old. It hurts too much to pull someone with a steel wool, so I'd better become famous with my talent. By the way, this is. Meng Chuyue's face turned red from trying so hard to hold back her laughter. She suddenly didn't want to introduce Yu Qing to Wang Ze anymore. Yu Qing smiled, as if he was looking at a master of committing suicide, and introduced himself, Yu Qing, Chuyue's college classmate, currently unemployed. The waiter started serving the dishes. Wang Ze was not shy in such a high-end restaurant. He took out a steamed chicken foot and started eating. Seeing his look, Meng Chuyue suddenly looked forward to whether Wang Ze could still be so relaxed after learning about Yu Qing's identity. In fact, Wang Ze was not relaxed at all. While eating chicken feet, his brain was working frantically, thinking about where to start. This matter of pulling can only keep Meng Chuyue interested for 2 waves. When she feels that she has no social resources and no energy in her related field, she will soon get tired of it. So this time, Wang Ze must come up with something real. Don't think too much, it's not about that. Just when Wang Ze was thinking about whether to abruptly change the subject and pretend, the opportunity arose. A successful man in a formal suit, about 30 years old, with a pound of hair wax on his head appeared in front of them. Sorry, the traffic was so congested that I came a little late. I'll punish myself with a drink later. Throwing the Land Rover keys on the table, the man in formal wear sat next to Wang Ze and extended his right hand to him. Hello, Chen Yuji, General Manager of Customer Service of Huameng Bank. It's our first meeting. Let's have a couple more drinks later. Looking towards Meng Chuyue, she was smiling like a fox. Her eyes seemed to say, I told you to bring your friends. He is showing himself how to raise fish. Wang Ze narrowed his eyes and thought that Meng Chuyue had 2 purposes in doing this. One was to pull a fight with him and show off her skills. The second is to see what Wang Ze's purpose is. Meng Chuyue knew that the greatest resource around her was her father, the bank president. If he had any connection with the bank, Chen Yuji, the client general manager, should also be important enough. It all depended on whether Wang Ze would make a move. Meng Chuyue did not hide her thoughts, so Wang Ze naturally would not be afraid of fighting. Besides, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't seize the opportunity to show off that is right at our doorstep? Smiling and shaking Chen Yuji's outstretched right hand, Wang Ze said sincerely, Wang Ze, I'm a senior high school student. If I drink, my parents will scold me. But I will definitely have 2 more drinks with you later. The atmosphere in the private room was not awkward at all. Chen Yuji smiled and patted Wang Ze on the shoulder. I thought you looked so young, and it turns out you really are. If you can't drink, then eat more. When I was your age, I could eat 5 big buns right after getting up in the morning. Wang Ze had a smile on his face, but he cursed in his heart, you bastard, are you trying to pretend to be a generous person in front of me? After 2 waves, I'll wait for you to recognize me as your big brother. His right hand was busy in his trouser pocket. Meng Chuyue made a move, and he had to seek help from outside the field. To deal with a woman like her, he had to keep winning to keep her interested. The 2 women opposite didn't eat either. They each sipped from a teacup and watched the fight between the men with a smile. When he first met Wang Ze, Chen Yuji thought he had a new competitor, but he found out that he was just a high school student. He let down his guard and spoke more naturally. Studying in the 3rd year of high school must be tiring. How are your grades? Do you have any college in mind? Wang Ze guessed that the persona he had created for himself now was that of a good senior who could give guidance to kids, not a real rival in love. He might need his connections in the future, so Wang Ze cooperated with him and let him pretend. I've barely passed the 1st tier line. As for the universities I intend to go to, I don't have any yet. But I really want to study finance. I don't know if my science scores are good enough. The customer general manager of the bank has a degree of at least 985, his college entrance examination score is not low, and he has a strong family backing. Wang Ze is just trying to get close to him. Sure enough, Chen Yuji immediately picked up his temper after hearing this. For finance, it's better to go to a higher undergraduate school. My alma mater is not bad. I remember that the score line was more than 650. If you just pass the first tier line, you still need to work harder. Also, if you want to study finance, it would be best if your family has some connections in this field. Otherwise, let us take a bank job as an example. If you start at the counter, you won't be promoted as fast as others. Wang Ze looked like he was being taught a lesson, and the two women opposite him were so suffocated that they kept pinching their thighs. Yu Qing slapped Meng Chuyue's hand off his leg and said, "You don't have any legs." Wang Ze pretended really well, and looked like a well-behaved man who was willing to learn from him humbly, but Meng Chuyue and the others already knew him well, so how could they not see that he was just teasing Chen Yuji? In comparison, Chen Yuji, a 30-year-old man, was really devalued by Wang Ze, who looked naive. After chatting with Chen Yuji for a while, Wu Sitong finally came under Wang Ze's constant text message bombardment. The laning phase officially begins. Chapter 20. This wave is in hand again. Come on, sit down quickly. This is Sister Chuyue, my flower arranging teacher. After watching our show, she has been saying that she wants to meet you. She is your fan. Wang Ze just found an excuse. Wu Sitong sat next to Wang Ze without knowing why. She had just arrived home when he called her out in a hurry and said he wanted to introduce her to some new friends. Didn't we just separate? Why didn't you bring me here directly? Several people came forward one by one to greet each other. When Chen Yuji saw Wu Sitong coming, he felt that Wang Ze was even less threatening and spoke more gently. Wu Sitong comes from a well-off family and probably goes to high-end places with her parents often. She is not at all shy in this kind of restaurant and is very likable because of her openness and generosity. Meng Chuyue knew what Wang Ze meant, and a strong fighting spirit rose in her eyes. She asked the waiter for a cup, filled it with boiling water, and pushed it in front of Chen Yuji. Drink less, and remember to call a designated driver later. Chen Yuji was flattered. Ever since he met Meng Chuyue, she had always been distant towards him. This was the first time she poured water for him, and he immediately smiled like a fool. Yu Qing smiled playfully, watching the fight between the two with great interest. Wang Ze ignored Meng Chuyue's actions, picked up 2 pieces of meat for Wu Sitong with his chopsticks, and continued the previous topic with Chen Yuji. In the end, performance is king in the financial industry. I'll take my work at a bank as an example. I also started as a teller. My competitors at the same time had connections and backgrounds and were able to complete a quarterly deposit raising task of 30 million yuan. I have no connections and no background, but I can complete the quarterly deposit raising task of 50 million. The opponent uses his connections to secure a promotion. Well then, I will bring 50 million regular customers to Jingjie Bank, and I should be able to get the same position. Wang Ze began to make preparations before drawing the sword. Seeing that he was serious, Chen Yuji thought about it for a moment and replied very professionally, "What you said is nothing more than profit first, which is the truth that every capitalist believes in. But to be honest, the analogy you made is too petty. It is undeniable that when you are at the lowest level, collecting 50 million in deposits per quarter can indeed bring you a promotion opportunity, but the upper limit is the branch manager of a small bank. What about after that? If you want to be promoted to middle or senior management in a bank in Shanghai, you will have to handle more than hundreds of millions of dollars. Without connections and background, no matter how capable you are, how can you accomplish the task of attracting hundreds of millions of dollars in deposits per quarter? And you have to understand that the mission of a bank is not only to attract deposits, but also to provide credit. Loaning out hundreds of millions is much more difficult than attracting hundreds of millions in deposits. This cannot be accomplished by just ability. Of course, it may be too early to tell you this. In fact, in the eyes of many people, being a middle-level manager in a bank is already very satisfying. Besides, studying finance is not just about banking. Securities and other fields may also be more convenient for you to display your talents. I have to say, if Wang Ze didn't have a backup plan, Chen Yuji's move would have been a big one. The conversation between the two people clearly shows the class and pattern. What Wang Ze said are all career plans that ordinary people should consider, while Chen Yuji's explanation is completely from the perspective of a capitalist. The two discussed the issue at completely different levels. Meng Chuyue also sighed when she saw this. After all, she was just a high school student from an average family. She had a narrow vision and became timid when it came to serious matters. Yu Qing had a blank expression on his face. If Wang Ze's thinking stopped here, he would at most be a small star and a money-making tool for some people. He would not be the same kind of person as himself or Meng Chuyue. Wang Ze saw that everyone was in the right mood and smiled. Brother Chen, if we use the example of entering a bank, the middle-class qualifications I just described are accurate. Because a person with a background and a long-term vision would never choose to join a bank and start as a teller after graduating from a finance major at this stage. Chen Yuji felt that he was crushed too badly by him, and he said this because he was unwilling to admit defeat. In order to show his magnanimity, he pretended to be very interested and asked, "Tell me more about it." In fact, I don't believe that Wang Ze can say anything useful. Wang Ze pretended not to notice and said, "There is only one reason. Unless you have a channel to short sell, you can't make big money. Brother Chen, you are an insider and you should know what the current situation is. In the past, when small businesses needed money and wanted to turn over funds in banks, they had to beg everyone for help and have everything handled from top to bottom. What about now? I heard that there is a local bank in Shanghai that has a loan target of 3 billion this quarter. The bank president has been so worried that his hair has turned half white. The loan conditions have even been relaxed to the point that even if there is no enterprise, as long as there is collateral, the loan will be granted." As soon as these words came out, Chen Yuji's expression instantly became serious. Meng Chuyue also sat up straight and asked with a serious expression, "Where did you get the news?" Wang Ze smiled mysteriously. "There are elders in my family who pay close attention to these things. They also told me that some bank presidents even set their sights on artworks and antiques in order to achieve performance targets. This approach is tantamount to gambling, and there will be trouble in the later stage. If you want to avoid it, unless what?" Meng Chuyue and Chen Yuji spoke together. Yu Qing's eyes flickered. Wu Sitong looked at Wang Ze talking in front of several people, her eyes even a little dazed. Wang Ze pointed at her at this time. "My classmate's father is in the real estate industry. Judging from the overall situation, he still has 5 years to leave. Normally, this kind of sunset industry that everyone can see clearly should have a very low valuation, but her father now wants to borrow money from the bank and can even get a low interest rate of 3%. Do you think this is normal?" Meng Chuyue was very anxious. The job at Shuangyang Education was just a part-time job for fun. Her main job was actually working in a bank, so she was very clear about the difficulties her father was currently facing. She couldn't wait to get the answer from Wang Ze. Unexpectedly, Wang Ze now took advantage of the situation to refute what Chen Yuji had just said. In Shanghai, even the president of a bank has to bear such great pressure and even take risks for the sake of performance. If you want to get into a bank, what kind of background can be more reliable than that of a bank president? So I say that currently finance graduates with background and vision will not go down the banking path. What do you think, Brother Chen? Chen Yuji agreed with what Wang Ze said because he knew that it was the reality. However, it was too embarrassing to admit in front of several women that his vision was not as good as that of a high school student. So he said, "That's a good idea, but if that's the case, there's no need to major in finance. It's the same for other industries." Wang Ze nodded without comment and did not refute. He handed Wu Sitong a shrimp dumpling and asked her if it tasted good. "Just now I said that we can't mix collateral and artworks, otherwise there will be trouble. What do you want to avoid unless you do it?" Meng Chuyue couldn't help it and asked. Wang Ze picked up the phone and said, "I'm a student. I'm afraid everyone will laugh at me if I say any way to avoid it. I won't mention it. Brother Chen, can we add each other's contact information so we can chat often in the future? Damn it, leave some space at a time like this." Meng Chuyue cursed inwardly. She was being manipulated again. Chapter 21, The Queen of the Sea, enters the pond. Chen Yuji was willing to make friends with Wang Ze. In his opinion, to have such insights at such a young age, one must have a rich family background, and it all depends on connections. Meng Chuyue was so angry that she jumped up and down. This time, Wang Ze had caught her in the trap. She had originally wanted to use her strength to suppress him, but she didn't expect Wang Ze to perfectly resolve the situation with his personal ability and even leave a hook for her. Even though she knew what Wang Ze was thinking, Meng Chuyue still had to cooperate and even coax him a little. She also thought that her father's business of collecting valuation loans was unreliable. If Wang Ze could really alleviate the performance pressure, he would be her great benefactor. Looking up, Wang Ze added Chen Yuji and handed the phone to Yu Qing, asking her to scan it. Yu Qing did not refuse and even added Wu Sitong's contact information. When the meal was almost over, Wang Ze put a coat on Wu Sitong and said goodbye to everyone. That's it for today. I'll send my classmates home first. I have to go to class at 6 o'clock tomorrow. If you stay up late, you will be late. Another fatal blow to Meng Chuyue. The fish you raise are in a high position, which is really great, but my little Tongtong is in her youth and is still in high school. She is 6 or 7 years younger than you. This is something that cannot be bought back no matter how much money you spend. Women especially care about age. Meng Chuyue could hear the implication of Wang Ze's words, and said with a dangerous look in her eyes that she and Xiao Sitong got along very well and she would take her with her next time she had dinner. Today was a complete defeat for Meng Chuyue. Chen Yuji was very enthusiastic and wanted to drive the two of them back, but Wang Ze politely declined. He went out and took a taxi to send Wu Sitong downstairs, and then walked back. He actually felt a little frustrated. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had come into close contact with someone of this level. Although he could play several people to his heart's content with the advantage of being reborn, Wang Ze knew that his way of thinking was different from theirs. To be precise, Wang Ze was not sure where their red line was, what they should do and what they should not do. Without a master to guide him, it was actually very difficult for him to integrate into the upper class on his own. But fortunately, he has the 2 big advantages of rebirth and system, and he still has time to grow. He may surpass their parents in the future and let Meng Chuyue call him dad. Next time I see Chen Yuji, I should ask him for help. Friendships are built by mutual trouble. I provided him with some information today, so he should be grateful. Wang Ze planned to ask him directly for Wang Mingxuan's information the next time they met. It was already past 9 o'clock when I got home, and Zhang Wenjing had not yet returned from the hospital. Tomorrow is Monday, and the morning class is indeed very early. After washing up quickly, Wang Ze went back to bed and planned to sleep. Their cell phone rang with a ding sound. I picked it up and saw that it was Meng Chuyue's. Are you asleep? The moon is so big over here, is it big over there? Wang Ze lay on the bed with a smile on his face. The female sea queen had taken the bait and was playing tricks on him. Remember you said I was the roundworm in your stomach, you should have seen it with your eyes, right? Meng Chuyue, who was also lying at home, looked at Wang Ze's reply on the phone and felt so angry that her teeth were itching. She didn't believe that Wang Ze was attacking without purpose today. The bastard must know his father's position. Knowing that you are eager to know something, you play dumb by talking smoothly. Hasn't you figured out the next tactic to pull the trigger? After hesitating for a while, the high-level jungler suddenly thought of a good idea. I want to move on Wednesday, but my colleagues all have to go to work. Can you let me find someone to help me? Meng Chuyue bought their house, not rented it, so why would she move for no reason? She just wanted to try to turn the situation around, from being dominated to actively dominating him. In the early stages of a relationship, this difficult-to-control alternation of hot and cold is the key to attraction. Let the other party pay more, such as borrowing less money on the grounds of bank card limit, or asking the other party to buy something for him. Even if you let the other party walk a few more steps than you when dating, he will remember it silently. Do this a few more times and raise the other party's emotions a little bit, and they will instantly be attracted to you. The next time they meet, Wang Ze wants to use this trick on Chen Yuji, so how could he fall into the trap? Wednesdays are very busy for high school students. I have to go to school. Also, since you know I'm very strong, please use 20 next time. Meng Chuyue felt so humiliated by this guy that she laughed out loud on the bed. Fortunately, there was no one at home, otherwise she would have taken the child to the hospital. After a short pause, Meng Chuyue knew that Wang Ze would not tell her the rest of the story before their next meeting. This was Neptune's basic routine. So she put aside other thoughts and started fighting with Wang Ze. You are so good at chatting, have you had many girlfriends? Are there many girls in your address book? Wang Ze replied, I have talked to many girls before, but later on I didn't dare to talk to them anymore. Meng Chuyue? Because they have boyfriends. How could she possibly understand the joke Wang Ze wanted to tell? No, it's just that when we chatted, the girls would always have their phones broken, their shoes cracked, their makeup used up, or even unable to afford food, as if I had left them penniless. Meng Chuyue burst into laughter again. Just as she was trying hard to think of how to turn the game around, Wang Ze's reply came again. Don't always focus on high-quality companies. Collateral such as artworks and collectibles is even more unacceptable. If the loan task pressure is too great, you can try to sink the market. The housing prices in third and fourth tier cities are more stable than those in big cities, and the probability of bad debts is much lower than the high-quality projects you currently see. Meng Chuyue took a breath. Damn it, your rank is even higher than I thought. Aquaman was really pulled back by Wang Ze this time. The next morning at 5:30, Wang Ze forced himself to get up from the bed. He chatted with Meng Chuyue until very late yesterday. If his sister-in-law hadn't knocked on the door to call him, he would have been late today. While washing up, he cursed the miserable life in senior high school. When he sat down at the dining table, Zhang Wenjing had already prepared a table full of dishes. Rice porridge with eggs, 3 kinds of pickled vegetables, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a plate of stir-fried meat. It is not rich, but it is full of thought. Eat slowly, there's a dog chasing you from behind. Eat a good breakfast. I've told you this 80 times and you still can't remember it. You look like a dog. If I hadn't made breakfast for you every day these years, you wouldn't even be 1.8 meters tall. Zhang Wenjing recovered. Now that she is no longer burdened, she has become lively and spirited again. Young women with a girlish look and young women with a young look are the most attractive. Wang Ze was excited. Sister-in-law, I put the white one on the bedside, you can wash it yourself, and wear black today. Just as Zhang Wenjing reached out to hit him, Wang Ze had already run away and disappeared. The bastard has no self-control. What's so fun about a piece of cloth? Cleaning up the mess on the table, Zhang Wenjing's face was flushed. The purple dress she had just put on today. Oh, she should change it. Chapter 22 Let the bullets fly for a while. As Wang Ze walked on the way to school, he could feel that the students around him looked at him differently. In this era, the speed of information dissemination on the internet is not that exaggerated, so the current level of popularity has not affected Wang Ze's daily life too much. But it's different at school. Students are the main users of the internet, and most of the attention on the stage comes from them, so everyone knows that their school has a star, and they have been looking forward to the start of school at home for 2 days. On their way, some brave people came over to greet Wang Ze, and some took out their mobile phones to want to take photos with him, and Wang Ze satisfied all of them. Fortunately, the students knew their limits and did not disturb him too much. After the crowd dispersed, Wang Ze took out his cell phone, and found that he still had several messages from yesterday that he had not replied to. The first unread message was from Liang Hongwei, telling Wang Ze that the song sales had been negotiated, with the buyout price for If the Moon Has Not Come Yet being 1.2 million and the profit-sharing ratio for When You Are Old being 50-50. The second unread message was still from Liang Hongwei, 9 hours after the previous one, telling Wang Ze that the download volume of The Moon Has Not Come Yet had exceeded 1 million, and the download volume of When You Are Old had also exceeded 300,000. The data was explosive. The third unread message was from Li Dazhe. Please contact me as soon as possible if you encounter any problems with the new song. There may be some bad comments on the internet recently, so please ignore them. Putting the phone back into his pocket, Wang Ze was not at all surprised by what Li Dazhe said. The cake of a program is only so big. If he wants a piece, others will have to eat less. I registered on Weibo yesterday, and today I have 300,000 followers. I don't know how many people want to step on me to get to the top, so it's normal for me to use some small tricks. Wang Ze was mentally prepared, but he didn't expect public opinion to be so fierce. When he went to the cafeteria to eat at noon, he found that his classmates' eyes had begun to look strange. I took a quick look online with my phone and found that the so-called truth spread by marketing accounts were everywhere. Some said that Wang Ze stole money when he was a child, some said that Wang Ze had never taken a bath in 3 years while living in the school dormitory, and some said that Wang Ze stole underwear from the girls' dormitory. Oh, the last one is still relatively close, but Wang Ze never stole it. He asked his sister-in-law for it openly. These are roughly the negative information about his personal behavior, but they are just scraps. The biggest melon at the moment is on the Weibo hot search list. Wang Ze and Wu Sitong's new song is suspected of plagiarism, netizens confirm it. When I clicked on the entry, I saw a long and professional analysis conducted by an unknown netizen from various aspects. In the end, he concluded that the melody of the song, If the Moon Has Not Come Yet, is similar to dozens of songs, and it is confirmed to be plagiarism. This unknown netizen's article made Wang Ze laugh. The melody fragment is the same as that of dozens of songs. It's just like a song that has used piano in the accompaniment. Even if it plagiarizes all the songs with piano in the accompaniment, it's really shameless. On the other hand, Wu Sitong's negative news is roughly the same as Wang Ze's. She has fabricated a lot of negative information about her life, and then used the plagiarism incident as the final blow. No wonder the girl was a second-tier star in her previous life and chose to quit the entertainment industry. In this situation, if one is narrow-minded, it is indeed easy to become depressed. There was no news from the girl in her previous life. Could she really be depressed? Wang Ze stared, making random guesses in his mind. Reaching out to Wu Sitong, who was eating nibbles across from him, Wang Ze said, "Give me your phone." Wu Sitong handed over her cell phone in a daze. Ignoring the gazes of others, Wang Ze put his phone in his pocket and reached out to fiddle with Wu Sitong's head. "Promise me that you will practice singing well these few days and stop playing with your phone before going to the challenge hall, okay?" Is he disliking my lack of seriousness? But I have been working very hard these past few days. Wu Sitong nodded somewhat aggrievedly. Dailing Rui, who was eating at another table, jumped up and said, "Wang Ze, don't touch me. It's hard to tidy up a girl's messed up hair." The dog raised its front paws to fight back, but Wang Ze chose to ignore the fool. Wang Ze and Wu Sitong spent the entire afternoon under the strange looks of their teachers and classmates. Wu Sitong is simple, not stupid. She had guessed long ago that there must be some negative comments about her on the internet, but since Wang Ze didn't let her look at it, she wouldn't. The two of them were going to the recording studio to practice singing in the evening, but they did not skip the evening study session this time. It was their head teacher who called them to the office. Lao Zhang sat in his office chair, took a sip of tea, and then spoke only after he had prepared his words in his mind. "I have taught you for more than 2 years. I know your character very well. But if you want to enter the society early, you must be mentally prepared to bear the malice of the society. Both of you are good students who rank high in my class. You are still young now. There is no need to rush to decide your future path. Just try it first. The advantage of being young is that you have countless opportunities to trial and error. Go ahead. I'll give you leave for evening self-study in the future. Don't skip classes. If the inspection team catches you, I won't be able to explain to you." After taking another sip of tea, Lao Zhang added, "If you can't stand the rumors, come back and study hard. Before the college entrance examination, the school can still ensure that you will not be disturbed by the outside world. It is said that a good class teacher will influence a child's life, and Wang Ze strongly agrees with this statement. In my previous life, when something happened at home, I had no interest in studying, so Lao Zhang helped out at school, trying to solve my academic problem. Later, he found it was fruitless, so he kept paying attention to himself all day long and often gave him some psychological counseling, which Wang Ze appreciated very much. Due to various reasons, I was forced to push my classmates into the entertainment industry ahead of time." Not only did Lao Zhang not blame me, he also seemed to be supporting me. He is definitely a good teacher. Wang Ze didn't make a big deal out of it, but just smiled and replied to Lao Zhang, "Teacher, don't worry. After the next game, if anyone says we plagiarized, I will go through the network cable and nail him to the wall." Lao Zhang laughed and scolded, "Do you think that being able to write songs is your credit? You should be thankful that you have a good Chinese teacher." Lao Zhang teaches Chinese. After saying goodbye to Lao Zhang and arriving at the recording studio, Liang Hongwei and Xing Xiaoyang both looked worried. While Wu Sitong was practicing singing, Liang Hongwei pulled Wang Ze aside. "The people who want to mess with you seem to be quite powerful. Lao Xing and I asked around in the circle, but we don't know who did it. Look at the attitude of the internet trolls, it seems that they are going to prove that you plagiarized." Wang Ze nodded without comment and asked, "What do you think their purpose is?" Liang Hongwei thought for a moment and said, "It could be one of the hosts of Perfect Voice of China. They are afraid that you, a newcomer, will be defeated by them and lose face. Or maybe it's the work of some entertainment company. They want to sign you, but can't find anyone, so they use this method to force you to come out, and they can also lower the price when signing the contract." Wang Ze thought about it and felt that what Liang Hongwei said did make sense, but it also had some loopholes. Now there was no way to find out who was behind it, so he just let the bullet fly for a while. Chapter 23, I'm on top. After finishing the singing practice, Wang Ze sent Wu sit on home. When he returned home, Zhang Wenjing was waiting for him on the sofa in the living room. Generally speaking, Zhang's mother is still awake at this time, and Zhang Wenjing needs someone to accompany her, so she won't be back until around 12 o'clock, but today it's only 9:30. Go wash up. I've cleaned your sneakers for you on the balcony. Change into that pair tomorrow. As usual, Zhang Wenjing got up to prepare food when she saw Wang Ze coming back, and scolded Wang Ze for being lazy and dirty. After washing up, they both sat at the table. Knowing that Wang Ze had a strong taste, Zhang Wenjing even brought him a box of spicy cabbage. The two chatted for a while, and Zhang Wenjing said that she wanted to go to work. Her mother's condition was almost stable, and even if she worked, she would have enough energy to take care of her. The proposal was rejected by Wang Ze, who said that there might be other things for her to do in a few days. Zhang Wenjing said, "Oh," to indicate that she understood. After a moment of silence, Zhang Wenjing pretended not to care and said, "People on the internet say that you plagiarized that song. Don't pay attention to those idiots. How could they know that every word of your lyrics was written for me?" Zhang Wenjing has been paying special attention to Wang Ze online recently. Today, when she checked her phone in the hospital, she found that it was full of negative news about him. She has been worried all day. But she couldn't help Wang Ze in any way, so she could only go home early and find ways to make Wang Ze's living environment more comfortable. A sense of life is Zhang Wenjing's unique temperament. Wang Ze smiled and responded, "Are you wearing black today?" Zhang Wenjing was now somewhat resistant to Wang Ze's dirty talk. She didn't know where she got the courage from, but she reached her hand into her skirt in front of Wang Ze, fiddled with it a few times, and a black shadow flew over Wang Ze's head. "Here you go, you pervert." Zhang Wenjing's identity made such a move, which almost cost Wang Ze half his life. He jumped up instantly and said to Zhang Wenjing, "I have something to do in my room." Then he really went back to their house, making Zhang Wenjing both angry and amused. Placing a ball of black on the bedside table, Wang Ze's eyes became serious. It seems that the matter is a bit serious. Even his sister-in-law behaves like this. Is the situation on the internet getting more and more excessive? I took out my cell phone and saw that there were quite a few unread messages. Meng Chuyue, if you want to become a public figure, you have to go through this kind of thing. Come on, I believe in you. The female Aquaman has established herself as a considerate person. Then Wu Sitong posted this after she got home, "No matter what happens, we will face it together." Bai Yueguang is not just a character setting, she is really considerate and well behaved. There are also the two brothers Liang Hongwei. Then came the encouragements from some classmates, including Jiang Yang, Dailing Rui, and some classmates I usually play with. Even Chen Yuji sent a message of condolences. "My brother has good artistic attainments. Keep going. Only after you get through the lows can you embrace the sunshine." Wang Ze's face was full of question marks. Was he really that miserable? Anyone who had some connection with him came to offer condolences. Oh, except for Yu Qing, this woman seems hard to get close to. To be honest, Yu Qing is the most sophisticated woman Wang Ze has ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. She is so sophisticated that it makes people feel inferior when they are with her. Wang Ze really wanted to try out his fish-raising method on her. If he could put this big fish into the pond, no woman would be able to resist him. I waited for news on the bed for a while, but there was still no movement on Yu Qing's profile picture and the chat history between them was still blank. As he waited, Wang Ze suddenly felt a little depressed. What was he doing? Was he waiting for someone to comfort him? Ever since I was reborn, I have been able to plan and strategize successfully, and I was even so great that I wanted to save a disaster by myself. But now I am being targeted because of a song. Interests, you want to step on me just for your own interests. I didn't lose, why should anyone comfort me? Lying in bed, Wang Ze became angrier and angrier. He decided not to sleep and picked up his phone to send a message to Liang Hongwei. "I'm getting ready. I have a new song. I'm staying up late today to make the accompaniment." After changing his clothes and saying hello to Zhang Wenjing, Wang Ze went straight to the recording studio. "My songs are not only suitable for participating in the show. You are targeting me, right? You want to step on me to get ahead, right? As long as you have a purpose, you will definitely show up. At that time, no matter you are an entertainment company or a first-line singer, don't think about making money. As long as you release new works, I will follow immediately and snatch the popularity from you. Aren't you only interested in profit? Aren't you looking for popularity? I will make sure you get nothing. He was reborn not to be bullied. While making up for his regrets, he also had to live a happy life. Wang Ze felt that he was bullied and wronged, so he got angry instantly. On the other side, Shanghai CBD. In an office building that is extravagantly luxurious, Yu Qing, wearing a black long dress, walked quickly towards her office, supported by a group of followers behind her. She looked so charismatic, completely different from the person she was in the flower arrangement class at Xuanyang Education that day. No matter who is targeting Wang Ze, I want their information to appear on my desk in 20 minutes. The group took the elevator and went straight to the top floor of the building. Before pushing open the door of his office, Yu Qing gave orders without even turning his head. His temperament was extremely strong. The crowd behind him dispersed, and Yu Qing went into the office by himself, leaning back in the boss chair and closing his eyes to rest. In less than 20 minutes, a woman in her 30s, dressed in a professional suit, walked lightly to Yu Qing and reported with her head down. The entertainment company that defamed Wang Ze is called Buching Entertainment, a second-tier entertainment company. The controlling shareholder is a first-tier movie star in the entertainment industry. The purpose of defaming Wang Ze is probably to sign him and lower the price when discussing the subsequent profit sharing. In addition to the company, a second-tier singer named Wu Mingliang also made a move. In the first round of auditions for Perfect Voice of China, those who qualified for the next round were Wang Ze, Wu Sitong, Chen Yuhua, and Zhang Wenjing. The staff speculated that Wu Mingliang, as a second-tier singer, did not get a single qualifying spot in the audition, which he considered to be a very shameful thing. So after receiving advice from an expert, he decided to discredit Wang Ze. After proving online that Wang Ze had plagiarized his songs and had problems with his lifestyle, he then came out and hinted that there was something shady going on with the program crew. By then, all the traffic will be concentrated on him, so even if he doesn't get a spot in the audition, he won't lose anything, and he may even try to make it to the first line. Yu Qing had a blank expression on his face. After a brief thought, he opened his eyes and ordered, "Go find the paparazzi to buy some dirt on Wu Mingliang. Before noon tomorrow, I want all the brands that have hired him as their spokesperson to claim compensation. Find out what projects Buching Entertainment has recently, and ask our artists to go there to grab the resources. The superstars will grab the first-tier ones, and the first-tier ones will grab the second-tier ones. I will make this company go bankrupt and liquidate within a month." The female secretary had long been accustomed to Yu Qing's highly aggressive business tactics. After agreeing, she was about to go downstairs to make arrangements when she was stopped by Yu Qing. Looking up, the female chairman actually showed a rare hint of amusement on her face. "Forget it, don't do anything yet. Just find a paparazzi to buy up some dirt on Wu Mingliang." The female secretary waited for a while, and when she saw that Yu Qing had no further words, she bent down and left. It wasn't until no one was in the room that Yu Qing showed a playful smile on his face. "If I treat you as a money-making tool for the show, I should really help you now. But since Chuyue is so interested in you, I hope you can fight back on your own." Chapter 24. How strong is it? A week passed in the blink of an eye. The negative news on the internet became more and more heated, and the classmates at school looked at Wang Ze and his friend more and more strangely. Wang Ze has not responded, and the program team has not taken any action. Over the past few days, even some netizens who like Wang Ze very much have begun to believe that the song was plagiarized. Wang Ze hasn't posted on Weibo yet, so netizens can't comment on his homepage, so they go to other places to curse him. The criticism became more and more severe, and the number of Weibo followers began to decline, and now there are only 250,000 left. However, there is also a small group of people who firmly support Wang Ze. Some of them are fans of him and Wu Sitong because of their looks, and they follow them without thinking. Another group of people are like Xu Shiyun, who truly like the songs of the two and have the ability to think independently. Xu Shiyun has been tired and angry these days. "I am tired of their work, but I am angry about those people online who accuse Wang Ze of plagiarizing and smear him without any basis. Just because the notes are the same, you say he plagiarized. There are only 7 musical scales in the world. Doesn't that mean all music is plagiarized?" Feeling this was ridiculous, Xu Shiyun thought she should do something, so she created a forum, gathering all the netizens who liked Wang Ze, formed a fan group, and became the group leader herself. Calling on group members to fight against the trolls online every day became Xu Xian's only important job besides work. But there are too many trolls online, and the impact of these few people in the fan group is minimal, and they lose badly every day. Fortunately, the enemy's offensive has weakened in the past 2 days. It's not that they have given up on Hey Wang Ze, but the second episode of Perfect Sound of Nature will be broadcast live tomorrow. There is no point in arguing too much now. When the next episode comes out, we will be able to tell whether Wang Ze plagiarized or not from his performance. What these fans don't know is that the entertainment company that is suppressing Wang Ze is betting that Wang Ze's second performance on stage won't be as amazing as his first. With such a good performance, even if Wang Ze performs normally in the second round, as long as he doesn't sing as well as in the first round, he will be confirmed to have plagiarized. His opponent has a good grasp of the public psychology. Zhang Wenjing didn't understand these things either, so when she returned home at night and had supper with Wang Ze, she was still asking with a smile. How are you? Are you confident about tomorrow's game? If you win one more game, you'll really become a star. Are you nervous? Wang Ze saw that she had changed into her purple nightgown again, and replied with a smile, nervous, can you help me relieve it? Zhang Wenjing asked, how to relieve it? Wang Ze's smile began to change, sister-in-law, do you know that athletes from some countries can bring their families with them when they participate in the Olympics? Relax well the night before to get the best performance the next day. Zhang Wenjing's heart trembled when he teased her. She didn't dare to answer directly. She chatted about this and that for a long time. Finally, before returning to the room, she hesitated and said, why don't you come over and let your sister-in-law help you? Wang Ze quickly interrupted her 18-plus speech and pointed at the phone in her pocket. I've received the share of the buyout of my first 2 songs. I'm going to transfer 10,000 yuan to you. Give my aunt some nutrition before the operation. Pay me back when you make money. I need to save money to get married. Judging from Zhang Wenjing's behavior of wanting to go to work a few days ago, she probably doesn't have much money left. It's not that Wang Ze was stingy to transfer 10,000 yuan, but this number was just within Zhang Wenjing's acceptable limit. The big money for the surgery had already been settled, and if Zhang Wenjing had to rely on Wang Ze for support in her life, her self-esteem would not be able to bear it. Alas, this good woman who is not materialistic really makes me worry so much. Seeing Zhang Wenjing return to the room without saying a word, Wang Ze couldn't help but sigh in his heart. With that dog-like look, there is no sign of him being blacklisted by the whole network, and he is still very successful. When I returned to the room, my cell phone kept vibrating, bombarded with messages from Meng Chuyue again. After leaving the hotel that day, the two chatted for a while every night. Sometimes they discussed driving skills, and sometimes Meng Chuyue asked Wang Ze questions to see if he had anything new to say, like now. I have checked a lot of information in the past few days and found that banks have long had the idea of sinking into the market. However, compared with big cities, the housing price support structure in 3rd and 4th tier cities is still too small, and there is not enough reason to become a strategic direction. It can be seen that after Wang Ze finished his talk that day, Meng Chuyue took action right after. However, such a big thing could not be decided just because of Wang Ze's few words. It was just a seed planted before. If they wanted to make a difference, they still lacked an opportunity. Instead of replying to Meng Chuyue, he clicked on Wu Sitong's profile picture. No one knows how much pressure this girl has been under recently. Although Wang Ze doesn't let her look at her phone, the rumors in the class are enough for her to speculate. In her previous life, she retired from the entertainment industry because of this kind of thing. Now, not only does she have to bear the pressure, but she even has to comfort Wang Ze every day. It's really hard for her. Thinking of Wu Sitong's hesitant look when she brought him breakfast every day, Wang Ze couldn't help but smile. You've been working hard lately. Come on, make it through tomorrow, and all the rumors will turn into reeds on your crown. Wu Sitong was about to fall asleep in her room when she heard her cell phone ring. She picked it up and saw it was a message from Wang Ze. After reading the message, Wu Sitong fiddled with the screen for a long time with her 2 scallion white fingers, deleting and reducing, and finally sent only 2 words, good night. The next day, Saturday, Wang Ze and Wu Sitong practiced singing in the recording studio for another morning, and then left the studio with Lian Hongwei and went straight to the Magic City TV station. The live broadcast time is at 5 p.m. I have to say that the program crew is really brave enough to dare to broadcast a program with such a huge investment and such great popularity. If there is any mistake on the stage, the program will become a laughingstock, and the pressure will be on everyone at the same time. Liang Hongwei's borrowed broken Peugeot was driving slowly, weaving among a bunch of luxury cars. He had to think carefully for a long time before turning the steering wheel. I'm a little nervous. This is a real first-tier music variety show. If I make any mistakes later, my career will be over. Liang Hongwei sought comfort while driving. However, Xing Xiaoyang could not comfort him this time. It was the first time for both of them to participate in such a high-end program. For two middle-aged frustrated men who only had access to a shabby recording studio, it would be strange if they were not nervous to have such an opportunity. Fearing that these two useless people would affect Wu Sitong, Wang Ze reached out and held her soft hand, and asked, "Are you nervous?" Wu Sitong looked down at her left hand that he was holding, her face slightly red, and after a long while she spoke, "I'm nervous, but I will definitely perform well." "Why?" Wang Ze asked with a smile. Wu Sitong mustered up her courage and looked determined. "Because I must help you clear your name and let them know that you don't need to plagiarize anyone for your talent." Wang Ze lightly scratched her nose and joked, "Middle school girl." Liang Hongwei and the other man were smiling in the front row, their eyes gradually becoming determined. Only the three people in the car know how powerful the song Wang Ze prepared this time is. Chapter 25 But I'm a Good Boy. The recording of the official program is much more high-end than the original auditions. The floor reserved by the program team was already packed with people. The audience who received the invitation to the show had already entered 2 hours ago, and everyone was waiting for the show to begin with great anticipation. Under the escort of staff, Wang Ze and his team went directly into the scene through the internal passage. Li Dazi heard someone backstage say that Wang Ze had arrived, so he hurried over to greet him. "Are you sure about the new song?" When he saw Wang Ze, Li Dazi started asking questions as this was a matter that concerned his own interests. Wang Ze nodded. It should be no problem to fight around in the ring. Li Dazi breathed a sigh of relief, then said with a complicated look, "A company contacted me today and said they want to sign you with a signature fee of 300,000 yuan. They also want to split the revenue 50-50, but the copyright of the work must belong to their company." Wang Ze showed a knowing smile. Sure enough, the Avilders showed up before the second episode started. "Which company?" Wang Ze asked. Li Dazi did not hide it. Butching Entertainment, their company's ace agent promised that as long as you sign, after tomorrow, all the negative news about you on the internet will disappear. The other party was essentially making their cards clear, telling Wang Ze directly that all the negative comments about you online recently were our doing. Liang Hongwei, who was standing by, was furious and wanted to step forward to argue with Li Dazi, but was stopped by Wang Ze. "This matter has nothing to do with Director Li. He is just a messenger. There is no need to make enemies with him. Did they tell me what would happen if I didn't sign?" Li Dazi hesitated for a moment, then said, "The other party wants you to disappear from the entertainment industry. One of their artists is also on our show. Investors may exchange some interests with each other, so that you can compete with that artist in the next show, and then use some means to make you lose." Wang Ze smiled and nodded. This was how high-end circles fought for interests. This was his first time to get involved. Perhaps because he was afraid that Wang Ze was young and didn't he understand the rules of society, Li Dazi advised him, "Wang Ze, you are an amateur. If you want to get a piece of the entertainment industry, you can't do it without a backer. Now, you are a piece of fat meat in everyone's eyes. If you don't share the benefits, once the real big capital pays attention to you, they will really destroy you directly." Wang Ze exhaled heavily. Wu Sitong, who was standing beside him, was afraid that he would get angry, so she reached out and gently stroked his back. "Okay, I'll seriously consider it. You go and do your work first, Director Li. The program is about to be broadcast live, and Li Dazi is really busy now. He has already said that he values talent, and what choice Wang Ze makes afterwards has little to do with him." After Li Dazi left, Wang Ze and his group, led by the staff, came to their waiting room. When passing by other rooms on the way, they saw many familiar faces, all of whom were first-line singers who came to participate in the show. When they saw Wang Ze, there were complicated emotions in their eyes, especially a middle-aged singer named Ji Renjie. He is the artist under Butching Entertainment mentioned by Li Dazi. If other first-line singers watch Wang Ze just for fun, then he watches Wang Ze because he has a vested interest in it. Zhiranger knew that Wang Ze now had two scripts in his hands. The first is to choose a signing company, then the audience will see a talented young man who repeatedly comes up with original works in the most popular programs and makes a name for himself by stepping on several first-line singers. The second is to choose to refuse to sign the contract. Then the audience will see a young man who will do anything to become famous, plagiarizing other people's songs and claiming them to be original, and eventually being knocked off the stage by a first-line singer with his hard power. This is the power of capital. If possible, Zhiranger hopes that Wang Ze will choose the second path. No one wants to be a stepping stone for others. Everyone wants to be the protagonist. Wang Ze sat in the lounge, watching the busy staff outside through the glass, his eyes gradually losing focus. Liang Hongwei was afraid that he would be depressed. As an ambitious young man who stepped into the entertainment industry with his talent, he would inevitably feel frustrated when facing such targeting of interests, so he spoke to comfort him. Wang Ze, you need to be more open-minded. Other artists want to be targeted, but no one is willing to waste energy on them. This proves that we are valuable. We have just entered the entertainment industry, so we should develop well in the future. When we have enough resources, we can turn around and take revenge on them. Wang Ze retracted his gaze and looked at Liang Hongwei. Brother Liang, do you think I should sign with their company? Liang Hongwei hesitated and nodded. Wang Ze turned his gaze to Xing Xiaoyarn again. Brother Xing, what do you think? Xing Xiaoyarn also nodded slightly. Wang Ze turned to look at Wu Sitong, stretched out his hand and gently stroked the tip of her nose with his index finger. What do you think? Wu Sitong slapped his hand away, not liking to be treated as a child, and then reached out and gently pulled him. I don't understand these things. As long as you are happy, you can choose whatever you want. At worst, you don't have to be a star. Wang Ze sighed. Sitong was still quite knowledgeable. She looked at the essence of the problem directly, which was much purer than the roundabout and compromising attitude of adults. In fact, Wang Ze himself was not without hesitation just now, wondering whether he should compromise first. After all, this is a common practice in the circle, and the entertainment industry is very important to him. Not to mention how much money he can make, the system popularity value alone cannot be obtained from other channels. But do we really have to compromise? Once the bottom line is broken, it can be trampled upon at will. With someone like that, why would I want to save a disaster? Me? Wang Ze. I smoke, drink and play mahjong. I flirt with 4 or 5 girls at a time and dream of marrying 10 wives, but I am a good boy. I am the son of a volunteer teacher. I have a very tough dad. He taught me everything, but he never taught me to bow my head. So this coward cannot be admitted. Wang Ze's eyes became bright again. He held Wu Sitong's hand, turned around and smiled at Liang Hongwei and the other man. We have nothing to begin with, so why should we be afraid of starting over again? If you two are really so prepared, why would you open a shabby recording studio on the street? Let's fight them. If we bring out big fish, who can still accuse us of plagiarism? At worst, we can just go to a fucking bar and sing for money in the future. Liang Hongwei's blood boiled, his neck turned red. I'm not nervous at all now, fuck. Kill them. Wu Sitong's eyes were blurred. She liked Wang Ze like this. He was obviously a good student, but when he acted carefree, he was more troublesome than anyone else. His unique masculinity was really attractive. Xing Xiaoyarn looked left and right and found that no one was calm. He could understand that the 2 high school students were fearless, but why were you, Liang Hongwei, joining in the fun? But it's really exciting, fuck. Xing Xiaoyarn thought so too. Countless people from all over the world are watching this show at this moment. Zhang Wenjing was wearing headphones in the hospital corridor, silently waiting for Wang Ze to come on stage. Yu Qing sat alone in the luxurious office, with the live broadcast of Perfect Sound of Nature projected on the wall. Meng Chuyue sat on the bay window of her large flat, wanting to see if Wang Ze's business ability was as good as his ability to pick up girls. Jiang Yang and Dailing Rui made an appointment to watch the live broadcast together in an internet cafe, one to watch his brothers and the other to watch his goddess. Chen Yuji saw off the last customer in the bank's reception room, rubbed his temple, took out his mobile phone, and prepared to see what level this new acquaintance was. Their head teacher, Lao Zhang, sat on a recliner, with a teacup in his left hand and a mobile phone in his right hand, shaking his hands while waiting to watch the live broadcast. In the second episode, the amateur challenge is about to begin. Chapter 26, The Third Voice. Xu Shiyun has been looking forward to this day for a long time. She believed that Wang Ze did not plagiarize, and she also believed that Wang Ze would prove himself in this episode. In order to cheer for Wang Ze, she even changed into a cheerleading uniform, the same kind that Korean girl groups wear on the football field. Just wait for Wang Ze to win a great victory, give those haters a slap in the face, take a selfie and send it to the fan group to celebrate. The tablet was placed on the bedside, and the host of the show had already started reading the commercial. The official live broadcast of Perfect Voice of China was much more popular than the previous live audition broadcast. Fans of 6 first-line singers all came to support them, and with the popularity accumulated by several contestants during the auditions, the number of online viewers has exceeded 200,000. Judging from the time the host takes to read the advertisement, the program team can recover most of the costs in advertising fees alone. As the director backstage signaled that everything was ready, the host finally read out the program rules. 6 first-line singers will be drawn by lot to select 3 to compete against the challengers. The winner of the challenge can choose whether to continue the challenge. If continued, he can choose any one of the 3 first-line players who have not yet participated to challenge. The winner will receive a cash reward of 300,000. That is to say, as long as the 3 audition contestants win the first round, they will get a second chance to show themselves on the show. Compared with the huge traffic, the 300,000 prize money is not even important. After the host announced the program rules, several first-line contestants came on stage to draw lots. Those who were drawn to compete in the first round were Lin Keir, Fan Daqiang, and Jing Minute. Lin Keir, a little queen of the music world, has a pure and delicate appearance and her long legs are very memorable. 3 years after her debut, she has won honors such as Best Newcomer and Top 10 Album Sales of the Year. Her future is undoubtedly bright. Fan Daqiang, abbreviated. Zheng Minute. Also omitted. Judging from the name, they are 2 extras. After the first-line contestants finished drawing lots, the audition contestants went on stage to draw their opponents. Chen Yuhua was the first to go on stage and drew Fan Daqiang. Zhang Jie followed closely and drew Zheng Minute. After Wang Ze and Wu Sitong came on stage, they no longer needed to draw lots, and they automatically competed against the Little Queen. The contestants returned to the lounge to wait, the stage was cleared, and the staff made some arrangements. The camera turned to their host, and after he said some useless formalities, the stage lights went out. When the light came on again, Chen Yuhua had already come on stage and the announcer appeared. As an internet celebrity contestant, Chen Yuhua is the type that brings her own traffic. After she came on stage, the barrage of comments in her live broadcast room began to increase, and there were quite a few positive reviews. But after singing the song, the feeling it gives people is not that amazing. The auditions for Perfect Voice are extremely difficult, and everyone has given their all on the first stage, so the audience has high expectations. Now it was the second round and everyone realized that their singing was not as good as during the auditions. There was a feeling that the beginning was exaggerated and it was inevitable to be a little disappointed. After singing an old love song, Chen Yuhua stepped down and was replaced by Fan Daqiang. Coincidentally, Fan Daqiang also prepared an old love song. But a first-tier celebrity is a first-tier celebrity. Even if they are mediocre, their singing skills are better than those of internet celebrities. The audience said it was just right as soon as they opened their mouths. After the song was finished, the outcome was obvious. Fan Daqiang won without any pressure, and Chen Yuhua happily received their Perfect Sound of Nature Challenge Experience card. After some not-so-sentimental farewell remarks, Wang Ze and his buddy's opponent, the young diva Lin Keir, came on stage. The Little Queen is very popular and it makes sense that her album sells well. After she came on stage, she sang a sad song in a very twists and turns manner, and the audience cheered loudly. There were even viewers in the live broadcast room speculating that it was a pipe dream for an amateur to play in the first-tier league, and estimated that none of the 3 challengers would succeed. As the song came to an end, Lin Keir ended the stage with a gorgeous high note and bowed and left the stage amid applause. After her, Wang Ze's group came on stage. The comments in the live broadcast room soared instantly, even several times higher than before, and everyone was looking forward to Wang Ze's stage. I hope he will be embarrassed when he goes on stage, and then the fact that he plagiarized will be confirmed, and everyone will criticize the high school student for not studying hard and trying to take shortcuts by coming to the entertainment industry. The host on stage held the microphone and asked, "Your opponent performed so well just now, are you nervous?" Wang Ze clenched his fist. Wu Sitong had a serious expression. Liang Hongwei and Xing Xiaoyang's hands were shaking while holding the instruments. They didn't want to talk now, they just wanted to defeat all their opponents with hard power. "We are just here to sing, everyone just listen to the songs carefully," said Wang Ze. Their host left the stage lights went out, and the announcement appeared on the big screen at the back. Song, Big Fish. Singer, Wang Ze, Wu Sitong. Lyricist, Wang Ze. Composer, Wang Ze. As the accompaniment sounded, Liang Hongwei sat upright and plucked the piano keys, and the melodious piano sound spread to every corner. The prelude of the song Big Fish is very relevant to the title. If you calm down and feel it, you will find that this song gives you a feeling of the deep sea, vast and profound. Li Dazhe at the director's desk sighed. The young man was indeed talented, and it was another original song of extremely high quality. Lin Kuo, who had just stepped down from the stage, also had a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Among the 3 challengers and 6 first-line singers, except for Wang Ze's group, no one was arrogant enough to choose original work in such a competition. Are they confident enough in their abilities, or are they just trying to attract attention? However, fans like Xu Shiyun in front of the screen had a hint of worry in their eyes. Those who often watch music variety shows know that in the competition, such slightly quiet songs are not very popular. No one at the scene can stay quiet and feel it. They all want to blow up the place and get excited. Only some rock songs or rap songs can gain an advantage in such occasions. Under the gaze of thousands of people, Wang Ze took a step forward and spoke softly at the most suitable position, his voice strange and ethereal. The waves silently drowned the night, flowing over the corner at the end of the sky. The big fish swam through the cracks in the dream, staring at your sleeping silhouette. It's crispy again. It sounds nice. Little Diva Lin Kuo exclaimed in her heart. All the fans who support Wang Ze can rest assured. This is the performance he showed when he opened his voice. Even if he loses to the little queen in the end, there will be fewer voices questioning his plagiarism, right? The audience was not very professional, they just thought the prelude of the song was nice and Wang Ze sang well. However, several first-line singers backstage looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. As we all know, a person's voice is innate. Although it can be slightly changed through acquired efforts, the changes are also based on the original voice. During the audition stage, Wang Ze won with his stunning 2-tone voice. Now, he has actually shown a third voice. Liang Hongwei and Xing Xiaoyang looked at each other on the stage. Sure enough, this guy would not let him down. He kept saying that he would keep his emotions on the stage. Now that the emotions were in place, it was time to slap them hard in the face. Liang Hongwei's fingers were more determined, and the piano sound made Wang Ze look more ethereal. Xing Xiaoyang placed the violin on his neck, adding a touch of sadness to the accompaniment. Everyone is performing beyond their expectations. Chapter 27. What can you use to fight me? Listening to Wang Ze's sad and ethereal singing, Wu Sitong had never felt so confident. Everyone is very competitive, but I am not bad either. I am the one who works the hardest. From today on, no one will question Wang Ze's qualifications. The microphone was brought to her lips, and Wu Sitong's healing, peaceful and distant girl's voice rang out. Watching the sea and sky merge into one, listening to the wind and rain. Holding your hand, I blow away their vast smoke. The wings of the big fish are already too vast. I loosen the ropes of time. I'll go. Lin Kuo couldn't help but shake her head in admiration. Their voice is as calm as that of a young girl, melodious and beautiful, as if there is really a big fish swimming in the scene, but it is not swimming in the water, but in the clouds in the sky. Lin Kuo felt like she was in danger. The scene was peaceful and the melodious singing made the listeners, who were in a hurry to do anything, calm down and immerse themselves in the artistic conception created by the song. Harmony. Several first-line singers backstage looked at each other with bitterness in their eyes. The guy on the stage who could switch between 3 voices freely, when he would rather be relegated to a supporting role, used harmony to play a supporting role, which was simply a killer move. This is fucking like I've been bewitched. It feels like the sound of a curse is lingering in my ears. In front of the mobile phone screen, Xu Shiyun was shaking with excitement. No one knew how frustrated she had been these days. Her idol was being hacked, and she went out to confront them, but the other side had more people and more power, and they always scolded her to pieces. Now the person that I defend is shining on the stage and making a big splash. It's like a loud slap in the face of the hater, it's so satisfying. Wu Sitong's girlish narration on the screen soon reached the first chorus stage. Wang Ze took 2 steps forward and sang stunningly with the accompaniment of Wu Sitong's harmony. I'm afraid you'll fly away, I'm afraid you'll leave me. I am even more afraid that you will stay here forever. Every tear drops to you, flowing back into the seabed of the sky. Instantly, the contestants in the waiting area on the stage and the audience listening quietly below the stage all showed shocked expressions. The comments in the live broadcast room suddenly went crazy, with white boxes filling the entire room, making it impossible to tell what was being said. Stunning, everything is so stunning. No one in this world has ever felt this kind of sound. Big Fish is no longer a big fish, but a piranha. I went completely crazy during this live broadcast. And the real surprise of this song is yet to come. Sign him, definitely sign him. Zhang, who did not get a chance to play in the first round, was shouting wildly in his heart. The perfect coordination between the 2 people on stage makes people wonder if the song Big Fish was tailor-made for them. But if you think about it carefully, there is no doubt that this is tailor-made for him, and the song was written by Wang Ze himself. With such creative talent, if I sign him, I can tailor a song for myself. Zhang felt that his masterpiece was no longer popular, and now, perhaps he had a chance to change it. Lin Kuo avoided the camera and started messaging her agent. Facing Wang Ze's stage, she knew her chances of winning were slim and she should do some public relations earlier. And I heard that the duo of Wang Ze and Wu Sitong don't have a contract yet. If they can sign this pair of treasure singers, their company may have a chance to make the charts in December. The audience had different thoughts, but the performance on stage continued. It was already the final chorus, and Wang Ze and Wu Sitong still cooperated perfectly. Wu Sitong, who was giving her all, had a strong aura that pulled everyone into the atmosphere of the deep sea. What you fly away, what you leave me. It turns out that you were born to belong to the sky. Every tear drops to you. Going back to the first time we met. The piano sounded melodious, and Wu Sitong closed her eyes and was immersed in it. After practicing for many days, she finally did not hold Wang Ze back on the stage, and her performance was perfect. Yes, perfect. Whether it was the top singers waiting backstage or the audience, they all felt that the performance was perfect and that it would end here, like its swan song. But the 4 people on the stage knew that the big move was still to come. The stage lights went out, and 2 spotlights shone on Wang Ze and the other person. Then the big screen on the stage was lit up. In the screen, a bright moon slowly rose from the sea. In the previous life on Earth, what made people remember the song Big Fish was not its picturesque lyrics or its melodious tune, but the chanting at the end of the song that seemed like a stroke of genius. Wu Sitong closed her eyes and raised her head slightly. Her quiet and melodious voice resounded throughout the scene, giving people a feeling of free wandering. Wang Ze joins in with beautiful voice at just the right moment, like the wail of a whale or the cry of the sea. The combination of the 2 instantly envelops the entire venue with an unparalleled sense of atmosphere. After a few dozen seconds of singing, the scene was completely silent. The audience got goosebumps and even felt like crying. The atmosphere created by Big Fish is so amazing. Rewind to the first encounter. The singing ended, just like the end of prosperity. Wu Sitong spoke in a voice full of regret, ending the performance. When the accompaniment ended, before the 2 had time to bow and express their gratitude, the audience erupted in unstoppable applause, and some even screamed. A good show was turned into a fan meeting. The comments in the live broadcast room became even crazier, and everyone was speaking out for Wang Ze. Whoever said that his previous song was plagiarized, stand up and take the blame. He wrote a good song, maybe it was luck, but he wrote 2 songs of such high quality. Tell me where he can plagiarize and whose he can plagiarize. People who haven't heard Wang Ze's first song said that they were really misled by you and almost missed such a good singer. With this kind of strength and singing skills, he wouldn't lose to others even if he sang a cover. Why would he need to plagiarize? Those who slander Wang Ze are really laughable. Chen Yuhua, I'm sorry, Wang Ze is so damn handsome and powerful, I'll let him be my husband for a few days, but I swear, I will only cheat on you once, and I will come back and love you well in the future. It is undeniable that Wang Ze is indeed good looking, but Wu Sitong is the most beautiful one. With a pure face and an exaggerated figure, she is simply a goddess. Zhang Wenjing was in the hospital corridor, took off her headphones, looked at the comments on the screen that were madly praising Wang Ze, finally breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her face. "You bastard, you're so awesome. You're the center of attention wherever you go." Yu Qing turned off the projector in the office, knowing that Bo Chang's method of smearing Wang Ze for plagiarism was no longer effective. He used his hard power to break all doubts. Meng Chuyue rolled around on the bay window. This man was really good at it. She really wanted him to get off the stage and tell her jokes right away. Dailing Rui and Jiang Yang looked at each other, their eyes showing the same meaning. Damn, he has done it again. After the music ended, Wang Ze ignored everyone and turned around to hug Wu Sitong. He gently patted her on the back and said, "Thank you for your hard work these days, girl." Then he turned directly and looked at the camera. His arrogant look seemed to be declaring war. It's as if it's saying, "Come on, I accept the challenge. In the first wave, I'll use big fish. What can you use to fight me?" Chapter 28, Close Face Opening. Under the host's strenuous efforts to control the situation, the audience finally quieted down. At their host's signal, Lin Kuo walked onto the stage and stood on Wang Ze's left and right. Their host was doing the usual part after the contestants finished singing. "First, let's ask our professional teachers to comment on these two songs." The program invited a total of 4 professional instructors, all of whom are pillars from major opera houses and are highly professional. But they only have the right to comment, not the right to vote, and their role in the program is basically a commentator. A middle-aged man in formal attire spoke first. He was about 40 years old, but he did not look steady at all when he opened his mouth. "Wang Ze, your original song really amazed me. From the arrangement to the lyrics to your singing, everything is just right. Especially the harmony, it was the first time I heard such a sound live. Please add your contact information when you get off the stage. If there is a chance, I really want to work with you in the field of opera. Come on, I hope you can go further and further on the road of music. Wu Sitong, you too, your girlish voice is so pure," adding more background to Wang Ze's ethereal voice. "This song is so well done, and it is inseparable from your contribution." The man in formal attire praised Wang Ze and the other two a lot, and then turned to Lin Kuo and commented, "You sang very well." And then, it's gone. Lin Kuo didn't even react. Only after their host repeatedly signaled her did she bow to express her gratitude. The big guys in the opera industry really don't need to pamper any first-line diva. Liangcai said that the program team invited him to come here to comment, so he would say a few words about whoever sang well, and say less about whoever sang averagely. Boss doesn't need emotional intelligence. After Liangcai came a slightly older woman, also in formal attire and with a serious look on her face. However, she started boasting to Wang Ze and the others, saying that Wang Ze's song was indeed good and that the big guys didn't need to suppress him at the cost of their own credibility. Afterwards, the 2 professional teachers did the same thing and gave Wang Ze positive comments. When it was Lin Kuo's turn, she just mentioned it casually. They were all very genuine. Seeing that Lin Kuo looked a little embarrassed, the host quickened the process and started the live voting session. There were 500 audience members. In the first row, Wang Ze's group received unanimous votes. In the second row, Wang Ze's group received unanimous votes. It was not until the last few rows, when Wang Ze's group had already secured victory, that some people cast some consolation votes for Lin Kuo. The final vote ratio was 330 votes, 170 votes. Wang Ze's group successfully kicked out the opponent with an overwhelming advantage. Wu Sitong politely hugged Lin Kuo to show her comfort. This also means that Lin Kuo was officially eliminated from the show and was eliminated in the first round. Following him were Zhang Juju and Jing Minute, both of whom are rock singers. However, Jing Minute was obviously more experienced on such a large stage and ultimately won by 50 votes. At this point, the first wave of challenges in Perfect Sound of Nature has come to an end. Among the 3 people who challenged, only Wang Ze succeeded. At the invitation of their host, Wang Ze went on stage alone. Congratulations to Wang Ze for successfully challenging the opponent. At this stage, you are the only one who has the right to choose whether to continue the challenge. Do you want to become the host contestant or continue to challenge the next singer to win the 300,000 yuan grand prize? Since Li Dazi frantically told the host in the headset to induce Wang Ze to continue the challenge, the host's words also had some inducing tone. However, Wang Ze on the stage shook his head slightly. The popularity brought by his new song is worth for more than 300,000. It would have been fine if he hadn't been famous before, but now the program crew wanted to get it for free. That was wishful thinking. Our level is limited. We are lucky to be able to challenge the opponent successfully. We will not continue to embarrass ourselves. Wang Ze said. The host was a little anxious, but he could only take it slow. Maybe the 300,000 yuan prize is not very tempting to our contestant Wang Ze. But I have to remind you, Wang Ze, that this opportunity to learn from seniors is very rare. You can choose from 3 first-line singers. Do you really want to give up this opportunity? The audience and the audience watching the live broadcast in front of the screen are all looking forward to it. They also want to watch more of Wang Ze's performances and see if Wang Ze will perform original works in every show. However, Wang Ze on the stage still shook his head. My skills have stopped here. I'd better hone my skills off the stage first, and then come to learn from the seniors when I have improved. The system reward prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for reaching 500,000 audience points, and reward is 300 sets of famous quotes. Ignoring the host's attempts to retain him, Wang Ze walked straight off the stage towards Wu Sitong and others. He may really have no new songs, so just continue hosting. Lead as he said backstage. Wu Sitong was in very good shape today. With Wang Ze's assistance, she even had the potential to be a queen on the stage. She should have been happy, but when Wang Ze came back, the girl's face was surprisingly calm. This was the first time that Wu Sitong lost control of her expression in front of Wang Ze. There was no one else in the lounge, so Wang Ze asked directly. What's wrong? You look unhappy. Our performance on stage just now was very good. Get some sleep and wake up tomorrow. All the online doubts about our plagiarism will disappear. Wu Sitong pursed her lips and said nothing, then walked up to Wang Ze and hugged his arm. Liang Hongwei explained for her, Sitong is angry for you. When you were interviewed just now, the trending searches on Weibo had changed twice. You can see for yourself. Wang Ze took the phone, and after seeing the content on it, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. First short article. As soon as Wang Ze's Big Fish was released, the suspicion of plagiarism was cleared, but the use of ghostwriting was confirmed. The songs he could buy from the ghostwriters were all leftover songs from other people's writing. Everyone knew that in the music market, love-themed songs were the king. But the 2 songs that Wang Ze has come up with now are not about love. Is it because he doesn't want to? No. Because they didn't sell it to him. Wang Ze, be realistic. Talent board is not talent. The second short article. Well-known second-tier singer Wu Mingliang accused Wang Ze of transferring benefits with the director during the audition and stealing his latest unreleased work. The third short article. Wang Ze's singing skills can only be used as a supporting role. Without Wu Sitong as the lead singer, he probably can't even sing a complete song. The people behind the scenes were really quick to act. The live show hadn't even ended yet, but they had already found an angle to discredit us. They were really painstaking. What should I do? Why not take legal action? This constitutes defamation. Liang Hongwei suggested to Wang Ze. Xing Xiaoyang immediately retorted, no, this is the golden period of Wang Ze's development, and the prosecution process is very long. And I have never heard of any company that can fully compensate the victim after losing a lawsuit. They always drag their feet. We and the big companies can't afford to drag on. Wang Ze said nothing, patted Wu Sitong on the shoulder, pushed her away, and walked towards the stage again. If that company only cares about itself for the sake of profit, Wang Ze is still interested in playing with them. But when I looked at Weibo just now, there was clearly another hot search that was more eye-catching than mine. The seemingly innocent Wu Sitong is willing to satisfy Wang Ze's lust in order to become famous. There are indeed many disgusting things on the internet, but using such vicious language to attack a young girl has already touched the bottom line of humanity. Wang Ze didn't want to continue playing around. Walking back to the stage, Wang Ze took the microphone under the host's astonished gaze. If I remember correctly, it's called Butching Entertainment. Who among you is the artist of this company? You bastard, get on stage. I'll take you home first. Chapter 29, Can this be a big deal? The host froze on the stage, not knowing how to react. This is a live broadcast now, does this count as a broadcast accident? Lead as his mind raced in the director's room. He gritted his teeth and said into the headset, go ahead, let him challenge. Being young means being impatient. If I had known this, I shouldn't have told him before the show started. Now the two sides are fighting directly. There is traffic, and Wang Ze's new song is also available. Well, if the show wasn't banned, it might be a good thing. Li Das his eyes rolled and he was a little overwhelmed. Wang Ze was smiling in an ambiguous manner on the stage, waiting for the host to start the program. He dared to turn against them directly on the show. In fact, he had his own plans in mind. Doing so would not only make Butching Entertainment angry, but would also benefit everyone else. Wang Ze would not do something stupid that would offend a lot of people. It seems that our contestant Wang Ze has regained his confidence and is ready to continue challenging on stage. In this case, we would like to invite our main contestant to come on stage and accept the challenge. With this attitude, the audience could all figure out what was going on. The host's attempt to cover it up was meaningless. Both the audience at the scene and those watching the live broadcast on their mobile phones were searching for the Wang Ze incident on the internet. Jiringer's expression kept changing in the lounge. He couldn't understand how Wang Ze had the courage to make things clear. Do I want to go up and represent Butching to compete with Wang Ze? In this case, if Butching loses in the end and the slander against Wang Ze is exposed, he might be the first to be criticized. And if he loses? A first-line singer, representing the company in a grudge match with an amateur, and still loses, where would he put his face? Jiringer was in a difficult situation. The performance of Big Fish by Wang Ze's group just now really put a lot of pressure on him. But the host was still urging him on the stage, so Jiringer gritted his teeth and walked towards the stage. He didn't believe that Wang Ze could sing original songs. If it only came down to singing skills, he would not be afraid of him even if he showed his most proficient representative works. Because he felt guilty, Jiringer was full of hostility as soon as he came on stage, but Wang Ze kept smiling. However, everyone could see that there was a hint of teasing in Wang Ze's smile. According to the rules of the competition, please ask Wang Ze to return to the lounge first, and let our host player Jiringer come and say hello to everyone. Jiringer took the microphone and followed Wang Ze, who had not yet stepped down from the stage. Young and frivolous is the most appropriate adjective I have ever seen. Young people act impulsively and without regard for the consequences. They may think they are getting revenge at the time, but afterward, they realize that some consequences can affect their whole life, but it is too late. The host kept turning his back and secretly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He has been in the industry for more than 10 years, and this is the first time he has hosted such a tense stage. Li Dazi was in the director's room, and he felt a chill all over his body as he watched the number of people in the live broadcast room soar. The number of online viewers has exceeded 500,000. For a live broadcast of a program to have such popularity, it is already the ceiling level. The hot searches on Weibo are also constantly changing, with related terms such as Wang Ze, Jiringer, and Butching Entertainment constantly climbing. This matter is getting more and more popular, and the risk of the program being banned is getting bigger and bigger. However, if we can survive this wave, the next episode will be really popular. Back in the lounge, Wu Sitong walked straight to Wang Ze and supported him with actions. Liang Hongwei accused him a little, "You are too impulsive. Jiringer is a first-line singer after all. You didn't prepare anything and challenged him directly. Wouldn't it be more embarrassing if you lose?" Without Wang Ze saying anything, Xing Xiaoyang refuted him, "If you don't want to sign with the company, if you wait until the next episode and wait for Butching Entertainment and the program team to discuss it, there will be no chance of winning at all." Liang Hongwei clenched his fists. Damn it, it felt so bad that the wheat harvested by the blind sparrow in the autumn was taken away by someone with a shovel. Jiringer is indeed very strong. He directly brought out his masterpiece in the competition. As soon as he opened his mouth, I couldn't tell how many people were moved. The singing skills were excellent, the work was top-notch, and at the end the whole audience even started a chorus. Liang Hongwei and the other man looked dejected and thought it would be difficult to win. After the performance, Jiringer expressed his gratitude on the stage. Despite the tremendous pressure just now, he was actually in better condition than before. He sang one of his representative works almost perfectly, and he felt that he had stabilized. Wu Sitong quietly tugged at the corner of Wang Ze's clothes and said, "Why don't I go up and challenge him myself, and you can work on your new song and compete with him again next time you have a chance." This girl also wants to withstand the public opinion for Wang Ze. Pushing away Wu Sitong's hand, Wang Ze reached out and ruffled her hair. "Just wait for me here, don't worry, I haven't lost yet." Then he turned to Liang Hongwei and asked, "Can you still play the accompaniment you recorded that night?" Liang Hongwei was stunned for a moment. Indeed, one night before, Wang Ze suddenly called and asked to come to the recording studio to provide accompaniment. The tune was indeed very powerful, but he did not start singing at the time and both of them had almost forgotten about it. Nodding, "Maybe not that skilled, but we will try not to make mistakes." Wang Ze nodded, "Let's go." The three of them stood in the center of the stage, and the host asked, "Why is Wu Sitong not on stage this time?" The audience was also curious about this question, and Wang Ze took the microphone and replied, "We really only prepared one song this time. Unlike the other two contestants who came here for popularity, we are here just to make some money and have no intention of challenging anyone. So I didn't practice the second song in advance, I had to sing it by myself." "Then why do you suddenly want to challenge again?" After asking the question, the host wanted to slap himself in the face. "Isn't this just looking for trouble?" Sure enough, Wang Ze looked at him with a half smile, and then said to the audience, "We participated in the show just for the 300,000 yuan prize money, and we never thought about signing with a company or releasing an album. But I didn't expect that it would be a sin to not sell my talent to others. Everyone wants to get a piece of our pie." The host's face turned green, and it was undoubtedly a live broadcast accident. Li Daz's expression changed rapidly in the background, but he didn't give the order to stop the live broadcast. Accidents are accidents, popularity is popularity. The number of people online in the program team's live broadcast room is about to exceed 1 million. If the live broadcast is shut down at this time, who will bear the losses of the program team? On the stage, Wang Ze was still struggling with his emotions. "We are young, we are newcomers, we choose to give in. But if I don't compromise, they will kill me." As soon as Big Fish finished singing, they accused me of using a ghostwriter, saying that I only picked up other people's scraps and didn't even have a mainstream love song. Wang Ze became angrier as he spoke. "I partnered with an 18-year-old girl who was still in high school, and I made them say what they wanted. She comes from a wealthy family. If she hadn't accompanied me, she would have just gone to the auditions and gone home. I used her to get the program registration fee. It's fine if you want to mess with me, but why drag her into this? I have never sung a mainstream love song, can you tell me what love is? What's there to say about feelings? Love has its own destiny." Bang! The stage lights went out, the spotlight shone on Wang Ze, and the announcement came on. Song, "If Love Has Destiny." Singer, Wang Ze. Lyricist, Wang Ze. Composer, Wang Ze. Producer, Wang Ze. They are all Wang Ze. This practice of not leaving any food for other music workers is very familiar. But the most amazing thing is that in this situation, Wang Ze was still able to pull Wu Sitong along, as if this song was written for her. This operation is definitely worth 98.4 points, because it really is 1.6. Didn't you see that Wu Sitong's eyes were dazed again in the lounge? Chapter 30, Story Sense, If Love Has Destiny. Please read. After the announcement, Wang Ze took 2 steps back and gave the center of the stage to Xing Xiaoyang. Xing Xiaoyang pressed the strings of the cello, and the elegant and heavy sound of the cello spread throughout the venue. The professional tutor Shi Liangcai's eyes lit up in the audience, and Wang Ze actually came up with another original song. And he seems to be particularly good at creating an atmosphere in the prelude stage, such as in Big Fish, and now, If Love Has Destiny. The cello's sad and elegant tone, when played higher, will probably make even the dogs on the street feel regretful when they hear it. After exchanging a glance with his colleagues from the opera house, Shi Liangcai expressed that he really wanted to work with Wang Ze. The prelude gradually faded, Xing Xiaoyang took 2 steps back, giving the main stage back to Wang Ze. Wang Ze was now wearing formal attire, with the sleeves of his white shirt slightly rolled up. He no longer looked as domineering and aggressive as before. On the contrary, he seems to be somewhat gentle and refined. Elegant. Affectionate. Anyway, Wu Sitong's eyes were filled with lust in the lounge. In front of the screen, Meng Chuyue pouted and cursed, "You bastard, you're pretending to be affectionate with a girl at a time like this, who the hell can resist this?" The piano was played and Wang Ze spoke at the same time. His voice was clear and transparent, and the melody was hazy and low, but sad but not painful, mournful but not hurtful. When the star appears in the sky, you know I start to miss it again. How many loves can only be viewed from afar? Like moonlight spilling onto the sea. Zhang, who was in the war zone, only heard the beginning and felt a thump in his heart. If the rest of the song didn't suck, he would become a background board. Zhang took advantage of the interlude to look at his colleague again. Calm down. Both of them gave Wang Ze the same evaluation, saying that at the age of 18, he could have such expressiveness on stage. They could only say that some people are born to be in big scenes. In the lounge, Wu Sitong clenched her fists. She thought Wang Ze's song might be sad and didn't want to put herself in his shoes. Zhang Wenjing in the hospital corridor was in a trance. How many loves can only be seen from afar? The piano continues and the cello joins in, taking the emotion to a higher level. When we were young, we thought. Those who love each other can be together forever. When we believe, we are together deeply. I cannot hear the sigh in the wind. Zhang's eyes were confused. Could these lyrics be written by a high school student? With such literary talent, why do you want to enter the entertainment industry? Can't you just work hard and get into Peking University or Tsinghua University? This sense of immersion, this progression of emotions, this metaphor, the next step is to bring people into the atmosphere and kill them, right? The opponent is a superstar, how can I fight him? Just as he expected, Wang Ze paused for a moment on the stage, then raised his head slightly, and an extremely smooth high note followed. Who knows what love is? The brief encounter is unforgettable. Spend your whole life. I can't learn to forget. At the end of the first section, the audience felt as if they had watched a movie. The regret of missed love and the sadness of recalling lovers were all expressed by Wang Ze in just a few words. He did not use any heart-wrenching singing style, but just told his stories in a peaceful and distant voice, without being anxious or impatient, and able to control his voice freely. The so-called gentle breeze blowing on the willows and the wind causing the sound of singing is probably just like this. Zhang looked at his colleague for the third time at this time, and a hint of astonishment flashed in both of their eyes. This. The first section is over, why does it feel like a masterpiece? Zhang had a dead mother's face. He guessed wrong. Wang Ze's next step was not to bring people into the atmosphere to kill them, but to continue to put them into the atmosphere. If it were someone else, this kind of preparation would indeed seem lengthy, but Wang Ze's calm singing voice makes people more immersed in it. With the addition of the clarinet, the emotion progresses one level further, and all the instruments work together to let the interlude raise the emotion. Wang Ze raised his right hand lightly like a conductor, the band skillfully left a cut, and the clear voice sounded again. Now we are far apart. Live like the people around you. The person in front of me gives me the most trust and reliance. I hope you will be treated gently. At the beginning of the second section, the sense of story emerges instantly. The audience seemed to see a pair of lovers being forced to separate, and before starting a new life, they buried their blessings for each other in their hearts. The clarinet sounded again, the mood further heightened, and Wang Ze's silky and natural high voice resounded throughout the venue. How many times in trance? It seems as if I see you flowing in the crowd. You have emerged vaguely. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. After the last high note, all instruments became more aggressive, and then stopped at the same time after a bar of interlude. It's the clarinet again. This time the clarinet that starts over brings the emotions to the climax. All the instruments are moving forward. Wang Ze opens his mouth at the right moment. His voice, which has been calm all the time, finally has waves, and the opening is a royal bomb. A brief encounter but unforgettable. How many times in trance? It seems as if I see you flowing in the sea of people. Their continuous, silky and natural high notes made Zhang lean back involuntarily. He clenched his fist and bit his lower teeth very hard. From the shape of his mouth, it can be seen that he said, "Fuck." This is an extremely gorgeous vocal performance. You appeared vaguely, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The performance ended with an extremely unwilling high note. The audience thought the performance was over and were about to raise their hands to applaud, but they saw Wang Ze raise the microphone again and speak like a narration, a voiceover, or a sigh. When the star appears on the horizon, you know I'm starting to miss you again. There is so much love that has nowhere to go in this life. Something has changed in the dark. The moonlight is like a spring breeze blowing on your face. Perfect topic. The audience seemed to have seen the ending of a movie, where the infatuated lovers never ended up together, and each grew old and died with regret. But there is a thread connecting the two of them, whether in the afterlife or in future generations. God will always make up for this regret. The song had ended for a long time before the audience reacted and started to applaud. Everyone was immersed in the atmosphere created by Wang Ze. Liang Hongwei put down his instrument and looked at Xing Xiaoyang. Both of them let the cold sweat drip, their eyes full of relief. I knew he was powerful when I heard the song, but I didn't expect his singing to be even more powerful. Fortunately, there were no mistakes. Ji Renjie was already in despair. As a first-line singer, he didn't even have the courage to confront Wang Ze. He just hoped that the company would act quickly and complete the exchange of interests before the audience voted, otherwise he would really become a member of the control group. Call. The host took a deep breath backstage, pulling himself away from the song while also cheering himself up. He hoped that Wang Ze could vent his anger through his work, and then speak properly and not put himself on a pedestal on the stage. But the fact proved that he was overthinking it. Wang Ze took out the program he had prepared for the next episode in advance just to slap these bastards in the face. Speak nicely. You're dreaming. Looking at the microphone in the host's hand, Wang Ze wanted to grab it to host the show for him, so that these professional teachers could praise him quickly, and then he could perform himself. Damn, he took out so many things, I have to make this wave of bullshit come true. Chapter 31, Pretend to be Big. Godfathers, please read on. The host announced the start of the review session. This time, the other three teachers came first, and they naturally started with praises. These people are highly professional and well known, and they would not speak against their conscience. Shi Liangcai was the last one in line. He was also the one who had the most drama. His voice trembled when he spoke. Singing skills can be improved through practice, and the voice can be changed through methods, but this is the first time I've seen someone's temperament change so quickly. It is a completely different temperament from when you sang Big Fish, with gentle elegance, affectionate voice, tender eyes. No matter how heartbreaking and painful your opponent's singing is, you just quietly sing your own song. Grace. And your voice is really pure, it can draw people into the story involuntarily. It's amazing. I give you full marks for this song from both the composition and singing perspective, keep it up. It's enough to praise me enough. Aren't you curious about what I said before I went on stage? Come and ask me. I'm in a hurry to show off. Wang Ze smiled and politely bowed to the professional teacher to express his gratitude. Since they didn't cooperate, I had no choice but to force it myself. Wang Zexin pretended a little, this song actually needs a lot of improvement. I'm forced to release it now, so it seems a bit hasty. Shi Liang only then realized that Wang Ze was trying to force him into this, but he really admired Wang Ze, so not only was he not angry, he also asked in a very cooperative manner. Actually, I'm also very curious about what happened just now. Why did you suddenly change your mind and continue the challenge? You even specifically challenged the artists under Butching Entertainment by name. On the road. Wang Ze decided to add this teacher as a friend later. With the help of the teacher, Wang Ze naturally would not miss the opportunity. He ignored the host's disgusted expression and started to perform. First of all, I want to apologize to everyone. As a public figure, I just used excessive language. As a student who has not yet entered the society, I may not understand the social rules and do not know how to share the benefits, which is why the company Butching Entertainment hired internet trolls to discredit me. Now that I have calmed down and thought about it, there is actually nothing that cannot be negotiated. As long as they promise not to fabricate negative information about my partner, I am willing to sign a contract with you privately. Ji Renjie. Shi Liangcai laughed loudly on the judges' panel, saying that the opera house boss was not afraid of these dirty things in the entertainment industry. Their host had retreated to the corner and asked Li Dazi into the headset whether he wanted to end the commentary session. What can Li Dazi say? Wang Ze is already halfway through his speech. What's the point in interrupting him now? Besides, he has benefited from the popularity and traffic of the quarrel, which is really great. Now he is reluctant to cut off the live broadcast. So, keep going. Wang Ze was still feeling aggrieved. In fact, I was too ignorant. Everyone around me told me that the rules of the entertainment industry are like this, and if you want to join, you have to abide by the rules. I can comply, but Butching Entertainment doesn't care what it wants and just fabricates negative information about us online. I know there must be something wrong with me, and now I just hope that Butching Entertainment will contact me privately and give me a chance to make amends. Ji Renjie said, Stop cursing, stop cursing. You are not apologizing, you are cursing Butching Entertainment by name. As the only sincere artist in the venue, Zhiranger said he was very nervous. Regardless of whether Wang Ze was pretending or was sincere, he just exposed all the dirty things in the circle during the live broadcast. The good thing is that the negative information on the internet was refuted, but the bad thing is that everyone knows that he is a person who does not follow the rules. But how could Wang Ze leave any big flaws in his actions? He had to pretend to be a white lotus. You don't need to watch to know how outrageous the comments of netizens in the live broadcast room will be. The host wanted to stop Wang Ze and start the voting session, but unexpectedly, Wang Ze took over the conversation again. I also want to say sorry to Mr. Zhiranger. I was too impulsive just now. No matter who will be eliminated later, I hope we can put aside the past grudges and start a friendship. Zhiranger's face turned green. Is this the green tea method? I spent a lot of resources to secure a seat in the show, but the production team didn't say that I would be eliminated in the second round, so don't make any judgments in advance. He began to regret what he had said before about Wang Ze being young and frivolous. Voting has already begun on site, and Li Dazi has not received any instructions for the secret operation. This proves that the exchange of interests between investors has failed and everything is business as usual. In the first row, Wang Ze voted unanimously. Second row, all tickets. The third row. Taking into account the face of the first-line singer, when the placards were raised at the back, Li Dazi indicated that some sympathy votes should be given to Zhiranger, which brought the vote ratio to 380-120. Zhiranger, eliminated. At this point, let Butching Entertainment take a small bite of the meat. Wang Ze didn't know that the investor behind Perfect Voice was Yu Qing. He was just betting that the current popularity of the program was high enough and the director didn't dare to make it too obvious, so he only made a request for elimination, otherwise he would definitely go even further. Zhiranger said that he was confused when he gave his farewell speech. He really couldn't understand why he was eliminated in the first round of the show despite having the support of an entertainment company. His words were incoherent and he barely finished the speech after the host repeatedly saved the situation. It's different when you get to Wang Ze. After the host asked him, "Is there anything else you want to say?" his eyes visibly lit up, the green tea sob ended, and Zhiranger was eliminated. Then I should show off my skills and give Butching Entertainment a decisive blow. Standing in the center of the stage, Wang Ze started to apologize again. Teacher Zhiranger said that I was impulsive and reckless when I was young. I apologize for my reckless behavior just now. But when I think about it calmly, as a student who has not yet graduated, I always feel that the unspoken social rules that people around me tell me are wrong. Liangsai put the microphone to his lips and asked, "What do you want to say?" Wang Ze's eyes suddenly became firm. He looked directly at the camera and said, "I want to say that every Chinese youth should get rid of their coldness and move forward. They don't have to listen to the words of those who give up on themselves. Those who can do something should do it, those who can speak up should speak up, and those who have some warmth should give off some light. Just like a firefly, you can also emit a little light in the dark without having to wait for a torch. If there is no torch from now on, I will be the only light." Everyone at the scene who was looking at Wang Ze had glowing eyes, as if they were looking at a deity. At this point, the largest wave has finally been installed. The bastard directly copied the original text of Master Zhu, and the fate of Butching Entertainment can be predicted. The popularity of tomorrow's program will continue to rise. The public has denounced the dark side of the entertainment industry. Excessive public opinion has forced the authorities to intervene. After a brief investigation, Butching Entertainment has been given a warning and its artists have been blacklisted. Finally, I would like to give a thumbs up to Wang Ze under their Perfect Voice program team, and praise him for being a young man with a righteous heart and for being brave enough to speak out when encountering unfair things. Big Fish proved its strength, and If You Are the One proved that it was not plagiarized. It used White Lotus tactics to gain the trust of the audience, and Zhu Dasen copied the original text and the official ended up with it. After this series of combined punches, Butching Entertainment, are you going to die? Chapter 32 Come. Eat. Thanks everyone, I should have recommended it. Wang Ze, Meng Chuyue, Yu Qing, and Chen Yuji were in a small private room in a restaurant, waiting for their meals to be served. Although the incident happened 3 days ago, Yu Qing still looked at Wang Ze with amazement. This guy's last move was really amazing. As an amateur with no resources, he instantly changed public opinion with just 2 songs. He also forced the official to intervene with just a few words, and almost banned Butching Entertainment. Now the whole entertainment industry has heard that the agent of Butching Entertainment was courting death. He got a real genius, but he was killed by public opinion within half a month. Today's game was organized by Wang Ze, and he asked Meng Chuyue to bring himself and Chen Yuji along. Yu Qing was very curious about him and wanted to see what tricks he would play. Wang Ze was not in a hurry. He waited until all the dishes were served and chatted with a few people for a while to eliminate the strangeness after not seeing each other for a while before he got down to business. Handing Chen Yuji a piece of A4 paper, Wang Ze said, "Brother Chen, if it's convenient, please help check this person's credit. I want to know the details of his bank loans and private loans." Meng Chuyue stretched her neck to look, and her unique woman's premonition told her that this was most likely one of Wang Ze's purposes for getting close to her. Chen Yuji also took the A4 paper and took a look at it. Wang Mingxian, a very unfamiliar name, was not from the industry. Credit investigation is easy, but as for private lending, okay, leave it to me, I'll give you the information tomorrow. Wang Ze thanked him, and then looked at Yu Qing. "Sister Yu, an elder in my family is sick. He hasn't been scheduled for surgery yet. He has mid-stage lung cancer. Can you help me find some connections?" Yu Qing rarely showed any expression. From the few times Wang Ze had contact with her, this woman rarely showed expressions of great joy or sorrow. At this moment, she nodded calmly and said, "I know a professor at the 3rd hospital of Magic City. I can go directly to him tomorrow." Yu Qing understood that this was Wang Ze's way of further deepening the connection between them. This time it was a request, and next time it would be a gift. Given his current popularity and being considered a cash cow in the entertainment industry, Yu Qing is not opposed to making friends with him. Wang Ze took a deep breath after thanking her. He always felt very stressed when getting along with this woman. She was too smart and could figure out his little thoughts with just a little thought. It was unpleasant to be seen through at this moment. Meng Chuyue looked expectant at the side. "As for me, you invited us out for dinner. You should ask for everything you want. What do you want to ask me for?" She is not as smart as Yu Qing. Yu Qing sees through things but doesn't say anything. But she is too petty to be so. Wang Ze pretended to think for a while, then looked up at Meng Chuyue. "I really can't think of anything I can ask you for, so how about you just call me daddy?" Cuckoo. Yu Qing broke down instantly and covered her mouth while laughing. Chen Yuji wanted to pursue Meng Chuyue, so he didn't dare to laugh casually. His face turned red and his shoulders kept shaking. "Stop shaking, bro. You'll pee me soon." Chen Yuji also lost his composure instantly and burst into laughter. Meng Chuyue gritted her teeth in anger, but quickly held back her anger, changing her expression. The red mole between her eyebrows jumped, and she smiled seductively. "Do all men like to be called daddy? My little brother in high school also likes to do this." "Bitch," Wang Ze suddenly clamped his legs together. Meng Chuyue's right leg wrapped in flesh-colored stockings had stretched out from under the table and rested on Wang Ze's feet. Turning around to look at Chen Yuji, this guy is still laughing foolishly. It turns out that bootlickers have their own world. Pushing Meng Chuyue away and refusing to shift gears, Wang Ze wanted to finish his meal in peace. He had been chatting more and more with Meng Chuyue recently. This woman always wanted to drain him out, which was not good. After finishing the business, it was getting late. Wang Ze didn't chat with the others for long. He rushed home after dinner. After recording the 2nd episode, he became busier and busier. He was negotiating the profit from the new song, the appearance fee for the next episode. The official company contacted him for promotion, people from Butching Entertainment also contacted him, and Wang Mingxian would be back soon. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Wenjing's mother's surgery couldn't be delayed, he wouldn't even have time to find a few people for dinner today. He would have to practice singing with Wu Sidong in the recording studio. But it doesn't matter. The time is almost up. He can take this opportunity to take down his sister-in-law. It's not a good idea to always have to make do with Xiaobai and Xiaozi after being reborn. When I got home, Zhang Wenjing was mopping the floor. She was wearing a very thin satin nightgown that was clung to her body, and every curve of it was extremely charming. "Stand there. Go barefoot. I just mopped the floor." Wang Ze had no choice but to throw the slippers he had just changed into at the door. After the 2nd episode ended, the treatment as a big star only lasted for 2 days, and his sister-in-law returned to her usual home life. Sitting on the sofa, he picked up a piece of bread and took a bite. This should be Zhang Wenjing's dinner. Looking at his sister-in-law moving left and right, even Wang Ze, who loves stockings very much, said that his sister-in-law looked better with bare legs. First of all, it is round, with just the right amount of flesh. Secondly, it is white, and thirdly, it is very straight, with skin so smooth that it can be compared to a peeled egg. It is simply exaggerated. Zhang Wenjing has now gotten used to working under Wang Ze's gaze. No matter how much or how little she wears, this guy can always find something he likes. She was a little shy at first, but now she can pretend not to be shy. I'll gouge your eyes out. Zhang Wenjing pretends to be strong. As she mopped the floor, the air wafted toward Wang Ze. Wang Ze could no longer bear it and suddenly, as if mischievously, smeared the jam on the bread on her long, white legs. Come closer and let me dip it, and I'll tell you good news. How could Zhang Wenjing tolerate his bad habits? Seeing that her legs were dirty, she kicked Wang Ze and said, "Are you crazy? If you have to fart, just fart." Wang Ze was just joking for some unknown reason. He is not really a pervert, so why would he dip it? Don't let auntie have breakfast tomorrow. Your current hospital can't schedule surgery. I just asked a few friends to schedule a surgery for her with a professor at the 3rd Hospital of Shanghai. Auntie's indicators meet all the requirements for surgery. It's not good to keep putting it off. Wang Ze crossed his legs high. This was his favorite way to show off. And the effect of pretending seems to be quite good. Zhang Wenjing quickly put down the mop. The 3rd Hospital of Magic City, isn't that the best cancer hospital in Magic City? And the surgery is performed by the professor, is this true? Wang Ze wanted to take out a cigarette and light it up to show off his status, but he was afraid that his sister-in-law would get angry, so he just said in a simple and boastful way, "From childhood to adulthood, except for the time when I told my mother that I got 100 points in the final exam, I never boasted about the rest. Everything else is really awesome." Zhang Wenjing felt a little guilty. She was just angry because he didn't eat at home and went out to fool around. She didn't expect that he was busy with his own affairs. "You bastard, you always do this, pulling things around and making me feel itchy." Not knowing how to respond to Wang Ze or how to express her apology, Zhang Wenjing grabbed his collar with one hand, snatched the bread from his hand, and then dipped the bread on the jam on her snow-white thighs. Come, eat. Chapter 33 Master Fencing Techniques. The bread with the flavor of Zhang Wenjing is delicious. Both of them were a little excited, but now was not the time to be honest with each other. Wang Ze would not take action until he had torn apart her last line of defense. Don't underestimate the endurance of a Neptune. If you want to become a qualified Neptune, time planning and plan execution are both indispensable. Giving up on the affectionate Zhang Wenjing, Wang Ze went straight back to their house and locked the door. After lying in bed for a long time and suppressing the last bit of anger, he finally had the mind to deal with business. The system rewards need to be adjusted. When the audience value of the program exceeded 500,000, the system rewarded 300 sets of famous quotes. It sounded a bit useless, but when Wang Ze had some free time, he found that there were not only famous sayings in the collection, but also 300 tang and song poems, 500 exquisite ancient prose pieces, etc., so he gladly accepted the reward. The reason he opened the system again at this time was not to get the reward from last time, but because the scandal had become so popular that it pushed Wang Ze's audience value to 1 million, but he had not had time to claim the reward. System, collect audience value rewards. Ding, congratulations to their host for obtaining the master level fencing technique to be learned. Congratulations to their host for opening the lucky draw function for works. 1 million audience values time for film and television works, 500,000 audience values time for literary works, and 100,000 audience values time for music works. I have the skills. This wave of rewards is good, but I need to learn. Let us wait until auntie finishes the surgery tomorrow, don't delay things. Wang Ze, whose body has been transformed by master-level basketball techniques, knows that skills are the real thing. The lottery function, film, literature, and music. Plus the rewarded skills, is this allowing me to develop in 4 tracks at the same time? There is also this lucky draw function, and this wave of rewards is all great for showing off. Almost at the moment of receiving the reward, Wang Ze planned future occasions for showing off and almost laughed out loud. Opening the lottery page again, the remaining audience value was exactly 1 million. Wang Ze did not use it indiscriminately. He just closed the system and went to do other things. I took out my cell phone and communicated with Liang Hongwei, and confirmed that the two new songs would be split 30% and 70% on the platform, with Wang Ze taking 70%. They also discussed the appearance fee for the second episode. Li Dazi offered 2 million. Liang Hongwei said that this price was very reasonable, and Wang Ze also agreed. He was also asked to agree to the official publicity request on his behalf. This was an obligation, but Wang Ze had no objection. He ended the conversation with Liang Hongwei, ignored the calls from several other unfamiliar numbers, and sent a good night message to Wu Setong. Then he forced himself to fall asleep. Zhang Wenjing's mother would have surgery tomorrow, so he had to get up early. At the same time, in the CBD of Shanghai, in the office building of Bucheng Entertainment, a handsome middle-aged man in formal attire sat in the boss chair, looking at the people coming in and out of the office, and finally couldn't help but slap the desk. "Why do I feed you? Contact him, contact him. I can't even get through on the phone. Do you want to watch the bank come and seal up the company? I want to take notice and repay my loan." After all, Qiu Juwen is not an entrepreneur. He cannot remain calm while looking fearful. He is just an ordinary first-line actor. If the company he founded cannot repay the loan, it will soon face bankruptcy. Ace agent Zhuang Maihua, seeing her boss exposing his most vulnerable side in front of his employees, waved her hand to dismiss the people around her, and only spoke when she saw that there was no one in the office. "It's no use telling them this. Since Wang Ze doesn't answer the phone, I'll go look for him near his house tomorrow." In this situation, only if he personally says that the misunderstanding has been resolved, will we have a chance to do public relations and save our reputation. Qiu Juwen let out a long breath. He didn't understand why things had come to this when he just wanted to sign an amateur. "Fortunately, Zhuang Maihua is there to accompany me. I can only ask you for help now. I have apologized and asked for compensation. I really have no other choice." Qiu Juwen is still handsome, with strong features, a cool slicked back hair, and a well-ironed suit, giving him the vibe of a gentleman villain in a movie. Zhuang Maihua sighed quietly. She had advised him not to listen to the nonsense from the public relations department. The only companies in the entertainment industry that dared to use suppression methods to sign people were big companies, and Bucheng couldn't afford it. But what can I do now? I can only humble myself and beg for forgiveness. After saying "don't worry," Zhuang Maihua turned around and wanted to go out to do some business. But Qiu Juwen was sitting in the boss chair, his line of sight parallel to her professional skirt, watching the two plump buttocks fill up the skirt, and with every move, the hem of the skirt would always be pulled to a dangerous position. Mysterious and fascinating, he couldn't help himself. He chased after her and slapped Zhuang Maihua hard, then with a little force, pushed her onto the desk. "No, there are too many people outside. It's okay. If I don't call them, they won't dare to come in." The mature young woman in her 30s couldn't stand this and reluctantly lay down on the desk. Wang Ze is ungrateful. I admire him and want to sign him to the company, but he is doing this to me. Maihua, promise me that you will kill him when you have the chance. Zhuang Maihua closed her eyes and said, "Well, don't be angry. He is ungrateful. Well, he is very popular now, so it is difficult for us to do anything. Well, he became famous at a young age, so he will definitely become more and more arrogant in the future. Once we find any dirt on him, we will kill him directly." Qiu Juwen was able to become a top star in the film industry, which is several times more difficult than the music industry, thanks to Zhuang Meihua's help. This woman is smart, but most importantly, ruthless. When she said she would kill Wang Ze, she was not just saying it out of anger. Maybe he felt relieved after hearing these words, or maybe there were too many temptations in the entertainment industry, and Qiu Juwen was drained of his body. Not long after the two finished talking, Qiu Juwen sat in the boss chair and looked up at the sky. After Zhuang Maihua cleaned up the mess on the floor, she pulled her black stockings up from her knees. "Clean up after yourself, open the window to let the smell out, and leave yourself as a good boss. No matter how old a man is, he is always like a child and does things without thinking," Zhuang Maihua warned before leaving. Qiu Juwen nodded. He felt as helpless now as when he first entered the entertainment industry. He listened to Zhuang Maihua in everything. After the couple separated, they each made their own plans, thinking about how to temporarily get Wang Ze's forgiveness, and then how to kill him. The next day, Wang Ze got up very early and climbed out of bed at 5 o'clock, but he was still not as early as Zhang Wenjing. "What time did you get up?" Aren't you afraid of getting bags under your eyes? Wang Ze widened his eyes. The porridge on the table was already a little cold. His sister-in-law's work and rest schedule was a bit exaggerated. Hurry up and eat your food. We need to submit the medical records as soon as possible, otherwise we will have to go to the third hospital for redo examinations, which will cost a lot more money. Wang Ze pointed out the window and said, "My friend borrowed a junkie car to take us there. There's no need to rush." Liang Hongwei was already waiting downstairs. Zhang Wenjing knocked on Wang Ze's forehead when she heard this. "Why don't you eat quickly? How can you let others wait downstairs?" Okay. Wang Ze decided to go along with her today. After his aunt finished the surgery and Chen Yuji sent Wang Mingxuan's information, it would be her turn to give something to Wang Ze. No, it should be, receive something? Chapter 30 For my dear uncle. Squeezed in the back row of the Peugeot with Zhang Wenjing, Wang Ze thought he was being too low-key. 1,200,000 in share buyout, 2 million in announcement fees, and at least 2 million in share from the music platform next month. At the age of 18, he is so young and successful, but he hasn't even bought a car. I'm going to buy a Land Rover tomorrow so I can show off in front of my classmates. When he arrived at the hospital entrance, Wang Ze tried twice to close the broken car door but failed. He immediately decided to pay to pick up the car in 2 days. It's not like you didn't get paid for the songs on the platform, so why can't you buy a car of your own? Why do you always have to borrow someone else's? When they got on the elevator, Wang Ze was still complaining about the broken car Liang Hongwei borrowed. Liang Hongwei stiffened his neck and said, "You don't have a car either, but you earn much more than me, and you still blame me." Wang Ze glanced at the sister-in-law in the corner of the elevator and thought to himself, "Why don't I have a car to drive? Zhang, Wu, Meng, or even, I will take turns driving after a while." Zhang Wenjing packed her things in the ward. Cheng Lijuan had a lot of women's things, and it was inconvenient for Wang Ze and the other man to touch them, so they chatted with the old lady in the bed next to them. The old lady said to Cheng Lijuan, "You are so lucky. Your daughter is busy taking care of you, and your son-in-law usually doesn't show up, but when he shows up, he can solve big problems." Zhang Wenjing lowered her head to pack her things, pretending not to hear. Cheng Lijuan didn't know how to refute her, so she just smiled apologetically. Do you think Wang Ze will also smile and agree? The bastard got right in her face and started yelling, "Her son-in-law is a bastard. He can't solve any problems. I'm her beloved brother-in-law." The old lady in the next bed, "What a joke. Hee hee. Hee hee." Wang Ze waved his hand and said, "Are you kidding me, aunt? Tell me, is your son-in-law a dog or not?" Cheng Lijuan, "Dog, right." Zhang Wenjing stood up from the ground with a hint of anger on her face. "It's not enough for you to show off. Hurry up and go to the doctor's office to get the medical records. You have to queue up there in advance." Seeing the few people packing up their luggage and leaving the ward, the old lady in the next bed breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around and pouted to the old sister in the next bed on the other side and complained, "This family is really messy." The joke just now made Cheng Lijuan feel a little embarrassed. She didn't say anything after getting in the car, but Zhang Wenjing was already used to Wang Ze's dirty talk. She even hoped that her mother would get used to it. After all, Wang Ze was right, he was her beloved brother-in-law. Liang Hongwei was driving seriously in the driver's seat and didn't dare to talk. The atmosphere in the car made him regret not bringing Xing Xiaoyang with him. This bastard Wang Ze's operations were too imaginative and he couldn't keep up with him. It was not until he reached the entrance of the inpatient department of the third hospital of Shanghai that Liang Hongwei was willing to look back at Wang Ze, because he had no choice but to look back. Looking out the windshield, I saw a row of familiar faces waiting on the roadside. Meng Chuyue, Yu Qing, Chen Yuji. During the time when the whole network was blackening him, several people came to the recording studio to see Wang Ze. Liang Hongwei had met them all and even caught Wang Ze and Meng Chuyue flirting with each other in private. Wang Ze put his hand in his right pocket, turned on the screen of his mobile phone and started working frantically. He was sending a message to Wu Sitong. "A relative of mine is having surgery. Please come to the third hospital of Shanghai to accompany me." Then he took a few people out of the car and asked Liang Hongwei to park the car by himself. If he guessed correctly, this old guy would not come back within half an hour. But Wang Ze didn't care at all. This was just a sure field. He just introduced them to each other openly. Meng Chuyue, director of the business department of Huameng Bank. Chen Yuji, customer general manager of Huameng Bank. Yu Qing, living off his parents at home and has no job. Wang Ze introduced several people to his sister-in-law. After hearing Wang Ze's evaluation of Yu Qing, Chen Yuji wanted to correct him, but was stopped by Meng Chuyue. She liked to see Wang Ze courting death, and was looking forward to how Wang Ze would react after knowing Yu Qing's true identity. It was the first time that Chen the dog had his clothes pulled by Goddess Meng. At this moment, he had no other thoughts and just stood there smiling foolishly. Zhang Wenjing was a little curious about how Wang Ze knew so many people from the bank, and they were all beautiful women, but she still went up to greet them one by one. Returning to Wang Ze, Zhang Wenjing whispered, "Are the bank's recruitment conditions so relaxed? Why does the customer general manager seem so stupid and can only smile?" Meng Chuyue stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Wenjing's arm. "Sister-in-law, I've heard Wang Ze say that you are beautiful. We haven't met until today. If he hadn't said that someone in his family had surgery today, we wouldn't have had the chance." Wang Ze glared at Meng Chuyue, meaning that if you dare to cause trouble, you will be dead. Zhang Wenjing's self-positioning is vague. Yu Qing is not very interested in her for the time being, and only Meng Chuyue is coquettish and jumpy. Wang Ze is afraid that she will have a relapse of her sexual urge, so he asks Wu Sitong to calm the situation. "Let's go up first. Professor Li seems to have another surgery this morning. Let's go as early as possible." Yu Qing was serious and didn't give Zhang Wenjing time to feel embarrassed. He led everyone inside directly. Cheng Lijuan had never seen such a scene before, and wondered if people in the city all played like this. Wang Ze deliberately fell behind by 2 steps and stood side by side with Chen Yuji. "Why are you here? Don't you have anything to do?" Chen Yuji looked at his younger brother and said, "What are you talking about? We are friends. If your family is in trouble, can we not come over? This is for you." Wang Ze took the A4 paper handed over by Chen Yuji and took a look. It was Wang Mingshuan's information. He then heard him say, "You're really ruthless for asking me to investigate this guy. A small crew member dared to go to their high seas to gamble and owed 6 million in total. He's really brave." Wang Ze narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, he only knew how much money Wang Mingxian had cheated his family of, but he had no idea how much he had lost outside. 6 million. In addition to the mortgage of the house and the usury, he must have stolen his sister-in-law's ID card and borrowed usury. "Thank you, Brother Chen. If you feel pressured by performance in the future, just let me know." Chen Yuji punched Wang Ze on the shoulder. "What are you talking about? I treat you as my younger brother." Okay, now the successful manager Chen can also speak politely. Taking out his cell phone, Wang Ze edited a text message and sent it to his brother. "Brother, our family is doing well now. My classmates and I participated in a talent show and became famous overnight. We made more than 3 million in just a few days. Let my brother be happy for me for a while on the sea." Wang Ze laughed so hard that he looked like a monster. When I looked up again, Zhang Wenjing had already accompanied Cheng Lijuan into the specialist clinic. Yu Qing showed up briefly, and everything went smoothly. There was no need to redo any of the tests, just a blood draw and then go straight for pre-operative psychological counseling. Cheng Lijuan was confused by the 2 questions from the speech therapist. Before she could react, she went into the operating room alone. Only then did Zhang Wenjing become nervous. Xiao Zi, my mother will be fine, right?" Wang Ze came over and held her hand. "The indicators are normal. He is the best expert in the country and is not too old. I can't think of anything to worry about." Meng Chuyue couldn't make an inappropriate joke at this time, and even stepped forward to comfort him. "Don't worry, Professor Li is almost the best lung expert in the Magic City. For him, this is just a small operation." Liang Hongwei also came back, and a group of people sat in the hospital corridor waiting anxiously. They all said it was a minor operation, but everyone knew that even appendicitis could not get out of the operating room, let alone lung cancer. 2 hours later, the green light finally came on in front of the operating room door, and the nurse pushed the door open and announced the good news: the operation was successful. 2 people come with me to push the patient back." Liang Hongwei and Chen Yuji stepped forward. Zhang Wenjing breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed in Wang Ze's arms. She took a long time to calm down before rushing forward. Meng Chuyue was about to make trouble in the back when she heard a familiar voice. "Sorry, I came here right after I received the call. The city was too congested, so I got off the car and ran for a long time." Looking at Wu Sitong, who was breathing rapidly, Meng Chuyue curled her lips. She didn't know which planet Wang Ze had saved in his previous life to make the girl so obsessed. This demon is just a fart. We have to watch Wang Ze show off on the spot again. Chapter 35. Call me daddy and I will teach you. When Cheng Lijuan returned to the ward, she was still asleep and talking in her sleep after being general anesthetized. Ming Xuaner is a dog. Wenjing needs to be nicer to his darling uncle. The woman is 24 or 25, and the boy is just over 18. They are the most violent and fiercest. They are a match. He is thin and has long hair, a straight nose and a strong waist. I can just take a look at my dear brother-in-law. Wenjing is blessed this time. Zhang Wenjing wanted to crawl into the ground at this moment. She knew that her mother was old enough to have no taboos, but she couldn't tell anyone about this. Things that are tacitly understood in private, once you take the anesthetic, all come out, especially the lower three roots. Fortunately, Meng Chuyue and her group went downstairs to buy a bag of salt to apply pressure to their wound. Now there were only Wang Ze and Wu Sitong in the ward, and Wu Sitong didn't know who her beloved uncle was. Zhang Wenjing can only deceive herself. Sure enough, Wu Sitong acted as if she knew nothing and just followed Zhang Wenjing quietly to help with the work. Although Cheng Lijuan is Zhang Wenjing's mother, she is just over 50 years old. After all, she is a woman, and it is difficult for Wang Ze to approach her. He just greeted her and went to the safety passage to light a cigarette. Just at this time, Meng Chuyue and others came back, so they asked others to go into their house first, and they went to the safe passage to accompany Genji. "You've sorted out your family issues, can you give me some advice?" Meng Chuyue helped Wang Ze light the cigarette. She didn't mind the dirty steps. She smoothed her skirt behind her back with both hands and sat next to Wang Ze. "You don't smoke, so why do you carry fireworks with you all day?" Meng Chuyue put the lighter back into her bag. "I'll keep it for you." Aquaman's thoughtful routine. Wang Ze took a deep breath, thinking that Meng Chuyue's father was about to join the game, so he asked, "What's your idea?" Meng Chuyue said, "We are under too much pressure to achieve our performance goals now, and we still need to meet the 3 billion credit target by 2 billion. Large real estate companies are facing capital constraints, so we dare not continue to lend money. However, other industries do not have such a large demand for funds, which could easily lead to bad debts. What should we do?" Wang Ze asked, "Have you really tried to go to the lower tier markets?" Meng Chuyue, "It has been initially implemented, but the companies in the 4th and 5th tier cities are very small and there are almost no businesses worth hundreds of millions. Currently, housing prices in 4th and 5th tier cities have not risen yet. Most of them are around 2 to 3,000 yuan per square meter, and some are over 1,000 yuan. Therefore, it is normal that new housing projects are not large in scale. My suggestion is to lend me 1 billion yuan to help you spend it." Meng Chuyue said, "Ouch. Can you be more serious? I'm so anxious. A dealer in antiques has been contacting my dad these days, saying that his business is tight and he wants to mortgage his belongings. My dad is tempted. In prosperous times, antiques are used, in troubled times, gold is used. Do you think the current situation is prosperous or chaotic? Even famous experts have their mistakes. Even the top bosses in the industry dare not give a price for such a high-priced item. How can your father, a bank president, have such an idea? If you lend to a real estate company, you can get the house if it goes bankrupt. If you lend to a listed company, you can have priority in its bankruptcy liquidation if it goes bankrupt. If you lend to a school or hospital, they have physical endorsement. If you lend it to an antique dealer, tell me what you will get if the antique turns out to be fake. How many of the 4 major sects of Jianghu are now staying in the Magic City? How many of the 8 generals of the 1,000 sects are in the Magic City? If you dare to mess with this business, if something happens in the future, everyone involved will be killed or imprisoned." In order to trick Meng Chuyue into thinking the truth, Wang Ze used all the words he knew. Meng Chuyue knew that what he said made sense, but every word he said was on point, and every word he said was only half said. It was so annoying. He gritted his teeth and stared at Wang Ze for a long time. "Then tell me what to do." There were only Wang Ze and Meng Chuyue in the stairwell. They leaned outside and saw no one outside the emergency passage, so Wang Ze leaned close to Meng Chuyue's ear and whispered. "Call me daddy and I'll teach you." Meng Chuyue's eyes were seductive and the red mole between her eyebrows was jumping. "You bastard, you are still pulling at this time. The situation is very passive, but who is Meng Chuyue? She is the #1 female sea king in Demon City. No matter what the situation is, she will find a way to turn the passive situation into the active one." It seemed that the two were confronting each other with their eyes, but in fact, Meng Chuyue had her right hand in her bag and was busy as a whirlwind. This is what she and Wang Ze learned, changing the mobile phone input method to a 9-square grid. Aquaman wants to constantly master various new skills. Only when she heard the footsteps outside did Meng Chuyue stop looking at him. She pressed the hem of her skirt, which just covered her hips, with her right hand to prevent herself from exposing herself, and stood up and pressed in front of Wang Ze. "What are you doing?" Wang Ze was actually a little panicked. He could even smell the fragrance coming from Meng Chuyue's mouth. Her eyes paused at the tip of Wang Ze's nose, and Meng Chuyue spoke in a charming voice, "Dad tilde." Wang Ze caught a glimpse of a figure outside the security door and asked in a low voice, "Your pursuer is outside the door, and my white moonlight is inside the house. Isn't it exciting to play like this?" Meng Chuyue didn't even stop laughing, "And sister-in-law, your sister-in-law is not right with you either. She calls you honorifics while doing disrespectful things. I get excited just thinking about it. She is a little presumptuous." Wang Ze thought. In the confrontation between the Sea Kings, whoever gives in first will always be at a disadvantage. He put his arm around Meng Chuyue's slender waist and felt her body suddenly stiffen. Wang Ze smiled triumphantly. "Isn't it more exciting to think about listening to the suitor looking for you outside while doing something to let him down?" Meng Chuyue was already stiff, but she insisted on being strong. "He and I have nothing to do with each other, there is nothing to be sorry about, but it is indeed exciting to think about it. Just, do you dare? It's my first time." The Queen of the Sea still lost. How could such a thing be said openly? Wang Ze became even more presumptuous after hearing that. Without saying a word, he leaned forward and pretended to kiss her. For some unknown reason, Meng Chuyue got carried away and took the initiative to go forward and peck him lightly. After she came to her senses, her face turned red, and the red mole between her eyebrows became more conspicuous. She still tried to be strong. "That antique dealer invited my dad to a cocktail party tonight. You will come to help me, right?" Wang Ze really didn't dare to continue. He had already taken her first kiss, so he wasn't at a disadvantage. He nodded directly. "I'll go home when Aunt Cheng wakes up and wait for your call." The figure outside the door seemed to have finally noticed that there was someone in the emergency passage and walked towards this side. Meng Chuyue turned over and got off Wang Ze, still whispering, "You must help me tonight. The problem is solved. Sister will let you experience what it means to be as firm as a bottle. Damn it, who plays half-heartedly these days? If I really want to help you solve such a big problem, be prepared to sacrifice yourself." The two of them tidied their clothes just as Chen Yuji pushed the door open. "So you two were smoking here. I spent a long time looking for you. Chuyue, you sent me a message with 1156156. What does that mean?" Wang Ze laughed out loud. Meng Chuyue blushed. She was not skilled enough and might have pressed the wrong key on the numeric keypad. Chapter 36, Fish cannot be eaten directly after being caught. Cheng Lijuan woke up at 3 in the afternoon. Meng Chuyue felt that she had done her job, and when she saw the patient wake up, she took them home. Seeing that the patient was fine and there was no need for help in the room, Wu Sitong said goodbye and left. Liang Hongwei sent her back. Wang Ze and Zhang Wenjing were the only ones left in the ward. Cheng Lijuan was lying on the bed with her sick body, and she kept thanking Wang Ze weakly, which made Wang Ze feel uncomfortable, so he made a joke with her. "It's okay. I've taken advantage of such a big girl. What else do you have to thank me for?" Zhang Wenjing pinched him from behind. Wang Ze turned around and whispered, "That's how it is. The strongest hits the strongest. Let's go back and see who's stronger." After coaxing Aunt Cheng to sleep, Wang Ze said goodbye to Zhang Wenjing and had to go about his business. At least this evening's event had strategic significance and he had to make it sound round about it, so he still had to prepare in advance. Time is like an innocent little girl, it is extremely tight. When Wang Ze got home, it was dark again, and he met a woman who delayed his work on the way. The woman was in her 30s, wearing a tight skirt, black stockings, and red-soled high heels. She looked like a mature woman and was a real killer to boys. There's just too much makeup on her face. Although her foundation is good, she gives people the feeling of an old A8. Blocking Wang Ze's way home, the woman stretched out her right hand to Wang Ze. "Hello, my name is Zhang Wenjing, the ace agent of Butching Entertainment." Wang Ze glanced at it casually and chose to ignore it rudely. Who knows what that hand had just held? Zhang Wenjing was not embarrassed and smiled indifferently. "I know you are hostile to our company, but there are no eternal enemies in the world. How about we go to your house and have a chat?" Wang Ze looked at the time and found it was still sufficient, so he decided to give the woman 10 minutes, "But not at home, that's it. Tell me what conditions you want to propose, I have something to do later." Zhang Wenjing was also straightforward and said directly, 3 million in cash and the right to appear on a variety show. As long as you stand up and say that what happened before was a misunderstanding, Butching will be your strongest backer in the entertainment industry from now on. What a waste of time. Wang Ze raised his leg and tried to pass over her. Zhang Wenjing quickly stopped him. "Or you can propose any conditions, money, resources, or I can do it too." After being in the entertainment industry for so many years, Zhang Wenjing has become accustomed to exchanging her body for things. This is a very common thing for her, and she is confident enough about her body. "Do you know why you can't eat fish right after you catch them?" Zhang Wenjing was stunned for a moment and shook her head. Wang Ze explained, "Because the fish just caught have to spit out the fishy smell, which is the smell now." Zhang Wenjing took a long time to react. Only after Wang Ze had walked away did she come back to her senses. A very resentful expression appeared on her face. "He actually thinks I'm dirty." He went home and hurried to change his clothes. To attend such a banquet, he had to wear something formal. Fortunately, after Wu Sitong made money, her biggest passion was to buy him clothes suitable for various occasions, otherwise he would have been at a loss. As for Zhang Wenjing, Wang Ze curled his lips, thinking that Aquaman was not picky about food. He was with his sister-in-law all day long and had to accept the baptism of Yu Qing, Wu Sitong, Meng Chuyue and others. In his eyes, even if Zhang Wenjing was not ugly, she was just an ordinary person. It's dirty and smelly, why should she take advantage of it? Aunt Cheng had just finished surgery and could only hire a nurse to take care of her tomorrow. Zhang Wenjing would definitely not go home today, so there was no need for her to rush back. "I went to the bathroom and took a relaxing shower. When I came out, Meng Chuyue was already waiting downstairs, driving the latest model of Panamera. It's a bit embarrassing for you to drive Pamela with your wealth." Wang Ze got into the car and started firing the gun, then he touched around in the car without noticing that there was someone in the back seat. Meng Chuyue held back her laughter and pointed to the back. "It's Brother Chen's new car. I think he drives too slowly." Turning back to greet Chen Yuji, Wang Ze did not feel awkward at all. This car of Parme is not a Volkswagen with a different shell, but it does seem a bit out of place for a supercar brand to have such a huge monster. But this car is really cool and suitable for young people to drive. Chen Yuji laughed in the back seat. "Brother, you know a lot about cars." Wang Ze nodded seriously. "Of course. Even though my pockets are cleaner than my face, no one knows more about cars than me on the internet." Cuckoo. The two of them couldn't hold back their laughter. "I just thought Wang Ze was doing well recently and wanted to show off in front of his people. I didn't expect this guy to use the opposite tactic. As long as I start to make fun of myself, no one can laugh at me." "Brother Chen, you know a lot of people. I've been a bit busy lately and can't drive without a whole car. Can you help me find someone who can get a cheaper price?" In the end, he gave Chen Yuji a hand, and after Chen Yuji readily agreed, the small grudge disappeared quietly before it even formed. Meng Chuyue curled her lips when she saw this. She asked Chen Yuji to come here to compete with Wang Ze, not to make them good friends. This situation would not be conducive to the King of the Sea's performance. However, since she needed help at night, Meng Chuyue did not act rashly and talked about business. This evening's so-called cocktail party is actually a personal exhibition of the great collector. Several senior bank executives are among the invited guests. It seems that they are going to finalize the loan today. Chen Yuji held a neutral attitude towards the issue of collectible loans. It was undeniable that what Wang Ze said at the previous dinners made sense, but the bank's mission was there, and he didn't think Wang Ze could change anything. "I always heard that Shanghai was high-end back home. I came here to study for 3 years, but I didn't come into contact with the extravagant life. If there were any girls at the cocktail party, I would wear a dress with my northern hemisphere exposed. Meng Chuyue does not reject Wang Ze's frivolous attitude, which means that he is not nervous and will be more likely to perform at night. What's the purpose of taking me there, to stop the loan? Wang Ze brought up something serious. He had to unite the front and not work too hard. In the end, everyone would be willing to take out a loan, so what's the point? The subtle effects of this period of time have come out. Meng Chuyue frowned and said, "Of course we will stop it. I think the loan task for this quarter is indeed high, but it is not impossible to complete it if we think of a way. But if we lend it to that big collector, we can't afford the consequences if something unexpected happens." Wang Ze's original intention of contacting Meng Chuyue was not to save anyone, but to seize some opportunities from this incident. However, the two have been getting along really well over this period of time, and Meng Chuyue has also realized this, so Wang Ze doesn't mind giving her a hand. It would be too easy to stop it. There are 3 key figures in this incident: your father, and the collector who wants to borrow money. Listen to my instructions tonight. Not only can the antique issue be resolved, but I should also be able to solve some of the loan issues. Chen Yuji said innocently, "Brother, you are exaggerating. There are only 2 key figures." Meng Chuyue was laughing beside him, and Wang Ze admitted with a smile that he had made a slip of the tongue. You see, if Meng Chuyue was surrounded by people like this, wouldn't it be much easier for her to show off? Continue to suppress her IQ at night. After winning over my sister-in-law, I will have to put So Are You on the agenda. Chapter 37, Gangster. Driving out of the city, Pame hurried all the way. Meng Chuyue's feet were very heavy, and she could walk 100 yards without realizing it. Wang Zekai would not do this. If the vehicle is not fully lubricated, driving it so hard would cause great damage to the car. The Magic City is close to Suzhou and Hangzhou, and there are many hills nearby. Wang Ze didn't even know which valley Meng Chuyue had taken him to. Anyway, this place doesn't look like it's open to the public, so it's reasonable for Brother Fu to rent a hill for himself to play around. Wang Ze feels that he's going to learn something new today. If I don't have the help of my past life memories, I'm afraid it will take a long time before I have the chance to meet people of this class. In a small courtyard halfway up the mountain, when the vehicle drove to the entrance of the villa, the electric gate automatically opened to both sides just like on TV, which made Wang Ze, a country boy, stare in amazement. This boss is really unsophisticated. If he didn't learn from the movies, he wouldn't know how to spend his money. Looking at the familiar decoration in the courtyard, Wang Ze complained about the magnificence here. Chen Yuji, a successful man, felt embarrassed in such an occasion. He shook his head at Wang Ze with a serious face and told him to be careful with his words in front of the big boss. A carboy helped to park the car and a butler led the way. As soon as she entered the villa gate, Meng Chuyue walked forward and hugged the arm of an elegant man. This place is too remote, Dad. Driving here is so tiring. Remember to assign me a driver next time. The female Neptune has a high emotional intelligence, and this also applies to serious matters. Meng Chuyue started to take action as soon as she came up, hinting that she was not very satisfied with this cocktail party. Meng Liang smiled and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work. When we get back later, Dad will be your driver." He really doted on this daughter, and after a consolation, he introduced her, "This is your Uncle Hu, today's host. Come over for a couple of drinks later." A strong man who was at least 1.8 meters tall came forward and smiled. Meng Chuyue also smiled sweetly and introduced, "Hello, Uncle Hu, these are my 2 friends, Wang Ze and Chen Yuji." Without any titles added to the end, the identities of these 2 people are indeed not impressive enough here. Hu Wanman greeted everyone with pride, "Those who can come are our family, everyone should eat and drink well." There were not many people in the room, and they seemed to be either Hu Wanman's younger brothers or Meng Liang's younger brothers. Wang Ze took the opportunity to look at this great collector. Different from the expected polite, gentle and refined antique collector, this big guy named Hu Wanman is full of gangster spirit. He is stout and burly, and looks like an upright outlaw. Meng Chuyue pulled the 2 of them aside to avoid delaying the boss's conversation. "My father told me that the man surnamed Hu is from Sainan and started from scratch. In the early years, he played with militia, jade, casinos, wood, and even diesel and sugar on the border, and accumulated a large amount of original capital. Then he brought his own forces to Shanghai to develop. It was only the early 2000s at that time, and after just 2 projects, he had developed to the scale it is today. Given his ability, I can't imagine what would force him to borrow more than 1 billion. Wang Ze rubbed his eyebrows lightly. Silly sister, in other people's eyes, this is not a loan, but a small business that is not unusual at all, just to make a quick buck and run away. In the early years, there was nothing that the big guys who were active on the border were afraid of. Moreover, why is this information different from that in the previous life? Didn't he say in the previous life that the private collector started out by doing loans in Shanghai? Now everything has changed. In the center of the Villar's living room, Meng and Hu were each holding a wine glass with heavy symbolic meaning and walking around the room. Hu Wanmang was like a fierce tiger, taking Meng Liang to inspect his territory. This is the Xianyuan Tongbao. People who play with coins like this little thing. There are about 100 of them. This is a bronze artifact. Don't worry, we have a certificate. This thing just sounds scary, but it's actually not worth much. This one is said to be painted by the best shrimp painter in recent years. I don't understand it, so I put it here to protect my house. Damn, this is a heavenly situation. Wang Ze couldn't understand these antiques, but he dared to guarantee that most of the things Hu Wanmang showed Meng Liang were real. Oh, yes. Except this one. Hu Wanmang brought Meng Liang to the center of the reception room and spoke with pride on his face. You won't find a second piece of this in the entire Demon City, or even in the entire China. This is my most proud collection in my life. Professor Chen, the most authoritative person in the industry, has just publicly appraised it. It's worth 2 billion. It's a jade burial suit with golden threads. Meng Liang subconsciously took 2 steps back. This number was an astronomical figure for him as a bank president. When the people around heard this, they subconsciously stood on tiptoe, wanting to see what could be valued at 2 billion, but after seeing it, they were inevitably disappointed. In the center of the reception room, inside a transparent glass, there was an object that was as tall as a person and looked like armor. Apart from the fact that it is made of jade plates, there is nothing special about it. Just over 2 billion. We can't afford antiques. After Chen Yuji saw the so-called golden jade clothes, he whispered to Wang Ze. Meng Chuyue also touched Wang Ze. This uncle who is a bit of a guy, can you handle it? If you are not sure, don't force it. It's very troublesome to mess with this kind of person. When the time came, Meng Chuyue became a little worried about Wang Ze. On the one hand, he was a senior high school student, so at most he could act a little more showy. On the other side is the absolute boss in the gray area who has been dominating the situation for decades. There is no comparison between the two. Wang Ze smiled. You think I'm stupid, but in this situation, there's no point pretending. Find an opportunity for me to be alone with him later. What are you going to do? Meng Chuyue asked. There are too many people outside. Let's be alone later. I will kneel down to him and acknowledge him as my godfather. I will beg him not to cheat you. Wang Ze was still not serious, and seeing him like this, Meng Chuyue felt inexplicably relieved. After spending more time with him, she got to know him better. As long as this bastard could get coquettish, it meant that he still had some confidence in his heart. Hu Wanmang was still introducing his collection to Meng Liang. Seeing that the two seemed to be having a good chat, it seemed that the loan issue would be settled soon. Meng Chuyue was a little anxious. Don't even mention me. Even my dad doesn't know her well. How can I give you a chance to be alone with her? With their status, they seem not to be qualified enough to even talk to others, let alone spend time with them alone, as their time is precious. Wang Ze sighed. You need to be more flexible when you go out to do things. Didn't your father ask you to toast a few more glasses? Go over and toast a few more glasses. Chen Yuji didn't react. Why are you toasting? In an occasion like today where so many big shots gathered, Wang Ze could only find a sense of superiority from him and winked at him. You should also go and toast a couple of glasses. Drink more. Then Wang Ze walked up to the security guard and said, Brother, where is the bathroom? Meng Chuyue smiled. What a bastard, this could make him excited. Chen Yuji paused for a moment, and suddenly realized what was going on. He thought to himself, fuck, what a simple plan. Is this a way to take advantage of the fact that even the big guys need to pee?